Our story begins with the fact that we move to some kind of palace where the voiceover narrator speaks about fate, which is the result of love, and therefore now they should not have married by agreement as it was in ancient times. Before us is an incredibly beautiful girl with golden hair and green eyes who flew in with a letter from an owl. The owl sat down on the girl's hand and handed her a letter, which made the girl incredibly surprised. But she didn't waste time, and at the same moment, with very great curiosity, the girl opened the letter. The letter asked the girl if she wanted to get into the jewelry box. Such a proposal at first that now the girl could not think about anything because she could eat whatever she wanted, get whatever she wanted. And most importantly, she had the right to choose her destiny. But with all this swinging, I wondered, why is everyone choosing love? We were so stingy, and was this really the happiness that everyone was striving for? A jewelry box containing the same bright personalities as the storyteller owl. With her, one could meet the very love that every person dreamed of. But not everyone was given the offer to get into that very box. We are transported to our main character, who is rattling with regret and anger. Read one of the newspapers, the heroine saw a girl who had that very chance of opening a box. Such a discovery was already the 5th in history, so it was an incredible sensation. Rereading everything about the box, she could not believe that true love really existed. Even if it existed, such a luxury was only available, and this incredibly drove our main character together, which is why she closed the leaf. After all, yesterday our heroine married a man who was sleeping sweetly behind her, but the girl was not at all happy about such a marriage. After all, she had no choice at all, and this marriage was simply of convenience due to the fact that her family went bankrupt as a rule. First of all, they sold what was easily sold, so our heroine was sold in the first place because that she was the daughter of her ex-wife. We are transported to childhood where 3 girlfriends stood over her, and one of them said that our little girl was like a clean pond. Our frightened heroine, whose name was Liana, did not understand what was being said and asked why to the pond. To which, with incredible cruelty on her face, one of the girls said that if you threw a stone into the pond, you could see where it touched the bottom. So without thinking for a long time, the girl pushes our main character into the lake. The last thing Liana sees is ridicule on the face of her sisters. The little girl can't believe that they didn't do this to her. She tries to call at least someone for help. Unfortunately, no one even thought of lending her a helping hand. So from that moment, the girl already guessed that her life like that time would sink like a stone. Now the girl was just thinking about how long she would have to sink to the bottom. On the very day our heroine got married for convenience, she already hoped that this was the very bottom, and things couldn't get any worse. On her wedding night, the girl remembered a phrase from a book she read as a child, and it sounded like the relationship between spouses should be such that there is no embarrassment. Namely, to appear naked in front of each other and be able to share intimate things. But looking at the man who stood in front of her, she understood that they didn't even know each other properly, which is why the girl couldn't call the outward manifestation in the form of Hug's marriage. And so, on their wedding night, the girl suddenly said that she wanted her now legal husband to wait a little because she was shy. She needed a little time to talk because she believed that communication between spouses was the most important thing. In response, the guy smiled sarcastically and said that she had completely misunderstood everything and that she was not here to talk at all. We continue to stare at the girl. The guy asked whether they even understand how much he paid for her. And in general, there was gratitude for the fact that he took our main character as his legal wife. They were made a concubine. Such an incredible turn of events surprised our heroine very much and drove her into a stupor. She could not say a word in response and simply remained silent. The next morning, our girl also sat quietly on the bed, while her law and her husband stood in Kurilova looking out the window, and the maids looked at our poor heroine. Suddenly, the young gentleman turns around and with a dissatisfied face says that the first day the girl was not in the mood, and this irritated him incredibly. In response, our girl could not answer anything and just sat in silence. I was going somewhere. The young man told his maid to do something to our heroine. After all, when there was a girl without makeup in front of him, he couldn't tune in. But the maid bowed and said that everything would be okay. At that time, our heroine was sitting completely without a mood. Her thoughts were driven into a whirlpool she did not want to eat or drink. She was already thinking when this would end as soon as possible. Away from her two maids were talking about how much the girl could stand with the young master, because suddenly she could also hang herself like the previous mistress, who could not stand the stress they bet on the girl that she was young and beautiful, because of what she had to last longer, and even more so. The maid said that the owner seemed to like her, because he didn't even touch her once during the night. We move to the moment when a girl sits in front of a mirror, chicly dressed in a red dress and incredibly beautiful makeup. Our heroine could not look at herself in such an outfit for long in the mirror and decided to get up and go for a walk. Walking around the estate, she remembered her childhood when she was unable to endure something. She immediately ran to the library. There the girl read books and was transported to another world. This helped her, at least for a while, forget about reality, the real world. Now the girl reached the Count's door. She knew that he had an incredibly decent fortune with the help of trading he earned himself on the estate. Open the door. She hoped to find some rare books that she dreamed of reading as a child. But when she didn't have time to open it, an incredibly large monster immediately climbed out in front of her. It was a hammerhead fish. He scared the girl so much that she fell to the floor. Then, having come to her senses a little, the girl decided to look around and could not believe her eyes. All the animals around turned out to be stuffed. Animals among them were rare animals. And most importantly, in the center of the room, there was a large flask, which was something like a mermaid. The girl looked at it very much. She couldn't believe that these were personal items in the graphs at that moment. She felt that this was the very bottom that she could get to, and she began to feel sick. At this sight, she began to understand that no one would get her out of this alone. We are transported to a dark night where a girl stands on the edge of the balcony about to jump. Her image is brightened by the moon, which she sees for the last time before jumping off. Parking on the edge of the abyss, she began to reflect on the fact that the chance, which was like a fairy tale, where and only for special people, the girl believed that she did not deserve such a right, and especially the chosen ones always rose to the top. But the girl believed that she only went down below. She was incredibly sad. The children had never had a lucky chance in their entire lives. Just about to jump, the girl suddenly notices something above her head. It really attracts her attention. A white owl appeared from the side with a letter in its paws. It was heading straight towards the girl, while the owl, our heroine, froze in a stupor. The bird approached the girl, thereby greatly shocking her. She put out her hand so that it could land comfortably on her. Looking at it, the girl began to understand that this bird was the same as the one that was written about in the newspapers that she had recently read. She took the letter from her hand and saw that it was an invitation in which she could get into a jewelry box she had the choice to accept or refuse. Looking at the letter, she couldn't believe her eyes because she was the daughter of a once-married family and had also gotten married, so she began to wonder why they chose her. She thought that it was some kind of mistake, and she simply could not be the chosen one. At some point, the girl even shed a tear. It seemed to her that it was all a breakdown, or some kind of stupid joke. Depending on the answer, yes or no, the girl understood that she didn't care enough. I couldn't go any lower for her. Therefore, she decided to agree, and in order to confirm her choice, she needed to kiss the answer, thereby leaving an imprint of your lips on the paper. A few seconds later, everything around the girl began to glow, including the envelope that she kissed, and some unknown force began to descend from it, which greatly surprised the girl. She couldn't believe that it was all a joke, and thought it was some kind of magic. In an instant, the girl dressed up from a red dress into an incredibly beautiful black one, with decorations all over her body. I still continue to stand on the edge, but already in a black dress with a ripe one on her hand, she heard a voice that told her that there would be someone who dared to look into her bottomless eyes. Now, her name was Dark Obsidian. The girl did not understand that, for the voice was in her head. Nearby, Sova whispered to the girls that she should take part. Then suddenly the door behind our heroine began to open slightly. It was her law and her husband who said that he had returned. Going onto the balcony, he was surprised that no one was there. And in the middle of the pylon of light lay one single black shoe. That evening, throughout the entire estate, the young master shouted very loudly at his maids, saying that they were incredible idiots because his wife ran away from him. They apologized as best they could, but that was not enough. So he told them to shut up, and somewhere behind the estate formed a magic circle which transferred the girl to another dimension. As soon as the girl moved to another dimension, she was met by a black-haired young man who immediately gave the girl his hand so that she could descend without any problems. He greeted our heroine and thanked our girl for answering the invitation. The girl was confused and did not understand what a beautiful young man stood in front of her. He introduced himself as his name was Manuel, and he was the organizer of this banquet. The girl looked around and realized that the place she was in was the waiting room for the participants of the ball. Our girl and the organizer approached many pictures where she saw her silhouette among the others. Her surprise knew no bounds. She did not understand how this could happen because she did not meet the conditions for participation, and such an event drove her into a stupor. The casket of the empire in which the most prominent representatives of the imperial youth and nobility were collected. At the ball that the girl was going to attend, the participants hid their true names and chose their wedding partners. Instead of names, they received the name of precious stones. The appearance corresponding to their stone, no one knew the real appearance of the name and age, as well as the status of everyone present. This was done in order to find true love and a life partner. Throughout the score, the gems interacted with each other in a closed room. Those who found common ground revealed their identities at the end of the event. If there were no changes in the heart, they arranged a magnificent wedding in the capital of the empire. There is such a process that was recorded using a magic crystal, and all the inhabitants of the empire watched with interest what was happening. Once upon a time, the crown prince met his future wife in this way at the very first ball. The era of arranged marriages has long passed, and now the time has come for love marriages. What kind of relationships and personal lives of the highest aristocrats delighted the inhabitants of the empire, forcing them to endlessly discuss such topics? Also, thanks to everything that was happening, the interest of the aristocrats themselves also grew by such a ball. And therefore, as soon as they received the letter, they immediately rejoiced. Feathers provided a great advantage to those who married as a result of the ball. But even if the participants were unable to find a couple, they still enjoyed incredible popularity among the people demonstrating noble behavior. Looking at them, everyone thought only about one thing: what a tender and caring couple, and how romantic it all was. Usually, the right to participate was limited to only precious stones, which were chosen from among the highest aristocrats. The competition for a place in the boxes was not a joke. Everyone wanted to get at least one crystal. Based on such factors, the girl understood that she simply could not be invited to such a high event, and therefore she thought that there was some kind of mistake, because of which there was no joy on her face. Suddenly, a male voice was heard behind her. Her name was called by husband's last name. She turned around and couldn't believe her ears, because if they called her that, then they knew everything about her. Coming closer to the organizer, he told her that she was from a bankrupt family and was also a married woman, so according to the rules, she could not be included among the precious stones. Therefore, the organizer looked at her and asked if she knew why she was chosen to participate in this banquet. Our heroine looks at the guy and says that they don't understand why they chose her. Suddenly, the guy began to extend his hand towards the girl, which scared the girl very much. Our heroine thought that he wanted to do something to her and simply closed her eyes in anticipation and bewilderment. But in turn, the guy put the girl's hand behind her back and activated the magic circle, after which a holographic image appeared above them. On it was the same girl that our heroine saw in the newspaper. Our girl did not expect this and was a little surprised. The guy began to tell her that this girl was Mariana Fjord-Sarist, and in the fourth box, her stone was the most popular. Namely, a pink diamond. The girl enjoyed everyone's love and married a wonderful man. But only 2 years ago, the girl lost her husband in a disaster. Such news hit the heroine very hard. Then she announced her desire to participate in the fifth box to choose a muda for remarriage. Mariana should have been sitting in the place of our main character, which shocked the girl very much, and she did not understand why she was now in front of him and not Marina. To which the owner of the establishment says that Mariana disappeared last night. The girl couldn't believe her ears. She was incredibly surprised and even screamed a little. Then the guy leans over to our girl and tells her not to make noise. That like neither the other participants nor the audience knows about the disappearance, and under no circumstances should they find out. Therefore, leaning as close to the girl as possible, the guy said that they really needed our livery. The girl was very alarmed and asked what it meant, to which the guy, extending magical energy, said that they needed someone who could replace Mariana. Our girl had to play her role so that no one would guess about her disappearance. In short, the girl had to act as a replacement. This made the girl incredibly upset. Her body began to rattle. She asked why exactly she had to do this. To which the guy said that when she became a gem, her appearance would change, but it didn't make any special difference. After all, for Marina, who had already participated in the fourth box, incredibly powerful spells were already planned to hide her identity. He shows the girl her personality, which according to them but transformed the guy, said that they had only one single condition for selecting a girl for the role of Marianne. The girl should never have handed them over, and would have a good reason to keep the secret, which is in other words, a desperate girl like our main character. A few seconds later, the girl was shown her current husband, who mocked him in every possible way and yelled at his maid, saying where her property had gone. Our heroine, seeing all this, was very much built. She understood that she did not want to deal with any communication with her current fiancé. While the girl was in despair, the organizer whispered to her that he could help end her marriage with this man. Looking at him, the girl heard the organizers continue to say that the girl would be able to marry someone she chose herself. And if the girl wanted to live alone, then the organizer could arrange it for her, providing her with everything she needed. Turning the broadcast of her current husband, the organizer said that it was and this is exactly what will happen if the girl plays the role of Marianne until the end of the ball. The organizer, with serious facial hair loss, asked Leroya, or does it agree? The girl was very worried and did not know what to answer, but taking it in her hands, she resolutely replied that she agreed without any hesitation, realizing that she had no choice. The organizer smiled for the first time ever, and then he suddenly got down on his knee and said that he would tell her what she would need to do. We are transported to some unknown island, and then on the same island we are transferred to the participants' hall, where a few seconds later our main character moves in an incredibly elegant black beautiful dress. The girl looked as if she was the ideal of a beloved man. Our main character notices several magic crystals around her. These magic crystals were for recording that they invented in the Empire. They broadcast everything to people who watch the process of the box itself. Suddenly, something attracts our main character's attention, and she looks intently somewhere. She looked at the man in the white outfit, the incredibly handsome man who also noticed the girl. Then the girl turned in the other direction and also noticed someone else. It was already a black-haired, sullen guy with a mask on his face. A little earlier, the organizer stood over the girl and told her that on the first day, precious stones study each other. Therefore, no one should show their real personality. They are allowed to even lie for the sake of hiding the truth about themselves. This frightened the heroine very much, but she tried not to object to the words of the organizer. The organizers also warned her to do everything possible and take as much as possible so that no one would guess her identity. We are transported now to the hall where all the precious stones were, including the masked organizer whom we saw earlier. I watched him closely, but suddenly the same white-haired guy approached, and he immediately attracts the girl's attention by saying that he is glad to meet the lady. Suddenly taking her hand, he knelt down and kissed her, saying that the girl looked like she had a lot of secrets. The guy suggested that it could be because of the color of her stones. Holding the girl's hand, he noticed that because of this, the girl turned out to be incredibly attractive. After which, without letting anyone say a word, he said that his stone was platinum. As soon as the girl wanted to answer what kind of stone she was, a guy friend interrupted her, telling her to wait, thereby surprising our heroine. Rising from his knees, he smiled and began to say that there was no charm in revealing the secret, and therefore he wanted to guess what kind of stone the girl had. The girl did not answer anything, and they looked at each other for several seconds. The guy noticed that the girl had beautiful black eyes and hair, and so he began to list some diamonds that he knew. But then suddenly the guy approached the girl's ear and said that perhaps she was a diamond, like in the last box, which is why our heroine began to worry very much and did not know what to answer. We moved to the moment of the conversation between the administrator and our girl leaning towards the diary. The guy told our heroine to remember one thing, namely, that she should behave like Marianne. That is a girl who charmed all the men around, and who, because of her incredible beauty, was never refused. The girl, immersed in her thoughts, came to the conclusion that she should not show her excitement to the guy, and at the same time our heroine thought about what Marianne would do in such a situation. Suddenly, our girl with a smile on her face says that the guy didn't guess correctly, and therefore she will give other men a chance. From such an answer, the guy seemed to immediately fall in love with our heroine. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted as they pay attention to something. He was a golden-haired guy with an asshole and an incredibly attractive appearance. He headed straight towards our couple, who still continued to stand silently. Their surprise knew no bounds, and they stood there for several seconds. The guy who approached them said that he was glad to meet them, introduced his hand to his heart, and he also named his stone, namely Alexandrite. The one who came up was the first to notice that it was really the same Alexandrite that changes its color. I thought that it seemed to have a dangerous character. Despite the guy's appeal, our golden-haired friend immediately turned to the lady and asked what kind of stone she had, thereby surprising the Linux guy who was standing next to him and simply ignored it. Our heroine still sat down with a grin on her face and told the guy to guess what kind of stone she had. The potion-haired guy's name was Alex. He immediately said without any hesitation that most likely it was a dark stone, namely a black diamond. And then Linux intervenes in the conversation saying that he missed, and most likely the chance goes to the third man. Our heroine is standing on the side and even smiled a little. And then silence reigned around again, and they turned their attention to the man walking behind. An incredibly attractive personality, a red-haired boy whose name was Rivers. He, just like everyone else, immediately went to the girl. They all stood together and waited for the boy to approach. Alex explained that the appearance of the participants changed, and in life, they could look completely different. Suddenly, Ricky sighed heavily, and I don't understand what kind of proportionality there is between men and one lady. Suddenly, Alex and Linux come up to the boy. They say that it looks like the rest of the ladies have not arrived yet. Linux joked that the boy is really afraid of losing to a competitor. Because Ricky was called a baby, it made him very angry, and he almost gave away his identity. But he stopped in time and fell silent, simply presenting his stone, namely, his stone was Grant. Suddenly, Linux grabbed the river and said that since he came, he had the opportunity to guess what kind of stone our beautiful lady had. Linux has already said that they both made a mistake and lost their chances, and now it was the river's turn. The guy looking at the girl thought intently and suddenly named a black diamond. This shocked our girl very much. 2 out of 3 guys guessed her stone, but they didn't know it themselves yet. While he was mocking Ricky, the guy was very angry at that moment, and now he was very interested in what kind of stone the girl had, while Alex and our heroine stood behind. But our girl did not give an answer and simply sighed heavily, realizing that something needed to be done. Alex notices that someone is approaching them and says that it looks like other participants are coming towards them. The other participants turned out to be 2 incredibly beautiful girls, which surprised everyone. One was fair-haired and the other was light-haired. Unexpectedly, 2 beauties notice our participants while one is trying to make out them. The other is worried about something, looking around. Suddenly, the girl pulled herself forward while the other one was incredibly nervous. She simply couldn't keep up with her fast friend and asked her to wait. The girl was in such a hurry to get to her friend that on the way she caught something and fell face first onto the ground. It was so loud that her friend immediately heard it and froze in place, not realizing that it had fallen. Then, as soon as the girl turned around, she immediately began to worry about her friend and ask whether she was okay, and what happened to her as the girl was holding her forehead and was almost crying. Her pink-haired friend, giving her a hand with a smile on her face, said that she was probably not yet accustomed to her new body, so the girl immediately offered her help. She was very pleased with this act for her friend. She hesitated for several seconds, but then she still gave the girl her hand, thereby rising from the floor and heading further to our participants. All the guys, like real gentlemen, couldn't help but greet the ladies, and some stood in a stupor. While Ricky was incredibly concerned and asked if they were okay, the ladies with smiles on their faces said that everything was fine and it looked like they were the last ones. The conversation is interrupted by a blue thing in the sky that was approaching them with incredible speed. It was the system's cute owl that greeted the participants in the 5th box. Ricky was incredibly surprised. I don't understand what was in front of him. His mouth opened. He just watched. While our holographic owl was talking about the fact that he was the host of this event and his name is Manuel, our white-haired Lucas was surprised by such a reaction and asked Ricky whether he had never watched the broadcast. The owl asked them to take their seats, and they immediately did so. As soon as all the participants sat down at the chairs, the owl began his story about where they were. He began by saying that it was a special place, created especially for them where they were. It was an island of people, and communication with the outside world was simply impossible. Since a magical protective barrier was placed on the place where they were placed, this was done so that their personal information would not be asked to be broadcast to them. The owl also wished them to choose a partner for whom they had romantic feelings. Stones who choose each other to go on a date outside the island they were on. During the date, the magic of the protective data loses its power, and they could freely ask each other questions. What they learn about each other on a date should remain only between them. So we return back to the owl, which asks participants to look ahead of themselves. On the floor were magic circles that would transport them to another place where they could communicate freely. 3 people could stand in one circle, so the owl recommended that they gather in groups of 3 and stand in those circles. All participants were very worried, but most of all our heroine, who was undercover. Immediately, the red-haired girl stood up first, and the magic circle stood up, while others were still hesitating, and the owl notices this, already thinking of taking some measures. Suddenly, the red-haired girl turns to the participants, and with a smile on her face asks who will go with her. Her friend understands that she may miss her chance, which is why she is very worried. Therefore, she suddenly jumped up and immediately headed towards the girl, running as fast as she could. As it happens, the girl again falls straight down on her face. All the guys try to pretend that nothing happened except our Ricky. He again cannot hide his awkward face. Therefore, Ricky was the first one to approach the girl and help her up, asking if the girl was okay, and in her head wondering why she falls so often. Alex, standing in the background, realizes that it seems the first 3 have already been chosen, and therefore he did not waste time. He immediately turns to our heroine. Ask about it or not. She doesn't want to go with him, which greatly surprises our girl. Without hesitation, our girl answers in a calm tone that she agrees. Lucas unexpectedly takes our heroine by the hand, saying that he wants to take her through. Smiling at the girl, the guy says that he wants to get another chance to guess her stone. The girl in her heart is very fascinated by the beauty of Lucas, but does not show it. Lucas. While the girl was thinking, he smiled at Alex, thereby letting him know that he was much more handsome and dominant. So the 3 of them stood on the magic circle. We are transported to some people where they were watching the show. In the center of the room sat a gentleman and a lady, and next to them were 2 unknown people. The lady asked how they could split up so unevenly, while the girl sitting next to her said that they didn't know anything yet, namely that they had already seen the interview with each of them. So we are transported to Lucas's interview, where he was asked about the ideal of women, but he thoughtfully answered that he likes provocative girls, such as the pink diamond from the 4th box. Next in line was Alex. He was asked the same question, to which he coldly replied that he liked Honestly Me and confident girls like Marianne. An unexpected anthem asked a general question about the fact that they say that the pink diamond is going to participate in the 5th box. So are they sure that they can recognize her? That Lucas and Alex thought about this question. But then Lucas says that since this was his ideal girl, he will be able to recognize her immediately. Alex also calmly replied that if he recognizes her, he will immediately fall in love. We move to the white-haired gentleman who was sitting in the center. He says that they both really believe that obsidian is a pink diamond. He said this as if he was mocking them. 2 couples sitting nearby also began to talk, and the girl said that among all of them, 3-year-old obsidian gives the impression of provoking girls, but that the guy answers with a smile on his face that he also remembered this about Lady Mariana while he was looking at our heroine. One of the girls turns to the creator of this program with a smile on her face. The girl asks the question, is she really a pink diamond? To which our organizer stands quietly, doesn't answer anything, and doesn't show any emotions. But in fact, in his heart, he was very worried. These 4 individuals were commentators for this show. They commented on everything that happened on stage and showed them excerpts. They commented on the fact that it had not yet been announced which of the stones was the pink diamond. Just like the audience, the commentators wanted to know which of the girls was the pink diamond. But they still did not realize that it was our heroine, and Mariana was not on stage. We are transported directly to our main character and 2 guys who moved into some incredible hall where there was a fountain in the middle, and around them everything was made of gold and white quartz. Luca, looking at all the beauty around him, says that if they were told to move here in 3s, then theoretically they could move on together. Also, the guy suddenly turns around with a smile on his face and offers the 3 of them to go and explore the house. So they all began to walk together, Papa, inspecting their possessions for a while. In the large house, there were 2 bedrooms. The girl noticed that the boys were divided into men's and women's. They were also very surprised by the dining room, incredibly beautiful and impeccable. Alex noticed that they would have dinner here tonight. In addition to the house, they had their own plot, an incredibly beautiful place for walking. The place looked like it was paradise. Lucas noticed that the place was suitable for private dates. Suddenly, while walking around the site, our heroine stops two guys who say that she wants to explore the island because it looks like they could get into the forest and go out to the sea. Walking through the forest, having gone a little further, they really came out to the sea. The guys noticed that the island was not so big. After all, they walked around it painfully quickly. Oleg says that it seems that it will not be easy for them to stay on the island for several months in a row. Lucas notes with a smile on his face that they can get closer this way. Suddenly, Lucas turns to the girl and asks what happened to her. Call her the mysterious lady. Finally, the girl answers with a smile on her face that she is Obsidian. Lucas was a little amazed by this. He couldn't believe his ears that she really was Obsidian. Standing in a stupor, the guy also says that Obsidian is no longer a stone but glass, but the girl does not answer. Alex says that he once heard that the name of the stone is determined using magic, depending on the quality of the participants, so the girl looks like Obsidian. This fact frightened the girl very much. She was confused and did not know what to do. She began to wonder if she had been given such a nickname because she did not belong to the high class of aristocrats. Alex continues to say that Obsidian was the sharpest among fossils. In his homeland, he was compared to the heart of a man in love broken from the misfortune of love. This was exactly suitable for the situation of Marianne, who lost her husband several years ago. Laura realizes that Alex still thinks that she is Marianne. Silently for a few seconds from the awkward situation, our heroine says that she doesn't even know. Then a grin appears on her face, and she says that they were not in a hurry to jump to conclusions, but the meaning of her stone, and tells them to think again. And now the girl, not confused with a smile on her face, says that they gathered here to find their love and not to talk about what stones they got. Lucas notices this and says that the girl said everything correctly, but he also decided to introduce himself and called his stone pure platinum. Such a stone was the purest metal. Lucas, coming incredibly close to the girl, also noticed that his love was just as pure. Smiling, he also added that the girl was quick and would soon understand everything, so our heroine just smiled. We move to the commentator's room. You are one of the girls saying that it looks like they already have something. The girl says that this seems to be a love affair, and the guy notices that the dress is not very active. The main commentators say that he shows incredible interest in Obsidian from the very beginning. The girl with a grin on her face says that this is not surprising because Platinum considers her Marianne. Therefore, the girl poses the question bluntly. What will happen if our Obsidian turns out not to be Mariana? The girl sitting next to her in a pink dress says that she is also very curious. But a guy in a pink suit interrupts them and says that they don't yet know which one of them is Miss Marianne, and therefore suggests they just watch and then they will understand. They will understand whether the podium is interested in the pink diamond or whether this is really love already going on between the Obsidian. We move again to our Trinity, where they are walking somewhere in the field. While our girl is walking ahead of Alex, he notices something on Earth. The girl suddenly asks if it's hard for her to walk. Our heroine turns around in bewilderment, and then the guy said that he thought her shoes were unlikely to be suitable for walking. To which our heroine replies with a smile on her face that it's nothing like that, and that's why he didn't have to worry. But still, Alex decides to lend a helping hand with a calm face. He says that if our girl allows it, then he wants to take her hand. Such an act confuses the girl very much. She does not understand what to do. She just stood there for several seconds. But then, a friend in front of her, Lucas, climbs in and says that if she takes his hand, will her legs really feel better? This behavior really surprises the girl. While the girl was surprised, he suddenly takes her in his arms and notices that she was light as a feather. Alex in turn says that it was very rude of the Platinum Mind because he didn't even ask if the lady wanted to be lifted. To which the guy in turn says that he really has to spend several months with such a bore. And he notices that he's already getting bored. This made Alex very angry, but he tries not to show it. Luca, with a smile on his face, asks me if I have a girlfriend. To which our heroine thinks for several seconds and does not know what to answer. I'm trying to remember what Mariana would have done in her place. Perhaps the girl would have felt inconvenienced in such a situation. But then our heroine realizes that it would be the other way around, because Mariana always tried to manipulate men and made herself jealous of others. And that's why our heroine, with a smile on her face, says that she doesn't even know, because she's more interested when there is diversity in men. This dinner amused Lucas very much. He began to laugh very loudly while Alex watched the whole situation. For content, Lucas appeals to the audience. Ask them if they want him to propose to Lady Obsidian. The guy tells the girl that she will be the main protagonist of the fifth box. She doesn't say anything, but just smiles. While Alex stood aside, he simply watched them without doing anything. Commentators are delighted with the news and say that Platinum is taking decisive steps. But they don't forget about Alexandrite, who is also interested in the girl. It looked quite sad from the outside because Platinum delayed his chance for rapprochement. Commentators say that the girl was already between two men. The girl commentator also said that she felt this, and that Obsidian would become the main character of the fifth box. Therefore, commentators altogether closely followed our heroes and thought about who would get her heart or Alexandrite. We move to the women's room where our three girls are sitting. The girl got loose as always, without any embarrassment. She immediately asks how they had a walk around the island. She asks our heroine if she walked with two gentlemen. The children were incredibly interesting. Our girl says with a smile on her face that they were both very nice people. The girl decided to ask our heroine directly or someone interested her. The commentators really liked such questions because they were also incredibly interested in this, and who, after all, was closer to the heart of Obsidian. So, during the interview, the girls asked which stone interested her the most. The girl was not prepared for such questions. She wondered again what to answer. Just as always, she wondered what Marianne would answer, and who was her type after all. This question and the interview with our girl were monitored by the administrator of this project. He stared intently without taking his eyes off the girl. And then suddenly, the girls received notifications. It said that the girl could honestly answer the question I don't think that Mariana would answer. Our Laura was shocked by this. She was allowed to say her opinion, and this surprised the girl very much. But the girl was also surprised by that very voice in her head. She assumed that it was magic. At that time, the organizer began to tell the girl that he thought that it would be difficult for our heroine to play Marianne's feelings in addition to the image, so she could answer as her heart dictated. The organizer directly asked the girl who she was more attracted to. Their views did not intersect on this question. But despite this, the girl still wondered which of the two men shadowed her more. Our heroine calmed down her feelings and said that she didn't like either of the two men. After answering the question, the organizer asked if no one really liked her. The girl with her eyes downcast says that she doesn't like anyone at all. And the owl girl in her head thought that because of the pretense, she was too worried that she couldn't look at them properly, so she thought that it was worth getting to know them better. A few seconds of the organizer's gaze and silence made the girl more and more nervous, but still he simply replied that everything was fine. Looking at the organizer, the girl wondered if such an answer was appropriate. She became more and more worried. At that time, we moved to our commentator looking at the girl. They were surprised that she didn't like any of them. The guys thought this was an honest answer. Not everyone could say that. The girl commentator notes that Platinum tried so hard but still could not please Obsidian, and therefore if he found out he would be very upset. But the girl also means that perhaps this was an opportunity for the Alexandrite but also for Grant. That is for our Ricky, who at that time went for a walk with two other ladies. We moved to the men's room where three of our guys are already sitting there. Ricky was very excited and pleased. At the same time, he told the guys that the girl was constantly falling and could not find where to go. She also could not open the door on her own. This at the same time made the guy very angry and embarrassed. He was angry that it was possible to be so clumsy. He even assumed that the girl had been locked up for a long time and came out for the first time in a long time. Such behavior amused Lucas and Alex a lot. Lucas says with a smile on his face that it looks like the girl who keeps falling all the time has caught his attention. But Luca, embarrassed and irritated, says that how can one not pay attention to such things? Because as soon as he turned away for a second, the girl was already rolling down the stairs. Alex, still with a monotonous expression on his face, asked what the names of the stones were because he had not heard when they introduced themselves. Ricky immediately answered that the girl who was falling apart had a pearl stone, and the one who was constantly falling had an amethyst. Lucas, with a happy face, still continued to tease our cooks, asking who he liked best. Although embarrassed, he answered that some time had to pass before he could understand who they liked better. Lucas unexpectedly replies that he immediately understood within seconds this woman, or not such a quick conclusion from the guy, surprised Ricky very much. He did not understand how this was possible. To which Lucas replies that it was clear at first sight whether the girl could hold him or not. And so we are already moving to the Platinum interview where he was asked who interested him most, To which he says with a smile on his face that of course it was Obsidian, that is our main character. He said that he just felt that she was the one he needed. Then, the presenter asks about what he said that his ideal of female beauty was a pink diamond. So did the guy really assume that the diamond was obsidian? He didn't give a specific answer. They say that maybe yes or maybe no. But what he was sure of for sure was that if she was truly a pink diamond, he was ready to marry her right now without any hesitation. We are moving. When they ask Alex questions, according to the standard, he was asked who interested him the most, to which Alex calmly, as always, replied that he did not know yet. Then they asked Ricky, he also did not yet know who exactly. The same question was asked to the girl who was constantly falling. She somehow answered that she didn't know, after which the commentator noticed that they all behaved very carefully. Then it was the turn of the question to the girl with pink hair. She answered that, in appearance, she liked our platinum better, but she thought a little and said that it was still a changed appearance. Therefore, it was difficult for her to say. Commentator Guy replied that this was most likely due to the fact that they had not yet seen the real faces of the participants, so they hesitated, and besides, no one knew each other. On the first day, the girl replied that many of them even talked to each other. But, watching them, they assumed that perhaps their thoughts would change when they were all gathered together at dinner, and everyone was incredibly interested in whether the thoughts of our white-haired guy would change. Both commentators and viewers were curious to know. So we move to the kitchen where a magic circle appears from the air. A holographic owl flies out from there and says that on the first day of the box, they will have to cook their own dinner. An owl flying over a large cauldron told that in front of them was the most favorite dish of the inhabitants of the empire. This dish was called Lurex soup. While the owl was explaining all this, our main participants in the show stood in front of a large table. The owl told them to choose one ingredient each and add it to the soup to complete the preparation of the dish. Think about it, looking at the pestilence and potatoes, they understood this, so they just had to choose and no more, to which Lucas said that they needed to be peeled and chopped. So she advised Ricky to choose something that he could do himself. At that time, a nervous girl stood next to Alex and asked whether the one who successfully completed this task would really gain popularity among the inhabitants of the empire. But Alex replied that it was quite profitable to achieve the interest of the inhabitants, and therefore, they had to try. While everyone was sorting out the vegetables somewhere on the side, stood the same girl who was constantly falling. But now she was very worried and did not know what to do. Rick looked at her and saw that she was taking the carrot and was incredibly confused. So he decided to approach the girl and said that peeling carrots was incredible, so he doubted that the girl could handle it due to the fact that it was all unexpected. She was scared and blushed from embarrassment. Ricky said that carrots are hard and round. If your finger slips, it can cut you. Therefore, he took this vegetable from the girl and decided to help her cut it. While our guy was cutting carrots, the girl on the side was very confused and didn't know what to do. We are transported to the Logos and the fair-haired girl. She said that in the last casket, one of the participants in the number of potatoes cut himself, but that the guy smiled and said that he remembers this scene. The girl noticed that then the princess who lived in greenhouse conditions saw the blood and was very frightened. Lucas confirmed and said that especially royal blood is not prepared personally. Lucas, looking intently somewhere, said that that was also the first time he learned that it was necessary to cut off the sprouts with potatoes. All this time, the guy was looking at our girl who wielded a knife very well, cleaning fish with incredible ease. While the girl was minding her own business, she received all the attention around her. Suddenly, she felt someone's gaze on her, and so she raised her head to check. Turning around, she sees everyone's eyes glued to her, and they don't understand why everyone is looking at her like that. And then the girl, distraught, turns to our heroine, saying that the pink diamond, taking a short pause, she scares our girl with this. She does not understand what she did wrong. And then the tension subsides when the girl smiles and says that the pink diamond simply hated blood and knives. After these words, the girl seemed to be struck by lightning. She thought about how she could get out of this situation and wanted to break into a cold sweat. She recalls that as soon as it came to cooking pink diamond, then said that she was not at all cut out for cooking. And then a golden-haired guy approached her. She then told him that she didn't think that this was not such a simple matter, and therefore from me, she would treat cooks better, so then divide by hair, and the guy asked her if she really wanted to learn prepare. To which then should the pink diamond answer with soap on her face? It's better to double the cook's salary because she doesn't even want to see those knives, much less the blood. So we move to the present time. It would seem to you that our heroine was aware of herself and the fact that she was not a pink diamond. All eyes were intently focused on her. The fair-haired girl says that the girl is incredibly wolf-like in handling a knife. Here, our heroine realizes that she has made an incredible mistake which could cost her a lot. Once upon a time, an angry family treated her poorly, even worse as a maid. She simply had to learn to work around the house. But Mariana, in turn, never did this. Our heroine already simply had a reflex. We are transported to the present time where Luca stands up shocked. I don't know what to say to what he saw. The girl is still standing there. The guy doesn't know what he will answer because her reflex training made itself felt just at the most inopportune moment. The organizer also thought that everything was lost and our heroine had failed her task. Suddenly, someone said from the outside that this was amazing, thereby shocking the organizer. The man also said that by looking at a person and how a person handles a knife, one could learn about his character. And by looking at a neatly peeled potato, he said that the girl was a very sophisticated person. All these phrases came from Alex, who could not stop admiring the girl's cooking. He said that he personally likes such people. After these words, their gazes converged at one point. Looking at each other, a spark of some kind of romance passed between them. They did not look away for several seconds. Alex asks our heroine, maybe she needed help. To which the girl, looking at him with a charming look, says that she will be very grateful to him for his help. So they started cooking together with Lucas standing in the background, who on the one hand was very disappointed and watched this whole situation and didn't know what to think. We moved to the moment when everything was prepared and all the participants in the show sat down at the table for dinner. Lucas tried the food and was surprised that it was all much better than he thought. The girl who was sitting next to him got upset and laughed at this and said that the guy was really worried about this. In turn, the guy replied that he remembers how in the first box the participants dined on edible food on the very first evening. Rick heard this and asked in what way it was inedible, to which Lucas replied that they put too much butter, so the burnt soup turned black, and the meat, on the contrary, remained raw. The girl was a little surprised at such a strange situation. And then Alex says that he remembers that moment very well. The stone was peridot. Then he said that the mountain soup suits him, after which the green guy sat down the whole pan, which caused conversations in society. Luke said that when it turned out that the crown prince was the chrysolite, the entire empire was on its feet. Unexpectedly says that the first box was years ago, and how can they remember all this? The guys seemed to be struck by lightning. They both fell into a stupor. I didn't know what to answer. With a smile on her face, the girl said that it seems that both of them are far from being able to remember what was shown years ago. This drives guys even more into despair, and they don't know how to respond to such proposals. Alex says that the box was shown in replays, so he remembered it. Lucas said that men only get prettier with age, so there was no point in making fun of them. So he answered Lady Pearl. Girl Pearl said that personal information should not be disclosed, and so she wondered if it was normal to make such conclusions during a conversation. Then Alex looked at the girl and said that they could easily check it. Suddenly the guy turns to Ricky and asks how old he was when the first box was broadcast. Such an unexpected question confused the guy, so he thought for a bit but was about to answer. Suddenly, a mask appears on him with a ban on speaking, which frightens the guy very much. The white-haired girl immediately jumps up and is very worried about Ricky. You don't understand what's happening. But the guy tried to say something, but nothing came of it, just like the girl. Everyone around was shocked and now understood what would happen if they started saying forbidden information. Where are you? An owl suddenly appears and begins to scold Reich, telling him that he cannot disclose personal information, and that when he tries to do so, a magical shield is activated. But not only that, in the case of 3 activations of magical protection, this stone receives a warning and loses one right to choose a stone for a date. He could not have expected such a river and was a little shocked. Then, the owl just as suddenly appeared and suddenly began to disappear, finally saying that they should be careful not to lose the precious right to choose a stone. After the owl disappeared, that same defense on Ricky dissipated and he was now able to speak. But after this, the guy couldn't even utter a word, even when the girl asked if he was okay while the white-haired girl breathed out a sigh of relief. Reich didn't even fully understand what was happening, but Alex and Lucas already guessed what system was working on this show. Namely that guesses are allowed during the conversation, but talking about this in person is prohibited. Reich, as always, is a little stupid and confused about whether he really still has 2 forgivable mistakes left, to which the logo says that everything is correct, and now he had to be careful, call him a baby. This river began to irritate him very much. He was indignant and said that he was no longer a baby, and then he was afraid of what he said, and no longer wanted to say anything, covering his mouth with his hands, while others watched this with a smile on their faces. Vika began to blame Alex for her loss of one on the right, starting to ask him questions. Then he asked him this. The guy answered that he had to lie since he couldn't answer. Lucas heard that it was possible to say yes to each other and thought about it. About the fact that our girls were allowed to pretend to be someone else at that time, she sat quietly drinking tea and had no idea about anything. But notice Lucas's gaze on herself. She already thought that he suspected her of something, namely that she was not Marianne, but was only pretending to be her. And all this was due to the fact that the girl showed that she could prepare. The fair-haired girl closely watched our heroine and saw how nervous she was. And then she smiled, because she didn't expect that it was also possible to pretend to be someone. But this was very logical for her. After all, if the person's identity is revealed, then it will already be dishonest love, but a deliberate attempt to get closer because of the person's status. And in this case, the girl believed that without pretense it was even necessary. Lucas, looking at the way the girl spoke, did not understand at first, and simply watched silently. Unexpectedly smiled and said that this was all the charm of the box, because the more mystery, the more you want to know the person, and this made it interesting. And then Lucas turned to our main character and asked what the girl thought, smiling at her. To which our beautiful heroine smiled back and was already pleased, saying that she looked interested in him. With a smile and a little blush, he says that this is exactly so, and so much so that he will soon go crazy. Commentators simply went crazy at this turn of events. They believed that it was almost a declaration of love. But commentators had doubts that the girl was Mariana, since it was a little strange because for Marina she cooked too well. And which of the commentators did the pearls also remind you of Marianne? To which all the comments agreed, and they came to the conclusion that they were even a little similar. And then suddenly one of the commentators begins to say that she is already completely confused, to which another replied that as Pearls said perhaps one of the participants was faking it. The white-haired lady said that if she were Mariana, yes, she would start preparing to study as soon as she found out that she would participate in the 5th box. Otherwise, it would all be opened on the first day. The commentator was surprised by this logic, but supported it. After all, one could easily guess it by personally looking at how she would cook. The girl. Commentator added that this would exclude true love. She was incredibly interested in Or Platinum, still considered Obsidian Marianne, to which the guy commentator replied that he didn't even know. But one thing he knew for sure was that he had a certain interest in our heroine. We moved to the women's room where 3 of our participants are sitting. The fair-haired girl says that for the first time she ate food that she prepared herself, and for her this activity turned out to be even interesting. The girl also noticed that, thanks to our main character, they were able to have a delicious dinner. The girl thought Laura was very talented. The girl smiled and said that she was lucky because there were products there that she used to train. The girl, distraught with a smile on her face, said that now everything was clear to her. Girls are so good at peeling vegetables because she specially trained before participating. The white-haired girl heard all this. She became a little sad. Think about the fact that she should also practice in advance, but what's done is done. The girl was almost crying, say that it was the first time she had done something like that, and she was also very worried and noticed that she was causing inconvenience to others. Her friend immediately started laughing, saying that it was not like that at all, and that was all very tasty, and the girl did her job well. So we move. We move to the men's room where Lucas asks the red-haired guy where his homeland is in warm countries or in cold ones. Ricky, of course, gets very nervous from such questions and asks to stop asking leading questions because he won't answer them anyway. Alex, on the sideline sipping hot tea, says that this is the first time they have all gathered together to talk, and so he asks how the guys were impressed. Lucas, of course, did not expect such a question from Alex, since he was busy with Reich, and so the guy asked what exactly the guy wanted to hear. But what Alex says is that during the conversation there were those to whom he changed his mind. Ricky notices that he too changed his mind about some people. This surprised Lucas very much, and he said that the guys were somehow not constant. Alex already directly asked that Platinum really didn't feel any changes. He threw his head back on the chair and said that he didn't even know. Looking at the ceiling alone, he knew for sure that if he was interested in something, he most likely would not rest until he got what he wanted. We are transported at night to the Owl, where he gathered everyone one by one. In front of the participants, he said that it was time to express their sympathy to the one they liked. All project participants were given unusual cards on which they had to write exactly those with whom they felt the most sympathy. If they said the name of a person they liked, then the magic circle connected to that person's room. The guys had to put their card in the middle of the magic circle. Their chosen one had seen their message. Everyone was then given a pen and told to make their choice. At that time, the commentator was wondering whether all the participants had decided on their choice, to which the guy replied that, and he guessed some of them, but nothing more. So we moved to the moment when the participants put their cards in the magic circle. One person could receive several cards and vice versa. There may be those who will not receive any. While the commentators watched as all the participants put their leaflets in the magic circle, and my husband was very interested in whether I had changed after dinner or remained the same, everyone was incredibly eager to find out the results. We moved to the rooms of our main character, where a magic circle appeared in front of her. She stood very close to it and waited for a miracle. Watching intently for several seconds, she did not notice anything and wanted to leave. So, unexpectedly, the magic circle lit up very strongly, which is why the girl was very confused. She tried her best to hide from the light, which was incredibly bright. One receives her letters from magic circles. Ricky read my letter and thanked him for being a kind person and for his help. Consider Lucas didn't show any emotion in his letter. It was written to them that today it was fun to communicate with him. But the last person who received a letter was Alex. His letter said that someone wanted to talk to him more. And so the time came for our main character, she stood in a little shock. This was all due to the fact that she had letters in her hands, that is, from 3 guys. One said that she was holding a knife in her hands and she looked great in the other. That she had many secrets. No, she seemed even more charming in the 3rd letter they wrote to her, that she was not as she seemed at the first meeting, so someone wanted to get to know her better. The commentators were shocked by the turn of events. After all 3 letters were received by our Obsidian. They had never seen this before. According to the calendar guy, he said that Obsidian was really very charming, but the girl said that she didn't think that the Grant would choose our girl. During the interview, the brother said that he made his choice in favor of Obsidian because he simply liked the way she handled the knife. After all, at first she seemed cold-blooded to him, but that she had him from the beginning of others. Alex also sent a card to Obsidian. He justified this by saying that the first impression was perfect. And during communication, it seemed to him that they surprisingly suited each other. But the last volcano who also chose Obsidian, justifying this topic that he now cannot look at other girls. After all, usually, if he is passionate about something, then he can no longer pay attention to others. Amethyst chose Mr. Grant because he treated her so well, which made her think that he was a good person. Pearl gave her preference to Mr. Platinum. She didn't know why, but she was drawn to him because in addition to his appearance, the atmosphere around him was also unusual. But the last person who gave her interview was our heroine. She was incredibly embarrassed. She gave her preference to Alex. She hasn't quite figured out why yet, but it seemed to her that he was a very good person. Looking at the organizer, he did not show her any sign. Because of what the girl thought about You Can See saying so, the situation was only heating up. But then, the organizer turned off the camera and said that everything was clear to him. The guy approached the girl and thanked her, because thanks to her, the first day of filming was successful without any problems. The girl stood silently. I didn't know what to answer because she was very embarrassed and also didn't know whether she was doing everything right or not. So she said that when they were cooking, she made a few mistakes which made her feel guilty, to which the organizer said that there was nothing wrong with that. And if Mariana had participated in the 5th box as planned, they would have asked her to behave in a similar way, just like our main character. Such a reversal of communication left the girl in a stupor. She did not know what to answer, for which the organizer explained to her that each box they reveal the identity of one of them to me in order to attract new participants. This was the so-called bait. Sometime during the first box, the participation of the crown prince was announced. Then the prince tried to behave so that no one would guess who he was. So before the start of filming, he specially trained to behave and talk differently. Because of this, Mariana would also first have to learn to cook and only then begin to participate in the project. Therefore, all the mistakes she made could be regarded as acting so that Marianne's identity would not be revealed. Such a conversation with the organizer greatly calmed the girl down. She felt incredible relief in her soul, and now she thought that her slight mistakes in behavior were normal. But then the girl asked that it was not advisable to make constant mistakes. The organizer noticed that she was saying everything correctly, otherwise the audience would begin to doubt the presence of the real Mariana on the box. The organizer, who sat down with the girl looking into her eyes, said that he would make sure that there were fewer mistakes. He snapped his fingers, and a recording of the filming appeared in front of them. The organizer, with a smile on his face, suggested watching the recorded material together and discussing it, to which the girl immediately agreed. So they spent that evening discussing the footage and choosing the best moments for video editing. A few days later, the lonely people from the kingdom watched the program and discussed the fact that Obsidian was now with Alex. All the girls around were discussing Alex, saying that he was taciturn but very strong. These were all guesses of the audience. They would still be hungry, that if Platinum found out, he would be upset. They also discussed the moment when Amethyst Pearls, which did not receive a single vote. Because of such moments, the audience's soul was torn apart. This could still be apologized, because this was only the beginning. While the audience was watching the commentators, they were discussing how cool Obsidian was. The commentators in turn said that they didn't make hasty conclusions because it was just a level of sympathy and everything could change in a few days. Also, the commentators finally divided who was visiting them. Namely, it was the prince of his wife. You said that he was very curious about what would happen tomorrow. His wife just waved hello to everyone. Unexpectedly, the commentator, the prince and his wife finally recommended that they and his viewers what to expect from the next episodes. To which the prince's wife says that everyone will be interested in how Platinum will react because he does not yet know who chose Obsidian. The commentator was also eager to find out, but the people who watched the broadcast were even more interested in them. And they couldn't wait for the next episodes. Some wanted Obsidian and Platinum to be together, while others had no opinion separated. And so we moved to day 2. Our main character woke up quite early today and decided to go out and observe the beauty of nature. Suddenly, her attention is attracted by Platinum, who approached the undead girl. With a smile on his face, he says that he is very surprised because the girl woke up so early. To which our heroine says with a smile on her face that the sea is simply incredibly beautiful, and I couldn't wait to look at it. Then Lucas, who has taken off her shoes, walks into the sea to the girl. Ask if the sea really reminds her of her homeland. But the girl only nods, and the owl remembers some things. While watching the footage, the organizer told the girl that Mariana was from the 8th Kingdom of the Sirens, the same place our heroine was from, so he assumed that answering questions related to her country would not be so difficult. After all, Saria was a trading kingdom that conducted its main activities through sea routes, a place in which exchanges of knowledge and culture took place. The inhabitants of the kingdom quickly got used to changes and were quite open. Like our heroine and Mariana, which is why the girl assumed that this was probably why she was chosen for the role of Marina. We return to the moment of communication between our main character and Lucas. The girl thinks that if she mentions the Sea Kingdom of Sirius, will she look like Mariana, so the girl simply answered that she doesn't know. But she understands that Maria would try to hide her origin, so the girl smiles and says that the sea is beautiful everywhere and she just likes to admire the sunrise. Lucas was captivated. He couldn't believe how lovely the girl was and said that her charm knew no bounds. Looking at the order, he says that it means the girl likes to watch sunrises and walk along the beach, but the girl replies that there was no reason not to like this. Lucas thought for a few seconds about what to do next. Unexpectedly, he picked up our heroine in his arms and asked if she liked being carried by a man in his arms. The girl was very confused by such a turn. She didn't know what to answer. She only thought it would be strange if she refused him. She wondered what Marianne would have done. And again, our heroine recalls a conversation with the organizer when he talked about how Mariana was known for her dissolute character, and there were rumors that even after marriage she had several lovers. And the free culture of the 6th Kingdom of Kilia, where her husband was from, made her even more promiscuous. so she communicated with all men before the will was dissolved. There were even cases when she said that, how can you talk about love if there was no physical contact? And so, we return to our heroine where she touches Lucas on the lips. I think at home what would be better for her to do, just tell him or something. She decides to say that it was similar to what happened yesterday. From the outside, it looked incredibly romantic. So the girl said that she was not attracted to boring things, hinting that Lucas was a little interesting to her. The guy in turn laughed and said that it looks like he made a mistake by making our heroine bored. Taking the girl in his arms, he carried her to the shore and then carefully laid her on the ground. Lucas, approaching our girl, said that today he would show something new. The girl did not understand what he was talking about, and there was a misunderstanding. And then he unexpectedly gently took the girl by the hair and kissed her. It was the most unpredictable turn possible. The girl did not resist, and even hugged Lucas back, thereby letting him know that she didn't mind. But suddenly the girl's power is triggered. She remembers how her husband, who on the very first night wanted intimacy with the girl, because of which this greatly distracts the girl. Lucas, opening his eyes, notices this and does not understand what is happening. He stops kissing the girl and moves away from her. He decided to ask her what she was distracted by and that it was inconvenient for the girls not to leave. The girl at that time is flying in her thoughts. You understand that she cannot be as tense as that day you are now playing the role of Marina, because of which she should think the same way as her. Looking at the alarmed Lucas, the girl realizes that she urgently needs to come up with something. She suddenly says that she thought for a while and says that she chose Lucas for me yesterday. Lucas still stood silently while the girl continued to say that if she caused him a misunderstanding, then she asks for forgiveness. He stood there silently for a few more moments, then smiled and began to approach the girl. Leaning towards her, he said that he was behaving this way because she did not choose him. Therefore, he told the girl his plan. He was specifically trying to lure her so that next time she would write his name. The commentators were delighted with the platinums. The top 5 came up with a whole plan on how to win the heart of our heroine. The girl commentator notes that he was a painfully strong competitor. She notices this, and her colleague says that he won't give up so easily, so Alexandrite shouldn't have relaxed, and as soon as they remembered about him, they began to wonder where he was now. And so we move to the Alexandrite of the unhaired girl. Alex says that breakfast is similar. They don't have to cook it themselves, and the girl notices that it's somehow unusual to have breakfast without words. And then Ricky comes into their kitchen with an apple in his hands. He says that they can eat whatever they want. Behind him, there was a white-haired girl who notices this. Therefore, the girl also takes an apple, while telling Kirill to the whole family that he replies that as he wants. The commentators can't watch this if they could talk to the participants. They would say that this was not the time to argue with Ricky. He has no idea what our main character and Lucas were doing right now. While the guys were arguing on the side, the girl notices someone behind you and pays attention to it. It was Obsidian along with Lucas, who along with the beach. The girl does not lose her moment and immediately approaches them, asking if they were really on a morning walk. The heroine replies that this is how I did not admire the sunrise. While the Razumovskaya girl says that she also wants to take a walk along the seashore, Alex notices that the girl is without shoes and her feet are wet, and they ask our heroine goodbye to sit down for a while. The girl did not expect this and does not understand why this is needed. But Alec, who sat down on a chair, did not argue and immediately took out a handkerchief. He took the girl's leg on his knee and began to wipe it off. At that time, she felt like a queen and was very embarrassed by this guy's behavior. While Lucas was talking to the girl in the background, they didn't notice it right away. Alex turned to the girl and said that it seemed to him that she was uncomfortable because of the drops of water. After a few seconds of eating, he said that everything was ready. In the background, Lucas says that his feet are also wet, hinting that Aliak should wipe them too, but he pretends that Lucas doesn't exist and asks the girl if maybe she wants something else. To which the girl embarrassedly says that she will look and choose since she doesn't even know what to eat yet. Alex did not insist, but decided to help the girl put on her shoes, and her turn did not object. The girl's unexpected attention is attracted by Lucas's voice, who asks her whether the girl loves a cinnamon bun. The cake itself attracted the attention of the heroine. Luca, with a smile on his face, gives the girl a cake and tells her to try it because it is very tasty. The girl understands that the cake is the food that Mariana loves, but the owl girl doesn't particularly like sweets, but she will most likely have to eat it. Alex notices that the girl's mood dropped and that she didn't particularly want sweets. Therefore, he takes action, pushing Luca away from the cake. He says that the girl does not want the cake, and also that it's rude to advise a girl without asking her opinion because perhaps she doesn't like that kind of food. Lucas responds by saying that he doesn't think so, and asks Obsidian what she thinks. The girl didn't pause for a few seconds and then answered that she loves buns, but doesn't really want to eat them today. Therefore, the girl, putting on her beautiful black shoes, said that she wanted to see the owl and would choose whichever she liked best. Tired on her feet, she thanked the guys for their care and left to choose something to eat. Lucas and Alex first of all didn't say anything. They just remained silent. Commentators noted that Alex did a good job of protecting our girl. Our heroine was still an impregnable fortress for both of them. Even during the kiss, she behaved a little hesitantly, the girl notices, and says that even the initiative for the kiss was more on Lucas's side. So we move on to tomorrow morning, where everyone laughed and talked together during lunch. Suddenly, a magic circle appears in front of everyone. A teleportation circle and a holographic owl flies out from there. She tells everyone that today she has prepared an incredibly interesting game for them. The girls were not ready for this and did not understand what would happen next. Owl informs that the winner will receive a coupon for a date by the sea. All the guys around were thinking, and were already thinking about who they would go for a walk with if they won the game. Most of all, this game interested the white-haired girl so much, so that she even lost the apple from her hands. But as always, Ricky was ready, and immediately grabbed the falling apple, after which there was a few seconds of silence between them, the so-called awkward pause. After breakfast, the owl asked everyone to gather on the shore by the sea, which they immediately did. The owl began to say that the game was intended for a gentleman. The winner will choose 2 ladies and will be able to have a romantic boat trip. Today's game was called a battle on the water. Out of nowhere, a magic circle appeared, and a stand with weapons came out of it. The game was that it was necessary to throw water at the enemy, and the winner was the one who remained on the magic circle last. Lucas did not wait, and was the first to grab the sword because he was impatient to start their game. While Vike was looking at the balls without a blade, he said that no one should give in at that time. He asked for forgiveness, because he needed to go change into other clothes suitable for battle. So while our 3 girls stood carefree on the shore, the secret willed for their applicants. They were already lined up on the magic circle. An owl was flying above them watching, or everything was fine. They were all prepared for battle. Suddenly, Lucas tells everyone that he is tired of watching and wants someone to come to him. To which the river, with a smile on his face, says that he will not refuse such an opportunity as long as our Alex stands on the sidelines. The boy makes a very strong jerk towards Lucas. Ricky splashes the guy with a smile on his face, while Lucas managed to protect himself from his blow by covering himself with a shield. After the first blow received, he realizes that he is quite strong, and his opponent is not as easy as it seems. And then Owl says that during the game they can use the unchanged body. This meant that the guys could use their real skills and strength in real life. This factor greatly shocked the guys, but not the Rivers. On the contrary. He told the guys to be ready because thanks to his deceptive appearance, he was going to throw off their water. The girls watching the game, which became more and more interesting, could not take their eyes off. Reich began to approach the guys in order to quickly deal with them because he did not intend to mess around for long. But Lucas changed him and attacked him first. The boy, without any effort, managed to easily stop the attack. Also during the battle, he assessed his opponent, saying that Lucas had a good stance, but it seemed that he was physically a rather light person. Lucas couldn't believe it. He attacked with all his might, and he didn't even move from his spot. He was still talking during the fight. With incredible ease, the river threw Lucas several meters back. It felt like he was just a feather to him and nothing more. Miraculously, the guy did not fly out of the arena, but only approached the edge. He did not remain in a lying position for long. He jumped up on his feet. He understood that it would be difficult against such an opponent, and most likely he himself would not defeat him. And so everyone returned to their original positions, exchanging glances with each other. And then the river got tired of it, he asks with a smile on his face. How long will they look at each other? He is already asking at least someone to attack him. At that time, Alex was analyzing how Grant was superior to him and Lucas in strength. But Alex had another assumption, namely that Platinum was too weak. The guy needed to check this, so he aimed at Lucas, who was standing almost defenseless at that time. He attacked the guy with a jerk. He didn't expect this, but somehow managed to defend himself. The guy, when he was defending himself, laughed at Alex and asked if he really looked like an easier opponent than the kid who stood to their left. Lucas didn't respond, but simply analyzed the fighting abilities of his opponents. Suddenly, the guy dodges the attack and shouts to Alex not to underestimate him, at which time the guy realizes that things are bad. Somehow he managed to dodge the attack. He realizes that Lucas is incredibly fast. Therefore, he decides to retreat a few meters back, and suddenly they remember about the baby who was standing next to him and waiting for them to finish. He suddenly, with a grin on his face, rushed at them with all speed, saying that if they had really gathered together so as not to bother him, if this was really the case, then he was going to put an end to it. With all his strength, he attacked the guys, and the two of them clashed against one Grant. Even just the two of them found it difficult to stay in one place. He slowly but surely rolled them to the edge of the arena. Alexei Lucas understands that even though there are two people opposing him, he still manages to win. They don't draw a conclusion from this and how big he is in real life. The guy still manages to mock the guys, asking who he should shoot down first. The commentators are shocked. They could not even imagine such an outcome of events, and that Gran turned out to be such a strong opponent. Also, commentators noticed that the lady was already looking at him differently. Perhaps this would have been the game changing the direction of sympathy. Alex realizes that something needs to be done, and he asks Lucas the question that he will be able to defeat the border if he falls into the water. Such a question was out of place for Lucas, and he did not understand what Alex was driving at. While Alex was restraining Reich, he suggested that Lucas temporarily unite in order to defeat Granite. Lucas heard our guy and decided to help him from the side by attacking Ricky. But even so, he managed to defend himself. There was not a single scratch on him. He wielded the sword too professionally. Lucas realizes that Ricky's fighting skills were far superior to the two of them, and so they urgently needed to come up with something to counter him. Alex suddenly says that the Platinum should use him as a stand. He does not immediately understand why he said this. But then it dawns on him that if Ricky is used to a large body, then it is unlikely that he had to receive blows from above. And so, using Alex as a stand, Lucas jumped incredibly high and was about to deliver blows that he did not expect. This tactic really worked, and he was knocked down. He somehow still managed to defend himself from the sword, but this was the maximum that he could do. Lucas shouts to Alex that he has lost his way and it's time for him to act. The guy didn't wait. He immediately peed himself to finish the battle against Ricky, simultaneously thinking that, as he had guessed, it would be difficult for him to maintain his balance when his opponent was taller than him. And so Alex delivered finishing blows, and he could not withstand such pressure and flew out of the platform. Ricky tries to do something else. He tried to grab the platform with his hand and realized that he couldn't reach it, which horrified him. And it turns out that the owl tells him that he lost the granite and he's all wet. He's very angry because he understands that if his real hand were with him, he would definitely get it. The girls notice that now there is only a one-on-one battle left. We move on to our guys who are left alone. Lucas notices that they worked well together, but Alex doesn't mind, and also praises Lucas. But this was the end of their cooperation, and now they were enemies. Lucas immediately attacked Alex without any hesitation. While the river is coming out of the water, he notices that he is met by a white-haired girl who asks him if he is okay and is not hurt, to which Ricky responds that if they had also wounded him, he would have to patch it up out of shame, while the fair-haired girl praises the edges and says that he was magnificent. The girl also asks him which of the two will win, because he fought with them personally, and most likely can guess who will win. Reiki noticed that Platinum is ahead in terms of speed, but here's your thinking and strength. Of course, Alex. There were just a few buts. In time, Ricky noticed that the guy was breathing strangely. This attracted the attention of our heroine. She didn't understand who he was talking about, so she began to closely watch the fight. At that time, it turned out to be Lucas, who was already breathing somehow. He was already getting worse and worse. He could practically not stand on his feet. Alex naturally notices this. The guy was much better, but he was also tired. He tells the dress that he doesn't have much stamina, to which Luca, with a smile on his face, says not to worry but to follow the battle. With all his remaining strength, the bow will fall on Alex in the hope of ending the duel as quickly as possible. But suddenly, the guy's chest begins to hurt a lot. His breathing seems to be failing him. He's already starting to feel really bad, and he understands this, but he's trying to do something else. Alex immediately realizes that there is no point in delaying any more time because this way the fight could end very sadly. And he just accelerates with all his might and flies into Lucas, thereby run him closer to the edge. The guy realizes that he can no longer stand on his feet and flies headfirst into the river. So our Alex remains the only and invincible in the arena while all his rivals were losers in the water. Alex somehow won, because without Lucas's help, he would not have been able to cope with Ricky, and then everything would have been sadder. The divorced girl noticed that they all behaved amazingly while the white-haired girl stood next to Ricky. She was the main character admiring the winner. And so the owl flies up to the winner and says that the winner can choose 2 ladies and go on a date with them. Alex admired our beautiful heroine from above, while at the same time she looked at him with incredible interest. So now it's time to choose. The owl is coming to us and says that he needs to choose someone who will go on a date with him. And the guy decided to choose Obsidian and Pearls with a satisfied smile on his face. Our girl stood silently after the choice, but the fair-haired one had a smile on her face and thanked the guy. Commentators, while Alex was coming down, said that this was an expected choice, and also said that even if Obsidian didn't say anything, she looked pleased. While the platinum was certainly unpleasant, the owl itself was for various reasons, not just because of the loss. We move to the moment of a date with the girls on a beautiful boat. Alex pours the tea and says it looks pretty romantic drinking tea while riding on a boat with the girls. The girl thanked Alex for allowing them to enjoy these beautiful views, and our heroine also said that Alex looked pretty decent for a winner. The girl in disarray said that she looked like Obsidian. She was fascinated by Alex, but that our heroine simply didn't answer. She sipped some tea Alex would charge everyone and watched. The guy asked, or maybe he should ask the girls what their ideals are in men. But what was heard, the girl immediately replied that she likes smiling, handsome, and nice men. This was the ideal of the fair-haired girl. The girl who answered decided to ask our heroine what kind of guys she liked. She didn't expect such a question and was even a little confused. And then again, the girl was in the mortar because she was trying to remember Mariana's ideals. And she remembered saying that she likes those with whom something new happens every day. Alex immediately gets upset and says that this is not at all like him. Our girl immediately understands that she has blurted out too much. And they are trying to somehow choose the situation by saying that Alex seems to her to be somehow different from others. The fair-haired girl with a smile on her face said that she was really attracted to men who were complete opposites to her ideal. We move to the commentators. The girl says that it seems to her that Pearls are trying to connect Alex and Obsidian. The guy in turn says that Obsidian and Alex liked each other. Pearls can be won by Platinum without much competition. And now the girl is forced by the guy to conclude that it is to her advantage that they choose each other. But to the commentator guy, she seemed very sweet and all her intentions were simply visible on her face. The commentator was very pleased to look at this trinity, at their happy faces, that they were all together. The untidy girl says that it seems Alexandrite is a stone that changes color depending on the time of day. And to be more precise, the girl says that it changes color depending on the reflection and refraction of color. During the day in sunlight, it is green, and in the evening, it turns purple from artificial lighting. This is approximately how the stone of our guy who told this to the girls worked. The lounging girl was very interested in this, and they say the stones are distributed according to a person's characteristics. So the girl suggested that maybe Alex's character also changes depending on the time of day. But the fact that the guy doesn't answer that he doesn't even know, and offers to come to him one evening, such an answer amused the girls. Our heroine asked Alex what he likes to do in the evening, and he answered that he prefers to read books before going to bed. He even brought several books with him. Our girl liked this hobby because she also likes to read books. The guy asked a counter question and asked about girls whether they like to read books, but the girl said that she didn't really get carried away. And so our heroine again remembers that Mariana loves novels, so she said that she liked Goats About Love because it was incredibly romantic. Unexpectedly, Alex said that he was somehow interested in ancient languages, but the girl didn't quite understand why he said this, and she decided to ask again whether he meant it, because as a child she also loved to read ancient books in different languages. But despite this, the girls reread all the books related to this topic. But there was just one big disadvantage. Books in ancient languages were not so easy to get. Alex noticed that the girl was well aware of this and asked if she was also interested in ancient languages. This confused the girl a little. At first, she did not know what to answer. Such a question drove her into a stupor, because she knew that the Martians probably weren't interested in this, and therefore the girl thought that she had overdone it. However, remember the conversation with the organizer? He once told her that any mistakes could be perceived as pretense, so there was nothing terrible there. Our girl pulled herself together and said that it was like solving a code. Alik said that he did not expect to meet a lover of individual languages here, and he was very happy about it. While our heroine was telling me that she had several books in her collection, our tousled girl was sipping tea looking at the heroine. After all, she still hasn't been as passionate about anything as she was when talking with Alex about books. At that time, commentators said that it felt like Obsidian and Alex were rapidly getting closer to each other. The guy remembered that Alex thought he made the right decision by choosing pearls for a threesome date on a boat. The atmosphere was more pleasant, but the commentators were interested in what was happening in the castle. What were the rest of us doing all the time? We moved to the Urbiki, where he lies on a tree and is angry that because of the stupid magic transformation was too disadvantageous for him. Suddenly, the boy stops being indignant and hears some unexpected sound. And a few seconds later, he was frightened by an incredibly loud noise from a tree below. He did not know what had happened, so he decides to look down and find out what's going on. It turned out to be a girl Amethyst, who climbed a tree and then fell from it to the ground and was now sitting in tears. As I saw, Rinky immediately came down from the tree and immediately said that she falls all the time anyway. So then she climbed the tree, giving her hand along the way so that the girl could get up. But what Amethyst replies is that the guy looks upset. Help her get up. He doesn't understand what this girl said and why she thinks that he will win upset. Amethyst says you can't. I like the magic of transformation, which is why he got angry. And he says that it wasn't that he didn't like it. He just felt a little uncomfortable in the new body. And besides, he didn't understand why it had been changed so much. While the girl was coming to her senses, Vike said that it was all like they were afraid that all the participants would pursue him if he participated in his natural way. Amethyst quietly and modestly says that she is very glad then that there is the magic of transformation. To which the river embarrassedly asked again, she pretended that she had not heard. The girl replied that it's not like sleeping like that. There's always someone nearby. If the guy were even more popular, that girl would be very upset. She said all these words very embarrassed. I don't know what to do with myself. After a few minutes, Ricky's stupor and misunderstandings make themselves felt, and the girls gradually become awkward. And our commentators on this show say that if it really happened, Amethyst mustered up the courage to confess to Ricky. But the boy was caught tight and didn't quite understand that this was a confession, while the girl was very embarrassed and even turned around out of awkwardness. Ricky was bombarded with questions. I don't know what she usually answers, or does he just stood there in a stupor for several minutes? We move to Ricky's room, where he sits thoughtfully and does not understand why a girl would be upset if his popularity increased. He comes to the conclusion that she wants the guy not to be popular if she likes that he is not popular. He comes to the conclusion that Amethyst hates him, and this is a great shock from the guy. He no longer knows what to do. Ricky was not sitting in the room alone, but with Lucas, who didn't understand whether the guy was pretending or whether he was serious. He looked hot in his eyes. S already thought that all his energy went not into the brain, but into the muscle, so he looked at him with contempt. Ricky did not understand why and what Lucas was talking about. He was freaking out about this very much. After all, he simply couldn't understand why a girl should be upset about eating, and he would become popular, but Lucas just turned his head in response. And then he unexpectedly said that it seems that she really doesn't like you very much due to the fact that Luca agreed with the guy. He was more or less satisfied with this, and he said that he also thought so. Suddenly, a holographic owl appeared above them. She flew in to say that tonight they would have the opportunity to meet the truth outside the island, which surprised the guys. So the owl flew around everyone announcing that those stones of miracles would coincide and spend the whole day on the island on which they were located, where the security magic would no longer operate and they would be able to communicate on a free topic that they would like. Our main character was fascinated by Lucas and therefore most likely wanted to meet his truths outside the island. The owl told everyone to make their choice before dinner. Lucas noticed this and was not going to waste the opportunity and became incredibly serious. He changed into an incredibly beautiful outfit and wanted to try to regain the attention he already believed from his girlfriend. Having returned to the castle, our main character and her two companions who were with her on the boat see an unusual picture. In the center of the room sits a bun with which the lady asks the name of both. I liked everything how they spent their time on the boat. And then he stood up and said that he would like to chat a little before lunch. Therefore, holding out his hand, he asked whether Obsidian would allow him such an opportunity. To which our embarrassed girl agreed, seeing no reason to reject the young man's proposal. Then they turned around and were about to leave, and Lucas said that they would see each other at lunch and said goodbye to Alex and the brown-haired girl. Alex watched intently as the couple left, but he couldn't do anything because it was Obsidian's choice. Watching our couple go, they stood in a stupor for several seconds. I don't understand what just happened. And then someone behind them catches their attention. It was Reg who said that he would like to fight again when they all get together, but this Platinum immediately washed away, which is why Ricky was dissatisfied. And then suddenly the girl is invited to play a game for them. This immediately attracts Ricky's attention because he did not expect that Pearls could handle a sword, but she responded by saying that she did a little training as a sport. And a moment later, Ricky was impatient to go with them to the arena. The Pearl asked whether Alex would also go with her. He said that he didn't mind at all because they still had a lot of time before lunch. At that time, Amethyst watched from the balcony as everyone around dispersed and she was simply left alone. She was a little sad and offended that no one invited her anywhere, but the girl didn't want to impose herself. We move already to the moment where the girl, all dressed up on a horse and with a sword, is fighting against Ricky. The guy notices how nice the girl was and gives her a compliment, and also receives a small compliment in return. Alex is on the sidelines. In the end, he praises both of them. They say that not both are excellent riders. Suddenly, Ricky notices that there are balls around them and says that if only there was another person and they could play. The girl finally pulls up and says that she and Alexa could be on the same team against Grant. She asks what the two guys think about such a proposal. Grant accordingly agrees to such a competition and says that he will never lose to Alex, the one who scores more than 3 goals. Wins. Somewhere around the corner, someone was watching the 3 guys play. This was a girl who did not dare to go out to the guys because she was very shy. Looking at the horse, she thought about taking it and joining the fun game, but the girl's insecurities greatly hindered her. It was obvious. After all, the girl did not have such an open character. And so our commentators say that Grant and Pearls were a surprisingly good fit for each other, and the girls were wondering if there was a chance for them to get closer or if they would just be friends. The guy doesn't answer that it was unknown, but it seemed to him that they suited each other like no one else. The girl responds by saying that it was clear how the Pearl saw a masculine young man in Grant and asks, or by chance another commentator didn't think so. The guy just replied that he had a presentiment that today there would be changes in the lines of love. And besides, if Platinum again wins the heart of Obsidian, the changes do not promise to be grandiose. Then somewhere our heroine and Lucas were walking. Suddenly Lucas spoke to our heroine, saying that once he was walking through the garden and discovered something interesting. He begins to talk about how the children probably know that all these islands were created with the help of magic, but the girl replies that of course she heard it was done for the sake of broadcasting. And Lucas is very surprised that the girl has heard a lot, and magic, to which the girl with a smile on her face says that she doesn't know the details of the others. Then Lucas says that there are 3 mandatory points of Empire magic. The first is mana, the second is the magic circle, and the third is crystals. The magician used his own mono to create a magic circle. But to support this circle, constant replenishment was necessary. And for this purpose, they use crystals made by magicians. These crystals are the source of mana instead of people. Therefore, Lucas asked the girl to look at the magic circle. Look at it. You could immediately determine the level of magic in it. The older the circle was, the more energy it required, but the quality of the crystal would be higher. He showed such an example on a crystal in a garden that he found while walking. The girl was surprised and asked if there really was magic in the garden, to which Lucas replied that it was not just magic, but magic that required a lot of energy. This surprised the girl very much. She asked what kind of magic this was, then Lucas offered to show it to her. Raising his hand to the tree, something in his palm glowed bright yellow. Then the row of trees, which was completely green, turned into a beautiful sakura. The girl could not believe her eyes. Such magic surprised her very much. She began to ask the guy how he did it, to which Lucas replied that it seems that magic was used to maintain the desired shape of the tree in the garden, And according to the rules, strangers, for example Sadovnikov, cannot come here to sing. Because of which, he put a small amount of mana into the tree diarrhea bloomed right now before the girl's eyes. Lucas caught a small flower, and he caught one from a tree and asked the girl if she liked it. To which the girl, smiling modestly, accepted the gift and said that she really liked it. And then Lucas said that he liked her smile more than her surroundings. Then Platinum said that if the girl wanted, he could make other trees bloom. "Don't finish this sentence." He felt as if lightning was piercing him. The girl notices this and does not understand what is happening to Lucas. He stops talking and cannot do anything. It hurt so much that he grabbed his chest and began to breathe heavily. As soon as a girl notices that the guy's behavior with you is already too bad, she tries to approach him and help, but that he sharply knocks her hand away and tells her not to touch him. The girl is shocked and does not understand what caused this behavior, but the guy did not do it out of malice and could not do anything about it. He asks for forgiveness for his behavior and says that this will not happen again. She says that there is nothing wrong but asks if everything is fine with him. He tries to hide his trembling and pain. They say that he almost sneezed because of the pollen. And then, after a few seconds, he realizes that he behaved unworthily in front of the girl and once again asks for forgiveness. Watching as Lucas averts his gaze and apologizes to the girl, our heroine thinks in her thoughts that perhaps Lucas is sick because his breathing was somehow uneven and his complexion was pale, and this was all possible due to the fact that then he fell into the water and caught a cold. Behind the guy, the girl notices a bench and invites him to rest a little, to which Lucas replies that he is fine and does not need rest. The girl understands that the guy behaves this way because he most likely does not want to show his pain, or because he is bothered by cameras everywhere. Then the unexpected girl decides to say that her legs hurt, and that's why she would like to sit down, for which the guy immediately agrees without any hesitation. So after a few seconds, they sat down on a bench and were simply silent. Lucas caught his breath and felt much better. Suddenly he notices something near him. It turns out that all this time he was holding the girl's hand, and she didn't even notice it. Because of which, our heroine blushed very much, as well as the worries that she still had about the guy did not go away. Then Lucas raised the girl's hand and kissed it, and asked again for forgiveness for his behavior. The girl is perplexed. After all, he has already apologized to, which the guy replies that that was not enough and he wants to apologize again. Looking at Lucas, our heroine notices something cute in him and looks at him as if at a little sad puppy who is trying to apologize in every possible way. While the girl was thinking, Lucas approached her as close as possible. Look into her eyes, he turned to her and said that most likely she now thought that he looked like a little puppy. At first, the girl was a little surprised, and then she looked away and tried to pretend that she hadn't thought about anything like that, but in her thoughts, she didn't understand how he knew. While the girl was distracted, Lucas, holding her hand, lay down on her shoulder and said that he would obey like a sweet, faithful puppy. He, looking at her with incredibly sweet eyes, asked to give him another chance because she did not yet know everything about his character and about him in general. This behavior of the guy caused incomprehensible feelings in the girl. She could not answer anything. Looking at her, he began to promise her that the girl would not be bored with him. We moved to the moment when the Trinity had already finished competing and entered the house. The girl was disgruntled and was unhappy that if Alex had been a little faster, they would have won, which Alex simply replied that the Pearl was passing the ball too slowly. But Granite at that moment smiled and said no matter how she passed the ball, he would still have coped with the serve. The girl told Alex his pants, he hoped he heard it, to which the guy had no choice but to apologize. Then the guy gets distracted by something he takes with him. He notices an amethyst who had leaves from a tree on her head, which suggests that she was really wandering through the forest again, but that the girl is holding on to her naked body and replies that she just fell. Granita, this drives her into an awkward situation. He asks what really, again, while the girl is trying to help her friend by asking whether she's okay, to which she is incredibly embarrassed. She says that everything is fine, and there's no need to touch her. They gave Alex a voice from above, which said that all three of them were dressed strangely. It was our main character together with Lucas. The girl asks, were the guys really riding horses? Alex was incredibly glad that the girl returned. He replied that they were not just playing, but after which he invited the girl to sit down next to him, pointing to the chair that the servant was pushing behind him. Luca, with a smile on his face, says that then it's better to sit so far away. Let him sit next to him. He pushed back the chair and offered his hand to our heroine. Alex was jealous, of course, and asked what was the point of pushing back the chair in person. And for this, there were servants, to which Lucas, with a smile on his face, says that the guy should be silent. What was said to him was the one who was on his knees in the morning wiping the feet of our main character. The girl did not want anyone to argue for her, so she chose Rustov, which was in the middle, thereby resolving the conflict. So they all gathered together at one festive table. You know how the main character asks, were they really playing sex? But the fair-haired girl answers, what exactly, they had a lot of fun, and she invites her to play with them next time. Alex immediately asked whether the girl knows how to ride horses, which is why he drove her into a stupor. The girl, who lowered her eyes, did not say that she was very keen, but was thinking about something completely different. She knew that Marianne probably knew how to ride a horse. But the owl girl had never learned this, so she decided to give up a little. Lucas, who was sitting next to him, said that he would teach our girl if she didn't know how. She should definitely like horse riding. The girl did not expect such an answer and was a little surprised. Looking at Lucas, she didn't know what to answer mentally. She understood that it would look incredibly strange if it turned out that the girl in this matter was much worse than Marianne. Unexpectedly, Alex said that if a girl is not interested in this at all, then you shouldn't force her. And besides, there were many other things to do. Alex brought approximately a piano that was on the estate. If they liked music, then he could play for them. The girl got carried away. Of course she appreciated it. She was even amused by this fact. She also noticed that it would be a good idea to organize a dance evening because she loved to dance very much. The girl also decided to pin the grenade and said that he should cope with the dance because it looked like an argument like a guy like that, but did not appreciate it and said that these were completely different things. And then the girl took him for a show-off and said that it looked like I wasn't entirely confident in my abilities. Of course, Granta got very angry, and he started to say that he was just sure because it was just necessary to spin holding hands, but at least he was dressed for it. But the girl got carried away and said that when they danced too, for each time she stepped on her foot, Grant would have to fulfill one wish. Of course, this was such a dispute if Grant was not afraid, and such a statement made the guy very angry so much, so that he even hit the table. Even wine spilled behind the girl, which she clearly did not expect. Yes, he fell for such a provocation and agreed, but what the girl said was that she remembered his promises and would definitely even write it down. Due to the fact that Grant was freaking out behind the girl, wine began to spill more and more often. Alex noticed this and told Grant not to hit the table. And so, commentators say that it looks like Grant and Pearls have become friends. They are both quite cheerful in character, which is why they approached each other. But at that time, Amethyst couldn't even get a word in. The commentator was very sorry for the girl. They understood that if she wasn't a little bolder, then probably nothing would change, even though it was not easy for her. The commentator girl asked the guy, or is it better for him? I wonder how the meeting with the truth, which was supposed to be this evening, will go. But the guy says that in one day the situation has changed a lot. After all, Grant began to communicate more with Pearls, while Obsidian seemed a little doubtful. After all, only in the morning. She was cold with the locusts and already at a poor dinner. She sat between him and Alex, and perhaps her feelings had changed. But despite this, the commentators were still interested in what choice each of them would make. And so, we are transported to the moment when a holographic owl appears in front of our guys, which notifies everyone that they must decide on the first couple who will go to meet us with the truth. The ladies have already made their choice in favor of those they care very much. And now only men remained. They had to stand in the magic circle and say the name of the one they wanted to meet. If the choice of two people is the same, they will be able to meet outside the island. If she liked what she liked, she chose someone else. Then they will not be able to go to meet the truth. They even eat and receive a card from another girl. Also, during the meeting, the magic of secrecy was removed, which made it possible to speak freely about one's personality. However, the information received is prohibited from being passed on to other participants. And so the first one who had to make his choice was Granite, who was sitting in his room. Approaching the magic circle, there were 3 suitcases in front of him. He wondered who he would like to meet. After thinking a little, he confidently said that he wanted to meet the Pearl Stone. The commentators were surprised by Ricky's choice as he changed his preference. The female commentator said that he switched his gaze from obsidian to pearls. This was most likely influenced by the game. But the commentator was wondering whether Granta would choose Pearls. She was sitting in her room in a white dress. He stood near the circle. Our boy was very worried. He didn't know whether he made the right choice or not. He made a choice from his heart. Therefore, he really hoped that Pearls would come to him now. And the girl who appeared in front of him really turned out to be a Pearl girl with a smile on her face. She was approaching the river. As soon as the guy saw the girl, a smile immediately appeared on his face, realizing that maybe this was his destiny. Commentators were surprised because Pearls also chose him. It turned out to be the first couple. Although at the beginning they did not show much interest in each other, this whole situation turned out to be amazing. Pearl immediately tells Rika that it's time for him to leave, to which the guy lies down, immediately takes his suitcase, and goes to the portal. As soon as they stepped onto the portal, they immediately began to teleport. And finally, the owl told them that by moving space, they could go beyond the island. We move to the women's room where our obsidian sits. She thinks that no steps can be heard coming back. This only meant one thing, that probably the choice of Pearls coincided. Amethyst was very worried but tried not to show it. And so it was time for Platinum to make its choice. Same as with Alexandrite. Almost unanimously, they said about her that the stone with which they want to send her to a meeting with the truth was our main character, Obsidian. And so the commentator said that they chose the same girl, so they were very interested in who she would choose. The guys stood waiting for several minutes. I was very nervous. And then suddenly they hear our girl's steps and are very worried. I don't know what to expect next. Looking at the incredibly beautiful girl, they immediately become speechless, and besides silently watching as the girl chooses one of them, they can't do anything else. And suddenly the girl turns towards the locust. The guy was incredibly happy. He couldn't believe that she chose him. But as soon as she came down the stairs, he extended his hand to her and said that he had been waiting for her. As soon as the girl gave her hand, Lucas got down on his knee and kissed her. And incredibly happy, he added that she would not regret her choice, and he would try to do everything so that she would like it. Commentators cannot believe their eyes. It was an unexpected turn for them that Obsidian chose Platanu. The girl suggests that our main character was influenced by the same image of the cute puppy. When they were walking in the backyard, the guy says that he was so cute that he made her change her heart. But in reality, everything was different. We go back an hour before choosing our partner. When the owl flew in and told the lady to choose their partner with whom they want to go to meet the truth, our heroine did not know what to do. Just as she was about to text her partner, suddenly the organizer appears out of thin air and asks the girl who she decided to choose. The guy was confused by the girl, but she said that she thought for a long time about who to choose. After all, if she chooses Alexander, then she will be calmer with him. The organizer asked the reason why she would feel calmer with him, but the girl replied that he had a calm character and similar interests, and when he was around, she felt comfortable with him. With difficulty, the organizer exhaling notices our main characters and asks, "Were there really any problems?" The organizers began to explain that Alex was from the 5th Kingdom of Urkan, and the guy had heard that he often visited the neighboring state of Kayla on trade matters. And therefore the organizers suggested that the guy probably saw often with Marianne, who married the king of this kingdom. This fact shocked her very much. She had no way of knowing that Alex knew Marianne. The organizer has difficulty saying how closely they knew each other. Unfortunately, he does not have such information. Perhaps they were just seeing each other or passing by, but if he managed to personally communicate with the Marana, then this was a rather big problem. When the guy looked at the girl, he could guess that she was not a Marana. This shocked our heroine the most. The organizer also says that because of the magic of protection, everyone on the island tells lies and also pretends to be someone else, so Alex might think that the girl is also just pretending and nothing more. But when it comes to meeting the truth, there will be no magic, no Imperials, and no talking in private. But the organizer did not know at all whether Alex had the opportunity to personally meet and talk with Mariana, so the guy was worried that as soon as the conversation turned to the past, he would no longer be able to help the girl, and everyone would guess that she was a fake. The girl was very worried and did not know what to do then, to which the organizer sighed with difficulty. And he said that the girl just needed to choose another man. The organizer asked whether the girl liked someone else besides Alexandrite. The girl became very thoughtful and didn't know what to do or who to choose. And so we moved to the present time, where the girl finally made her choice and stood in a circle with Lucas. Their magic circle began to move. The commentators at the same time noticed that Platinum looked incredibly happy, and he had a face like he really didn't expect Obsidian to appear. But immediately the commentators realized that if the girl chose Lucas, it meant that Alexandrite was left alone. And Obsidian did not choose Alexandrite, which greatly shocked him because he could not believe his eyes. A holographic owl flew up to the guy and said that he would not be able to get to the meeting with the truth today. Therefore, he had to return to the room. And for such information, the guy looked very depressed. It was not surprising because he won the game by winning the girl, and no one could have thought that everything would turn out this way. Commentators say that, frankly speaking, they were also shocked by the choice. Commentators say that this was all due to the fact that even on a walk, Obsidian was favorable to Alexandrite, and therefore they could not have expected such a turn. And so those who remained on the island were in incredible confusion. In addition to Alexandrite, Amethyst was also left alone. We moved to the Pearls and Granite, who were looking around wondering if they had already arrived. We also simultaneously moved to Obsidian and Lucas, who also could not believe that they were already there. In the first case, the couple had a desert around them. This upset them very much. They couldn't believe their eyes. You didn't even have any bases in the area. But in the case of our main character, she and her partner ended up in earthly volumes. Lucas cannot believe that it was the land of permafrost, and besides, it didn't look like there were people there. The girl can't say or add anything. Suddenly, a holographic owl appears in front of the guys. She told the guys that at balls and in high societies, it was easy to fall in love. But there, the true appearance of a person was not visible. Therefore, the spouses, even in a dangerous situation, do not change their attitude towards each other. And now their task was that they needed to learn to accept their chosen one even in the most difficult situations. After the information was announced, the owl said goodbye to everyone, but finally told them to check whether they could go to the end with the person they had chosen. And also, the owl almost forgot he flying over. The participants did not say that there were objects in the suitcase that were supposed to help them. The Granite, who opened the suitcase, was surprised, and that at that time he still did not understand what was happening. And after that, he decided to say goodbye, saying that they had to try to join forces and stay alive until tomorrow morning. While the guys were looking into the suitcase, the owl simply abandoned them. They notice it, and they can believe that they were just left. Like that, only the camera was left with them. While one couple was indignant, our main character and her partner stood in a stupor at the words, "Stay alive." At that time, we are transported to commentators who say that the very center of the desert and the snowy lands, they also did not expect to see what kind of spectators they were, although they usually say that a person shows his true face. During the journey, the girl confirms the guy's words and says that in dangerous situations, people begin to express themselves. But the guy says that there are couples who, after traveling together, quarrel and break up, and there are relationships between which it becomes even stronger. Therefore, I watched our couples. They were interested in what our couples seemed like. At that time, Lucas was already shivering from the cold and did not know what to do. He tried to somehow warm up. The girl saw that Lucas was not feeling well and asked if he was in order, to which the guy said that she would need to dress up first. They took off all their jewelry. After all, since they were close to you, the iron easily froze the skin of the pavement, then unpleasant, painful sensations. Then they took out a winter robe from the suitcase. The girl had an incredibly beautiful blue cape, and Lucas had a white cloak, which also warmed him. I look at my clothes. Lucas noticed that now at least they won't die from the cold. The girl remembered that there should be survival items in the suitcase, and so she invited him to look. Lucas didn't waste time putting it in the suitcase on the floor. He wanted to open it. The girl couldn't wait to see what was in the suitcase itself. As soon as he opened the suitcase, they couldn't believe their eyes. A very bright light was emanating from it, and they didn't understand what exactly was in it, no matter how much they looked at it. As soon as they opened the suitcase, which they were given the way to, there were several crystals, also 4 boxes and a lamp. The girl, looking at the crystals, noticed that they were very expensive. While the guy in the background was looking at the boxes, he guessed that these items were for sleeping. Then the girl took a look at those boxes and guessed that the box needed to be inserted with the very crystals that she was holding. As soon as the girl inserted the magic crystals, the box began to glow brightly. The couple did not understand what was the matter and were even a little scared, after which, a few seconds later, 2 beds, tea tables, and sleepers lay out in front of them. They could not believe that they would not have to spend the night on Earth after all. The girl invited the guy to see what else was there. They looked into the same suitcase with curiosity. There they came across several more boxes such as provisions medicine and optimization of the environment. They were curious what it was, and they inserted a magic crystal there. We are transported to our main character, where they have also already opened the suitcases and taken out a box with environmental optimization. A large magical dome appeared around them in which they were located. In it, the guys noticed that the air became warmer, which is why they felt calmer in their souls. And it also doesn't become interesting. What else is there besides optimization in the suitcase? The guy was very glad that they were not sent there to die from the cold, while the girl, looking at several other items in the suitcase, said that she thought that they could spend the whole day in the capsule, and noticed that there were also items for sleeping in the suitcase personal hygiene products. While the girl was admiring the chest inventory, the guy noted that it was written on the box that the crystals were consumed very quickly when activated, so they should have been activated after stopping. Lucas suggested that the girl walk further into the place where they were moved. There was a rather gloomy landscape. The girl and Lucas went on a journey for a long time. They had already been walking in search of a beautiful landscape. Our heroine, looking at Lucas, notices that he is very ill and offers to stop anywhere under the pretext that he looked the same around him. The guy just grabs the heroine's hand tightly, and he says that they arrived there together and doesn't want to stop anywhere. After all, despite the fact that it was quite cold, he would like to spend time with the beautiful landscape because he thought that it would be great to admire the night sky on the hill that was in front of them. The girl replies with a smile that the guy means business, and that's why they continue to move on. So, for a few more minutes, the girl's head was filled with thoughts that the guy could be from a very noble family, and that's why he was looking for a romantic place. At some point, their eyes were directed at something beautiful. They found the very place where they could set up their camp. Lucas noticed that the snow was so white that the girl stood out even more against its background. Our heroine liked the compliments, but she didn't say anything in response, simply smiling while looking at the guy. In the box, I remembered that if this place was not far from the Northern Sea, then perhaps they would see the Northern Lights. The girl notices this and says that it would be wonderful. The guy was holding the box in his hand and couldn't even imagine that he would admire the starry sky with our heroine. He was very happy. Because of this, as soon as he laid out the box, he said that he was not even sure that he would be able to sleep at all today, being under the same dome with our heroine. We are transported to the commentators where the guy says that Platinum was looking forward to the upcoming night, but that the girl replies that next to her, even a gentle storm will seem hot. So the guy was not at all cold, the commentator thought so. Unexpectedly, not a single voice said that they had. But how were things going with Granty and the Desert Pearls? We moved to the Pearls with the Grant because they also set up a small camp. The girl was glad that it was very cool, and the guy in the water notices the fish and invites the girl to fry it. The untidy girl, of course, agrees, and Grant immediately catches one of them, and the girl in the background is incredibly happy. So we are already moving towards the evening where the girl with Grant Tom fried the caught fish on the fire, while the girl wants to quickly eat the fish. Grand something in the background, Vanya was knitting from leaves. The girl notices that Grand was very good at knitting. He says that he often did this showing off his work, adding that during training he did it almost every day. The girl asks in bewilderment what kind of training, to which the guy replies that the training was based on self-control because in today's country, a member of the royal family must undergo it. In years old, everyone had to spend a week in the desert. Grant talks about his life so easily that he completely forgets about the protective barrier and suddenly gets scared, not knowing whether such a thing could be told. The girl answers in a calm tone that most likely it is possible because there was no magical protection there. And immediately the girl said that she was the princess of the 7th kingdom of Hida, and her name was Layla Vaughn. The guy was surprised by the girl's courage because she was not afraid to receive a warning. He was so surprised that he froze for several seconds in a stupor. Then the guy saw that everything was fine and was happy. The girl smiled and said that now it was his turn to tell his real name. The guy immediately said that he was Ralph and was not the current prince of the Second Kingdom of El Salvador. The girl looked surprised, asked the guy if it was not in the south by chance because he was very familiar with the desert. The guy nods, says that this is the country of the sun, the courage of martial arts, and asks if the girl has been there. The girl replies that she has never been there. After all, she was the one who lived very far from Hit U. The guy says that it was logical and begins to ask what kind of place it was. The girl says that being thin is a place where anyone who is not able to cope with the sea wind will not survive. Is there any swimming there just like that? Most likely the guy will be carried away by the waves. Our hero guesses that it was the sea and now understands why the girl swam so well. The girl asked how old Grant was. It seemed like the Pearl was the same age as him. The commentators who were watching all this were surprised that they talked more about personal topics. The girl replies that they couldn't ask each other questions for a long time, and there were probably an incredibly large number of them now. The girl also noticed that judging by their names, they were both from royal families. The conditions for participation in the box were to be a member of the royal family or relatives of the royal family of one of the 8 states. The guy says that if they use the name of their kingdoms, it means that they are descendants of the royal family. But the commentator that the girl replies that most likely they were heirs to the throne. So we are transported again to the guys who were already asking each other questions about the family. The guy said that he had 5 older brothers. This greatly surprised the girl that they were all brothers. Pearl replied that she was the only one in the family smiling at the guy. Due to the fact that the girl was the only one in the family, she had a lot of thoughts, because her father wanted to pass the throne to her, which made her very worried. The guy asked if the female knight could also inherit the crown, to which the girl replies with a smile that her father needed to take it because of this. She also decided to ask how things were with this in his homeland. Were there any cases when princes got married and left for other countries? Such questions from the guy are very strong, surprised, and said that he didn't know. To which the girl, with an incredibly serious face, says that he will suddenly say that he is leaving, as his parents will do. The guy was already scared from such seriousness. Therefore, he said that he thought that he should have asked his parents first, and then he would probably find out. The girl exhales with difficulty and says that during the filming it was forbidden to contact the outside world. He should have asked about this in advance. Call him a fool. Grant just laughs it off and says that he really got stuck. The commentators were surprised that the Kingdom of Pearls needed someone who could move to her country. The guy replied that it seems the girl and the owl would like to get married and take the throne. After all, the Empire gave the power to rule in their own kingdom when they got married, thanks to the box. Having received such a right, the wife acquired power that was higher than even the appointed governor in the kingdom. Commentators with a smile on their faces say that this all meant that the Pearl was looking for that person who could travel with her to her country. It all made sense if the girl married not the firstborn and not the heir, but the second son of the ruler or lower. And if the Grand was the youngest among 6 sons, it was quite possible that the guy would move to her country, although they certainly didn't know it after all. Grant was the only one who, of all the king's sons, received the right to participate in the casket. We are transported to our main character and Lucas, where they are sitting drinking hot tea. Lucas notices that today there was an unusual night sky and says that in his country he could not admire the starry sky, and asks that it was probably different from the sky from the country where the girl was. But our main character, holding hot tea in her hands, stated that the guy was really suggesting that the girl was a sew of rice. To which the bow on his face said that it is possible, and yes, but perhaps no, he doesn't know for sure. But the girl at that moment was not at all thinking about what to answer Lucas, but about the fact that she had to tell Lucas tonight that she was surprised by Mariana at everything she had rehearsed. As soon as the girl turned to face Lucas and wanted to say that she was Mariana, Lucas unexpectedly kissed the girl, something she didn't expect. Our girl blushed from embarrassment and did not understand what was happening. Lucas continued to kiss our girl, not letting go, causing her to lose her balance and fall. She lay embarrassedly on the blanket, not understanding what was happening. In one moment, she wanted to say that she was Marianne, and in the next, she was already lying all red. Lucas, approaching her ear, whispered to her not to say anything, because that was not what he was interested in at all. No. The guy continued to say that how could one talk about love without knowing the harmony of the body It was the phrase on the fourth box that amused him the most. They stroked the girl's face. Lucas said that this statement was completely true because the bodies did not lie, and he invited our main character to check their feelings with the help of their bodies. But the embarrassed girl could not answer anything. She just lay there and looked at the charming Lucas. A few hours before this, the girl sat with the organizer in the same room and said that something really pissed her off. At first, the organizers didn't understand what she was talking about and decided to ask what exactly, and the girl answered him that if she couldn't choose Alex, who was left with only platinum, and he, judging because he was quite experienced in communicating with girls and would probably take her for Mariana, a liberated and free girl. But there was just a small problem that she had very little experience in such matters. Our girl was not sure that she would be able to show herself as Marianne, and when Platinum would begin to actively take steps towards intimacy, the girl squeezed her dress said that most likely she would fall into a stupor again. It's worth spending the whole day together, and you won't even be able to run away anywhere. The organizers were not very surprised by this question and did not answer for several seconds. And then he suddenly knelt down and said that she didn't have to worry about it. The girl was surprised, not understanding what he was talking about. Then the organizer said that he was in charge of the ball. Namely, he decided where the participants would go and what would happen there. Therefore, after a few seconds, the organizer finally smiled and said that Platinum would not have the opportunity to seduce her. He would be very busy. The girl didn't know what to be more surprised about, because the organizer smiled, or because she didn't understand what busy meant. And so we move back to our main character where she was already being seduced by Platinum with all her might. So unexpectedly, their process is interrupted by some strange sound coming from behind the payment. Of course, he does not ignore this. As soon as they turned back together, they were surprised and at the same time scared. I don't understand what it was. But after a few seconds, a pack of wolves appears from the darkness, which are clearly aimed at our main character and her boyfriend. Lucas, of course, did not expect such a turn and did not understand where the wolves could come from. The girl was surprised and numb because her organizer had not warned her about anything like this. The wolves did not wait and the whole pack attacked the dome. But they were unlucky, and the dome was protected by electricity, which is why a few seconds later one of the wolves was electrocuted. The wolves were no longer so brave. They gathered around their injured brother and did not know what to do. While our scared protagonist and Lucas stood in the dome, they realized that the capsule also served a protective role, which is why the wolves could not get inside. Realizing that they had nothing to lose, the wolf who was slightly injured turned around and began to leave. And behind him, the whole flock, it would seem the girl and Lucas were saved. Unexpectedly, Mariana was very worried and said that what if other animals appeared? The cookie's light perfectly attracted their inattention, especially since she was not in an open area. Lucas was no less worried. The guy took the box in his hands. I said that they couldn't roam the snowy lands at night, so I suggested that the girl try to hold out in the place they were in. All that remained was to trust the safety device. Our heroine also noticed that it would be better to dim the light a little by covering the lamp with some kind of blanket. And now they were sitting together without light and virtually without any romance. At some moments, there were even some scary sounds around them, because of which our girl was very afraid, and Lucas joked about it. They say that the night with scary sounds in the background was something incredible. At that time, our girl only thought about when the organizer said that she shouldn't worry about Lucas pestering her, but it was the right decision, because in such an environment, there would be no opportunity to do anything outside. And so the girl assumed that it was those wolves who were sent to them by Manuela who promised the girl that he would deal with her worries. But it was very logical that the dress could not focus its thoughts only on the girl. At that time, the guy noticed that the girl was fixated on something. With a smile on his face, Lucas suddenly took the blanket and threw it over the girl. She was even confused at some point, thinking that he would continue what he started. But unexpectedly, he tells her not to be afraid, because everything will be fine with them. The girl was incredibly amazed by these words from Lucas. Then, Lucas continued to surprise the girl, saying that if she was tired, she could get some sleep and he would check the magic crystals from time to time. The girl was still shocked and did not understand what was happening. She thought that Lucas would still continue to pester her. Then suddenly, the girl calmed down and said that it was okay because she didn't think she'd be able to sleep anyway. And this was, in fact, her fatal mistake, because Lucas leaned towards her and suggested continuing where they left off. The girl was more and more embarrassed by this. She was driven into a stupor and even unexpectedly asked again what Lucas had said. To which the guy took the girl by the hand and said that he would like to test his feelings with the help of physical bodies. He took the girl's entire hand. He placed it on his heart and asked if she could feel how quickly it was beating. Then the guy embarrassedly said that it was like this from the very first moment they didn't meet. The girl silently listened to what Lucas told her. Don't interrupt him for a second. As soon as Lucas finished speaking, she lost her head and said that how could this be when the guy didn't know her at all? Not her real name, not her appearance. To which the guy replied that everything was like that, because of which he was more and more curious. He wanted to get to know the girl more, and that most importantly, all day long he thought only about our main character. Don't get her out of your head for a second. The girl looked at the guy in surprise and asked if she seemed completely different from who he was thinking about, to which Lucas replied that there are married couples who live together all their lives. One day I suddenly realized that I don't know each other at all. Our heroine answered nothing to this, so the guy continued to say that spouses should be able to share their most intimate things with each other while being completely naked. Girls, when Lucas said that her first wedding night immediately came to mind, she recalled a phrase from a book she read as a child. The relationship between spouses should be such that without embarrassment, imagine naked in front of each other and be able to share the most intimate. Lucas reminded her of this at that time. The guy told her that he didn't even remember where he heard this line, but he remembered it very much. Also, the guy, smiling, said that if looking at his naked partner, it seemed to him like a different person, and he was interested in knowing his thoughts, and it could be different every day. He asked the girl what she thought. Our same main character was shocked and could not answer anything because she was flying in her thoughts. Onion, and again gives out interesting thoughts. They say that the girl doesn't want to know now, but personally they say that as soon as she says, she will begin to say that she didn't like her, but her status. And so Lucas laughed and said that his feelings for her were simple, and that's why he said that he wanted to prove it to her. Suddenly there are commentators who say that they did not think that Platinum was so noble, to which the guy commentator replies that it seemed to him that Platinum made an impression on Obsidian. We also move directly to the commentators themselves, where they say that they would be interested to know whether Obsidian is actually Lady Marianne, but most likely they won't see it today, to which the girl also answers her colleague that Platinum is also quite interesting, just he endures to prove his love. For the commentator guy, this was very unexpected, because it seemed to him that Platinum was an easy-thinking person. To which the girl replies that if she remembers, Platinum said from the first meeting that he was a simple and honest person, and the guy also noticed that his words would appear in the garden. Then they were true when he said that Obsidian would be with him. I'm bored, to which the partner replies that Obsidian most likely also felt something. Then Platinum also showed its real character in an encounter with truth. So we leave our two romantic lovebirds. We are transported to Grant, who is very much panicking because of something and cannot even utter 2 words. It was all because he was worried that they wouldn't sleep together tonight. At first, the girl didn't understand what Grant was talking about, but he looked like a little child who was worried about something petty. At first, the girl didn't understand what Granite was talking about, and then she said that there were 2 beds in the room so they would sleep separately. But the guy wasn't bothered at all, and the fact that they were standing in the same room, which is why he concluded that it wasn't working out. They will sleep together. He blushed deeply. Vitya didn't understand how they could sleep together in the same room before the wedding. Such logic greatly shocked the fair-haired girl. She was so surprised by the guy that she spent several more minutes trying to process what he had just said. Then the girl asks what was wrong with that. After all, they will just sleep. To which the guy stuck into the pillow says that he can't do that. After all, it will all be in a dark room and they are alone, plus he will hear her breathing. We asked the fair-haired girl what was wrong with this, but the guy still couldn't do it and hid under the pillow. They found a way out. The girl was sleeping under the dome, asking the question, what was happening, while on the verge, it was behind the dome, wrapped in a sleeping bag. The girl, driven by the absurdity of the situation, decided to ask again whether the guy would really sleep there in the desert on a cold night, to which the city guy replied that the warrior of El Salvador is not afraid of the cold, and the girl still wondered how it was possible to sleep on such a narrow bed. At that time, we moved to the organizer, where he monitors all the participants in a large magical laboratory. He orders his minion to activate the monsters in the desert, which he immediately does. Once again, we cut to Grant, where he reveals that during training he slept inside a sand pit, and it was much more comfortable than some small bed. Suddenly, the guy hears some sounds similar to gurgling and lowers his eyes downwards. He notices many scorpions crawling on his sleeping bag, causing him to become very scared, starting to shout across the whole desert so that it could even be heard through the dome. While the embarrassed Grant came back to his warm bed and was embarrassed lying with his back to the girl, who at that time was laughing very hard, the girl could not contain her laughter, and moreover decided to tease the guy and said that it seems that warriors are also afraid of scorpions. He stood up embarrassedly and said that it was a red-tailed Scorpio from one of his courses was instant death. Somehow the girl forced herself to calm down, but continued to tease the guy, asking how he slept on a narrow bed, to which he became even more angry and said that in fact he was initially short, because of which the girl laughed even more times she could no longer hold back her tears. Then Pearl says that he thinks it will be interesting to live together with him. The guy was a little shy, but did not answer anything, pretending to be asleep. But the girl continued saying that they were about the same age, and their personalities suited each other. Their hobbies also coincided, so the girl was incredibly happy. The guy embarrassedly decided to answer by agreeing with the girl, but still continued to look at her embarrassedly. And so, under the night sky, the girl began to ask Grant that no one from his kingdom had yet been married, after participating in the box, to which the guy confirmed all the information. Tell him that his uncle participated, but his last choice did not match. This girl was amused, and she decided not to answer anything. The girl commentator is observing this whole situation, and says that there was just a strange moment between them, the guy. This also notices that Pearls had an interest when he was there, but it seems to her that it will not be so easy to marry him, despite the fact that they are not so ideally suited to each other. But who knows, there are couples who overcome problems with their love. This was not the power of the box. We are transported at this time to the island where Alex and Amethyst are sitting at dinner. Suddenly, Alec notices that the girl doesn't eat at all, and asks her if she really didn't like the food. The girl did not expect that the guy would talk to her, and was surprised he replied that not at all, she was just thinking about something else. She was actually very interested in what others were doing now. But what Alex replies is that judging by other issues of the box, they spend time alone in some unusual conditions. Sometimes these can be harsh conditions. The girl, fingering her fingers, hoped that everything would be fine with them. Alex notices that the girl is behaving strangely and asks if she's really worried about Grant, to which she looks at the guy in surprise and says that she didn't say anything about Grant at all, and asks how he guessed. The guy was surprised and said that he thought that anyone could easily guess what the girl was thinking about the guy. Despite the words of Alexandrite, the girl is still very sad because although it could be easily guessed, she thought or knows about Grant that she is worried about him. And then the guy realizes that this is an awkward situation, and he says that he just misspoke by the word anyone. He didn't mean Grant at all. So there is a high probability that he is not aware of the girl's feelings, which is why she is starting to worry a lot. But the guy says that it seems to him that he will guess whether there is only he will begin to show any activity. The girl replies that the owl would like to do something, but doesn't know how. She says that she trained to do with the Grant, something that interests him. But it turned out to be not as easy as she thought. Alex was shocked and asked the girl again whether she was really training. The girl understands that she did something wrong but did not understand what exactly, so Alex decided to ask her what exactly she was doing. We are transported to the moment of the story where the girl climbed onto the horse. She tried to learn to ride horses, but as soon as she tried to direct the horse in one direction, it went in a completely different direction. Then, after the story, Alex finally decided to look at how the girl was training, and saw that the horse did not listen to the girl at all because she was doing everything completely wrong, which is why the horse was a womanizer. As soon as Alex approached the horse, he immediately calmed her down. And then he told the girl that it was too dangerous to exercise alone on a horse, because of which the girl could be seriously injured. Then suddenly the girl admits that she did fall once, but was not seriously hurt. Alex looks at the girl with an indignant face and says that you can die like that. But the girl replies that she just wanted to learn how to ride a horse well, and it seemed that this way she could get closer to Ricky. The guy asks her about the fact that Ricky chose someone else. Didn't that hurt her at all? But what the girl replies is that even if he chose someone else, she didn't want to be inactive, and she had to try to do at least something to get closer to the guy. Looking at the girl, Alex smiles and says that she was quite brave, and then unexpectedly says that he will teach her to ride a horse, and when she gets the hang of it, he will show her how to play polo. The girl was very happy and could not believe that Alex would really help her. Unexpectedly, Alex said that first they needed to change into comfortable clothes. The girl did not quite understand what exactly she needed to wear, to which the guy began to explain that first you need comfortable shoes like the ones he had. While the girl had straight shoes, and she did not want to take them off since it was part of her image, and so she began to wonder if she could change them, to which Alex offered her shoes that matched her image, which is why the girl was very happy. Also, the commentators just moved to them and did not understand what was happening, but the guy says that this is a union between them, which they don't even know about, suspected. Their conversations and actions by the commentator were less like romantic feelings and more like solidarity with each other of those who were not chosen, so they seemed to sympathize with each other. The guys were pleased to look at Amethyst, who had plucked up courage and was trying so hard to please Grant. Which is why Alex also looked at the girl in a new way from a completely different side. So after a brief commentary from our characters in the playpen, we move to the main character in the mountains, our heroine. By that time, she was already fast asleep since it was late at night. Suddenly, she wakes up hearing some coughing sounds. Due to the fact that the girl was sleepy, she did not immediately understand what was happening and decided to turn around and see what Lucas was doing. Then, the girl suddenly breaks down, realizes that it's the guy coughing, and decides to go check whether everything is okay with him. As soon as the girl approached him, she asks, "Or is he okay?" but he doesn't answer. Then the girl notices that he is breathing heavily, and this puts her in a stupor. She cannot do anything. But then he decides to wake him up, asking at the same time whether everything is fine with the guy. As soon as she turned him over on his back, she noticed that he had a fever, he was all wet, and still did not answer the girl's questions. Therefore, she immediately came to her senses and remembered that there were medicines in the first aid kit. She immediately tried to go to them. Like a guy friend grabs her hand and doesn't let go, he tells the girl not to leave. She turns to the guy and doesn't understand what's happening. Lucas, as soon as I was doing the closet, turned around and said that it would soon pass and that she should not worry. And he also asked for forgiveness for waking up the girl. The girl didn't answer anything because she was lost in thought, thinking about everything the guy said. She understands that this is not the first time this has happened to him, and he's used to it. Lucas coughed again. Our main character suggests that it might be because of the cold she was going to bring him a heater, but that he didn't answer, so the girl said that he should feel better. As soon as the girl tried to leave, the guy immediately looked at her and asked if she could stay with him there. This, as always, confuses our heroine. She gets up in a stupor. I don't know what to do, whether to go for medicine or to stay and be close to Lucas. They looked at each other like that for several seconds. Lucas held her hand so that she wouldn't leave. The guy looked at her with puppy dog eyes again, because he thought that this should have helped faster. The main thing is heroine, and I again wonder what Marianne would have done in this situation. The girl finally pulled herself together and decided to lie down next to the guy. Our heroine lay down, hugging Lucas very close. They felt the awkwardness of this whole situation with their bodies, but they didn't try to show it, just looking at each other. Then the girl suddenly asked Lucas if she could sing him a lullaby, calling him a cute little puppy. This behavior surprised the guy very much. He didn't know how to react, and now he didn't know what the fever was from, or from illness, or from the girl herself. Then, Lucas unexpectedly moved closer to our heroine, said that it seemed he had already recovered, calling her the mistress. The girl was surprised by this behavior, but she didn't pay much attention to this behavior, letting him know that she didn't mind a little affection. As soon as the girl hugged the guy, she noticed that his breathing became even and his coughing stopped. Unexpectedly, the guy thanked the girl for staying by his side, and then he added that if there was anything needed, he would definitely thank her for her kindness today. This surprised the girl very much. The guy took her hand and kissed it as a sign of gratitude. He said that the girl could contact him at any time. This was very confusing for our heroine as usual. She no longer knew what to do with herself, but did not show it. At this point, we are transported to the commentators, who say that it was an excellent phrase, and rather not even flirting, but really gratitude. That's why it sounded so burdensome. The girl also noticed this and said that we paid seemed to her a seducer. He was pleased with the sincere one. This was very different from his behavior on the island. The girl thought that Obsidian also felt some kind of feeling, and the guy at that moment was wondering what their relationship would be like in the future. And so we move on such a wonderful note to the morning of the next day, where Alex and the Amethyst are standing waiting for our beautiful characters. Unexpected magic circles shone, and our two couples appeared from there completely unharmed. Alex as always greeted them with his even and confident look just like Amethyst, but I'm not at all sure Alex also asked if they didn't have a good time. But that she was getting hairy, the girl showed the class with her finger and smiled. And Lucas, covering his grin, said that it was amazing. The guy doesn't address the girl, says that he thinks it wasn't entirely comfortable for her to sleep with him, to which our heroine laughed and said that it was a new experience. Alex was already upset, thinking no about what he needed. The girl, unraveled, suddenly turns to Obsidian and asks where they ended up. Tell me about the fact that they were in the middle of the desert. Our girl looked at her in surprise and was about to tell her, but she interrupts her. Invites the girl to chat in the room. The children incredibly wanted to get into a room with a roof and walls. Amethyst stood nearby at that time and just listened. Amitos looked confusedly at Grant, to whom the guy was asked to talk about the desert. But that his reaction was ambiguous. He said that it was incredibly disgusting. After all, there were red-tailed scorpions, and then Alex asked where Lucas ended up. But he replied that they were in a snowy field in which there were also wolves. Amethyst realized that she would not be very comfortable calling Granite for a conversation now, and therefore decided to leave. We move to the women's room where 3 girls are sitting, and the discordant girl talks about how it was very interesting for her to communicate without protective magic, because she was able to satisfy her curiosity, which tormented her all the time. But honestly, he unexpectedly asks, did the girl really recognize me as Grant? And Obsidian asked us what the girl felt after she found out his identity. Our heroine also asked if there were any surprises, maybe something else had changed. To which the Pearl, lowering its eyes, says that it's a little... Amethyst was very slightly interested in this, just like Obsidian, and she asked if she had really changed her feelings for Grant. To which the Pearl thought and said that, to be more precise, it was rather not feelings. After meeting with the personalities, she began to think about what it would look like in reality. He said that everything was complicated there. The girl with a smile on her face asked what about Obsidian, how it all went for them, but that the girl also lowered her eyes and said that her situation was no less easy. Amethyst was sitting on the side at that time and thinking about the thoughts she was very interested in, what kind of thoughts they were, and she was very curious. But because of the magical protection, they could not talk about the facts that they learned at that meeting, so the girl assumed that you can't ask about something like that. Pearl was tired of sitting. She said that due to the fact that she had a lot of thoughts in her head, she needed to go and rest. Our heroine supported her in this, because she was also very tired. So the 2 girls went to rest. After spending the night behind the island, they said goodbye to the Amethyst and said that they would see each other at lunch. Amethyst, again, because of her modesty, did not answer anything but sat and watched the girls leave. We moved to the men's room, where River was already complaining that he did not know that they would have to sleep in the same bedroom even though the beds were separate. Lucas decided to make fun of the guy and said that he was really worried that he would have to sleep in the same room with a woman the movie was already boiling at that moment, although he tried not to show it. But then, having calmed down a little, he exhaled and said that he didn't know he couldn't sleep because of the sounds of a stranger's breathing. Lucas, smiling, leaned towards him and said that he really hadn't slept all night. Ricky replied that not exactly all night, but he hadn't slept enough. Our guy decided not to give up his position and also wanted to joke about the fact that the guy seemed to be sleeping soundly in such a place. But Lucas had his own power that they slept all night in an embrace, because of which he froze and could not answer anything. But after a few seconds, with his jaw hanging, he said that he also hardly slept all night, but in a completely different situation. Then, turning to Alex, he notices that he is looking at him intently, but does not say anything, and so the conversation between the guys ends. We move to our main character's room, where she lies and looks at the ceiling. Suddenly, something appears on both of her, and she pays attention to it. It turns out to be the organizer, who asks the girl why she can't sleep, and also says that she was so nervous yesterday that she probably didn't sleep well, so he advised her to take a little nap. To which the girl sits on her knees and says that she cannot sleep. And suddenly the girl asks the organizer, or can she ask him, a question to which of course the guy didn't mind. The question that had been bothering her all this time and because of which she could not sleep was whether the dress was not of interest to her or whether he was sick with something. She began to explain the situation that last night in the garden as well as in the snowy field. He looked sick, which is why the girl began to worry very much about him. The organizer, who looked at the girl for a moment, didn't even answer for a few seconds, and then said that it was painfully strange. And such an answer surprised the girl very much. She did not understand why he said it and what exactly was strange. The organizer said that he thought that the girl was now asking him how long she still needed to take part in the broadcast. This answer surprised the girl very much, and she replied that he told her that she would participate until they will find Lady Marina. The organizer did not deny his words and said that he said everything correctly and also promised to do it as soon as possible. But he did not expect that she would adapt to the show so quickly. These words embarrassed the girl very much. She did not know how to respond to them. Then, somehow gathering her thoughts, she said that it was all thanks to the tips he gave. But then suddenly the guy said that he was not talking about her pretending. The organizer, who sat down next to us, will continue to say that it seemed to him that communicating with Platinum would be a burden for her. But he noticed that the girl acted incredibly skillfully with him, that he was even a little surprised. Our main character was very nervous and said that she was only thinking about what Lady Marianne would do. The organizer interrupted the girl and asked if it was because she had feelings for him. Obsidian tried to answer somehow, but she didn't know what exactly to tell her. Then the guy continued and said that he thought that if she had feelings, it would be much better. This surprised the girl. She did not expect such words from the guy, and therefore asked him what he meant. To which he replied that he had already told her once that a date with Alexandrite could pose a threat. But if the girl had feelings for him, and she would not have chosen him, then there would be a completely different conversation. The girl sat humbly and listened to the organizers. He continued to say that other participants would have doubts. The girl did not understand why the guys should have doubts, and suddenly the organizer interrupts and asks the girl if she wants to develop a love story with Platinum. This question shocked the girl. She blushed all over and did not know what to answer to the organizer himself. This question greatly shocked the girl. She no longer knew what to do with herself out of awkwardness. The organizers noticed this and asked if she didn't like Platinum. To which the girl replied that it wasn't that she didn't like it, but there was something that really embarrassed her. The organizer continued to put pressure on the girl, telling her to try to get closer to him. Our heroine was very worried and said that then Platinum would think that she liked him, and the very embarrassed girl said that then there would be more of the same thing. The organizer did not immediately understand that there would be more of the same thing, but that the girl, very nervous, answered that, for example, a kiss or something like that. The organizer still wondered because he didn't understand what was wrong with it. Then he asked whether the girls really disliked physical contact. There was an incredible system in the box that physical contact was possible only if both partners agreed. A girl sitting on her knees looking down listened to the organizer as he said that he thought that he had explained everything to the girl before the start of the broadcast, and she understood everything. Our heroine looked away from her head and said that she understood everything, but she had the misfortune of not having any experience. The organizer asked if the girl really meant that she had few relationships before marriage, to which the furrier replied that this too. Here, after all, our heroine decides to admit that she has not had any experience of intimacy with a man. The organizer was in shock. He did not understand how to react to this. What the girl said meant only one thing. Looking at the girl, the organizer continued to say that although she did not have the happiest life in marriage, there was still a marital duty of obligation, and so on. She said very loudly that even this did not happen, period. Thus, she greatly surprised the sitting guy. He didn't know what to do, while our heroine was already dying from the awkwardness that had arisen between them. Then the girl decides to tell the organizer her story. When she became an hour of marital duty, the girl asked her husband to wait a little longer. What her husband said she looked like. She came up with something for herself, because where she was, there were no developers. He gave her an ultimatum and said that she had any idea how much he paid for her, she was the daughter of a bankrupt aristocrat, because of which she should have been grateful to him, and for the fact that because of her pedigree she became not his mistress but his lawful wife. Such facts killed our girl very much morally. She did not know what to do. In fact, her husband grabbed the girl by the shoulder and told her to finish the expensive wine he was holding in his hand. The girl immediately drank it without leaving a drop in the glass. I don't know what awaits her next. After drinking wine, the girl heard in her clothes what the guy said, that as the girl heard expensive wine, she immediately attacked him, and therefore her essence could not be hidden. In addition, he called her a bitch of impoverished aristocrats. After which her husband threw her onto the bed without asking, but either the girl wants it. He climbed on top of her and started talking about how yes, the girl drank expensive wine, and now it was time for her to pay for it. But suddenly, the girl began to feel dizzy. She notices this, but does not tell her husband. Her husband began to pester her, but the smell of the girl's wine made her feel incredibly sick. She didn't know what to do with herself. There is also a guy who pounced on her from above who did not let her go and held her very tightly. Our heroine found the strength to push him away and throw him to the ground, preventing what she didn't want. Her husband began to wonder and did not understand what was happening, why the girl suddenly attacked him. And then everything became clear when our heroine lowered a ribbon on him, which horrified him. We move to the moment the conversation ends, where the girl says that it was bad not to remember anything further, and she seems to have lost consciousness. The girl sitting awkwardly says that she woke up in the middle of the night. Our husband was already drunk and asleep. According to the maids, he was incredibly angry. Then he left to have fun with the girls, and returned in the morning. Such an incredible story forced the organizers to open their mouths, and for a few minutes this was immersed. And then he hit him in the face and couldn't believe his ears because it was a pretty stupid situation. But besides this, there was a problem. Suddenly, the guy stood up, thereby frightening the obsidian. I did not know what was about to happen. The organizer just walked up to the window and was very upset. I didn't know what to do or answer. For several minutes, he looked out the window. Our heroine did not observe the display. And then the guy asked why she was only telling him about this now, and that the girl replies that they had never asked her about this before, but that the organizer replies that one of the reasons he chose her was her marriage. It seemed to him that someone who had been married like Mariana would be better suited for this role, a married girl, than an unmarried one, because one of the search conditions was the fact of marriage, and the organizer also asked the girl whether she had a romantic relationship before marriage. But the girl couldn't answer anything looking at the floor. She just mumbled that it didn't happen. This surprised the organizer even more. He asked her how she managed to pretend to be a Marana so cleverly all this time, to which she could not even answer, still sitting in a stupor. But then, unexpectedly, the girl smiled and said that the organizer simply taught her well. Moreover, since childhood, she loved watching programs about the box. The girls especially liked Miss Pink Diamond from the fourth box. Our heroine always wanted to pretend to be her secretly from others. Girls, it seemed that becoming the person of her dreams would not be difficult, but only when a man touched her did her eyes turn white. The organizer asked whether the girls were really unpleasant to all men, or if it was just Platinum, to which the girl replied that she had never kissed other men, so she didn't even know for sure. Such an absurd situation greatly strained the organizer. He did not know what to do. So they stayed in silence for a few seconds. The organizer looked at the awkward situation that happened with the girl. And then, unexpectedly, in a completely calm voice, he replied that they should have acted as follows. And as it happens, I understand that at the most interesting part, their conversation ends, and we are already transported to the dinner table when we all got together for dinner, but our girl was just missing. Platinum, looking at her place, was very worried and was surprised that the girl would not have breakfast. Amethyst said that she was a very tired girl and told her that she wanted to sleep some more, so she did not bother her. At that time, Pearl, looking at her empty place, said that she was especially given a breakfast room, so she didn't have to worry because she probably had a snack. But Platinum was not satisfied with such answers, and he was still very worried about the girl. When everyone left after dinner talking about their own things, only Platinum remained at the table. He deprived our main character of packing a small lunch because he was still worried whether she had eaten. Having gathered, he suddenly heard someone stomping down the stairs. Then, seeing who was walking there, he was incredibly happy. It was our main character who was coming down the stairs from her room. The guy immediately ran up to her as quickly as possible and asked how she was feeling and whether she had breakfast, which the girl said that everything was fine and she had a snack. The guy said with a smile on his face that they had cinnamon pie for dessert, and he was just about to take it to her. Lucas was very embarrassed, and therefore holding his neck, he said that if the girl did not want to eat him right now, she could refuse. This behavior greatly surprised the girl. Then, suddenly the girl heard from the side, someone asking her how she felt. It was Alex, who had just finished eating and decided to approach our heroine. The girl thanked the guy for his concern and said that everything was fine, and then lower than the girl. He said that she wouldn't mind. Then he would like from the day a little time of our obsidian beauty. Luca, who was standing next to him, was already upset and understood that she was now asking him and would leave with Alex. The girl recalled the words of the organizer, who told her to act in a certain way. He waited a little and didn't answer anything. The girl stood at first just looking at Alex, and then she suddenly grabbed Lucas's hand and said that she had plans, which made Lucas very surprised. Both Lucas and Alex both did not understand what was happening because they did not expect such a turn of events. I grabbed the girl's hand and said that they would see each other at dinner. Alex was very tired of this turn of events. He didn't know what to do. It was as if the earth had just disappeared. Our commentators were shocked by such an event. The first shocking news was that the girl grabbed Lucas by the hands, and the second was that obsidian at the end cut off any thread of hope for Alexandrite. Commentators noticed that Platinum was no less surprised, and our commentators were about as surprised. Everyone stood in a stupor and did not understand what was happening, while the guys commented that it seemed that the guy's meeting with the truth was effective, because after only a couple of rounds, they had already decided on their feelings. Alex, who lowered his eyes, was very upset but did not interfere. He bowed and said that they were deviating from them so as not to disturb them. After our heroine watched Alex leave, Lucas stood in shock and did not understand what it was. And then suddenly, the girl with a smile on her face takes her cake and tells Platinum that they need to have a serious talk. This statement surprises him very much. He does not know how to react and is embarrassed. Suddenly, the guy picks up the girl in his arms, thereby surprising our heroine. He asks where to take the sweet girl, calling her his mistress. To which the girl with a smile on her face responds that they should go to a quiet place where there is no one. So we are already moving to the moment when the girl is sitting with a cake on a horse and Lucas is riding her in a circle. The guy with a smile on his face says that he wanted to carry the girl in his arms but thought that it might bore her. Unexpectedly looking towards the camera, they notice a bench there and the guy invites them to sit there. The girl accordingly does not refuse, after which Lucas safely offers his help to get down, which the girl does not refuse but only for. As soon as Lucas helped her off the horse, he hugged her tightly. And then there was a romantic kiss between them that they did not expect. In general, the girl didn't mind. Something in this situation embarrassed her. All this was observed by the organizer, who suggested that the girl do something unexpected. The girl did just that. She pushed him away without any words from the guy, thus greatly surprising him and at the same time frightening him. The girl, not quite smiling, said that she needed to tell the guy something and asked him to put him down. As soon as the guy lowered the girl down, she began to look at the organizer, apparently listening to his instructions. She was very nervous. The girl began to say that a guy once told her that she might not say who she was, but she thought that she should still tell her about it. Averting her gaze to our heroine, she says that she has a person whom she still cannot forget. Such a confession greatly shocked Lucas. He did not know how to react to this and began to wonder what kind of person he was. The girl did not answer, but thought about what the organizer told her last night. Namely, the guy was talking about a Martian who was always a cheerful and relaxed girl, but as a result of an accident, she lost her beloved husband. Therefore, the organizer, looking at the girl, told her that the girl's behavior could be different from the fourth box. The girl doesn't understand what the guy is talking about and what kind of behavior she should have had. To which the organizer says that since she cannot forget her late husband, she may experience difficulties in intimacy with other men. This is the same as in our case, namely when a girl remembers her husband. That is, I remember my husband when she loses weight alone with another man. So the organizer asked me if the girl could make Platinum believe it. The girl, of course, didn't know, but said she would try. And so we move again to the moment of the conversation with Lucas, where the girl says that because of magic, she cannot give details and says that in order to forget that person, she needs a little time. Lucas stood shocked. I don't know how to react. Then our heroine says that if the guy's feelings for her were sincere, I'll prepare him to wait for her. Listening to all this, Lucas experienced different feelings that were incomprehensible to him. Suddenly, the guy lowers his head down and asks the girl for forgiveness. Our heroine already thought that that was all, and she destroyed his feelings for her. But the guy in turn unexpectedly approaches the girl and hugs her thereby. Surprising the girl, the guy said that he didn't even think about her feelings. Hugs the girl, he said that he didn't know his desires first of all. Then he let the girl go, who still couldn't come to her senses. I don't understand what will happen next. Then Lucas smiled and said that he would wait for her like a faithful dog, even if it took a long time, because he already knew how to wait patiently. The organizer of the film was incredibly surprised by this answer, but could not say anything. We are moved by a commentator who also sat watching this incredible scene. They sat there with their mouths open and couldn't believe their eyes. After all, they were shocked. And then one voice that I didn't expect said that it could be Mariana. The girl said that it seems the heroine mentioned her late husband, and therefore from this country they assumed that it was exactly that girl. They recalled that Marianne and her husband were a beautiful couple who met on the fourth casket, and when the young master died, the whole empire was sad. This is why people were shocked when they learned about Marianne's participation in the fifth box, because she decided to remarry years after the death of her beloved husband. Because of which, the commentator says that everyone was wondering what Mariana was thinking about. The girl suggested watching the interview with her again. The organizer switched frames with just one click of a finger. The recording that was preserved with Marianne during the interview appeared in front of all viewers, as well as in front of commentators. There, the girl was asked why she decided to remarry, to which Mariana smiled and said that she knew that they were interested in this question. Fingering her hands, the girl replied that, to be honest, she still had not forgotten her first husband, but maybe she thinks that she will remember him forever. However, in his homeland, not in the kingdom. The crown could not be passed on through the female line. If she gave birth to a son from him, she would become a regent, but unfortunately they have no children. Because of this, the girl is now forced to transfer power to the governor, and her late husband, of course, did not want this, however, like the residents of Kaylee. Therefore, the girl knew that if she got married a second time, she could become queen and continue to rule the country of her late husband. She thought that he would definitely want it to be so. Then the girl is asked whether she can meet her true love in the fifth box. The girl was silent for a few seconds, and then she said that she didn't even know, but she believed that her late husband could help her with this. And then the girl, with a smile on her face, suddenly burst into tears and said that her husband was watching me and his country from heaven. The viewers who watched this interview were very shocked, and some even burst into tears, saying that at first they did not understand how Marianne could decide on a second marriage after only 2 years. But now it turned out that it was all for the sake of her husband. Everyone watched the interview in surprise and assumed that Obsidian seemed to be a pink diamond, but at first she seemed too gloomy and cautious for Marianne, but the character could change after the death of her husband. This was quite understandable for the audience, and now there was only one question. Could Miss Mariana is getting married again? So we are shown a scene where a girl sits romantically with Lucas on a bench. Commentators say that Platinum was quite suitable for the girl for her dreams, and besides, he said that he was ready to wait for her. We are transported to the organizer, who himself sits in the room where the film material is being processed. He rewatched the scenes where the girl kisses Lucas. Such scenes greatly fascinated our organizer, although he tried not to show it. We are now transported to the next day in a room where Grant, Pearl, Alex, and Amethyst are sitting at the same table. They are discussing something funny. Amethyst's attention was all focused on Grant, who was telling something she couldn't take her eyes off him. Suddenly, Pearl notices that Obsidian and Lucas have gone out somewhere. Alex hears this. She tries not to pay attention. At that time, our heroine and Lucas were riding a horse together. Alex was very jealous of Lucas, but did not show his concern, and did not answer the Pearl further. But the girl continued to say that she didn't think that our heroine's relationship with Lucas would develop so quickly. Grant unexpectedly asked that they had really met, but that the girl said that they probably got closer to meeting the truth. But what surprised the girl most was that when the girl was with Alex, her facial expression was much better. Grant, unexpectedly with a smile on his face, says that he and the girl have also become very close and asks what Pearls think about this. Zamchichi, with a smile on his face, says that it was very interesting to remember his childhood when they were together, but Grant says that he did too. And then the girl drinks tea and asks Grant whether he was curious to know about the others. Such a question confuses the guy and drives him into a stupor. I don't understand what the girl was talking about. To which the girl says that they still knew each other poorly, and besides, not everything could be said on the island, and during a meeting on the island, other feelings for the girl may appear. Grant didn't understand this, and therefore turned his head, even though he agreed with the girl. Amethyst was watching all this at the time, without cutting off the conversation. Then the Pearl, stretching very tightly, said that she might as well go for a walk. And she asked our Alex if he wanted to ride horses with her. The children wanted something fast, but the guy agreed to this proposal with a smile. Grant shyly says that he wants to too. The girl, no less embarrassed, says modestly that she wouldn't mind going for a ride either. So unexpectedly they liked each other. I understand that their thoughts would be the same. And the bunny suddenly proposed a competition X, and the first one to gallop to the end of the island won. The losing team had to return on foot. Alec unexpectedly asks how they will develop into teams, to which the girl stops with her bones and says that there was one traditional way. The method was rock, paper, scissors, and so they all got together and started playing. As a result, we are already moving to the moment when Alex Pearl was riding incredibly fast on a horse, and the girl noticed that the guy was indeed a very skillful horse. Then the girl turns back and asks Grant if he really thinks that he can win at this rate, mocking him along the way. The guy suddenly turns to the girl and says to hold the pearls tighter, because he was going to increase the speed. If the girl doesn't hold tight, she might fall off the horse. This heroine was very embarrassed, and she didn't know how to hug it with a Grant, but that the guy suddenly grabbed her hands and wrapped his arms around her torso so that she wouldn't fall. As soon as the embarrassed girl grabbed Grant tighter, he intended to speed up and not lose to the guys. After a few seconds, it was so fast that the girl began to shake. She was literally rocked. She somehow still held on. Grant then notices that the girl is clinging too closely to him. Turn around and shyly begins to tell her not to cuddle so tightly, but that the girl asks for forgiveness. But she was very seasick. So we are already transported to the end of the race, where Pearls and Alex snatched that victory and looked at the guys with satisfaction. After all, now those had to walk back since it was such an agreement, because of which Grant was very angry, and the girl in the background was very sorry. And so he took the two horses. Pearls says that they are returning first and tells Grant to be polite and watch out. Pearl also turns to Alec, saying that she wants to play one round with him one-on-one. But Alec reasonably replies that in horse races, the one who weighs the least usually wins, and that the girl suddenly starts and says that she will definitely win. Alex didn't let the girl get ahead and immediately went after her while our couple who were left behind watched them drive away. And so we move to the moment when the couple is already walking towards the house. It's an unexpected pity that they're walking behind her. Asking Grant to listen to her, the girl asks for forgiveness, turns around low, and asks what she's apologizing for. Pearl, looking down in embarrassment, says that because of her they lost, which is why Grant was probably very upset. Suddenly the guy, embarrassed, and I don't understand, says that the girl really thinks that he is one of those who blames others for his loss. And besides, the guy wasn't upset. This reaction surprised our heroine. Also, the guy, embarrassed, and at the same time a little angry, says that why did everyone around him think that he was upset? Did he really seem to everyone to be such a limited person? After such words, Grant began to get very angry. They say that if a girl didn't like talking to him, he simply offered to find another interlocutor. Otherwise, at first they would follow him as he thought, and then they hated him, and this made him very angry. Suddenly the girl asked, what did hate mean? This word that the girl hates Grant stuck very much in her head. Then the girl suddenly hears Grant pointing at her, saying that she deliberately disturbed him because she doesn't like him, and this really drives the heroine into a stupor. She immediately begins to cry without giving any answer. Grant did not understand what was happening, but he immediately came to his senses and began asking the girl what was the matter, and for some reason was crying, to which the girl said that she didn't even suspect that he had such an opinion about her. She was already filling them with tears. The girl kept having the thought in her head that Grant thought she hated him, but then she said why would she hate him because he was so kind to her. Grant no longer understood who they were talking about, and the girl continued to say that the guy treated her carefully from the first day, helped her cook, worried about him, and so on. Grant was very surprised at this conclusion, but said that this was all because the girls would attack. I didn't make him worry. Pulling out a handkerchief and blowing her nose into it, the girl continued to cry and say that she just wanted to be next to him, and that's all. And then suddenly she turned around, shouted an apology, and said that she did not want to cause him any inconvenience at a time when she continued to not understand the absurdity of the situation. He watched as the girl ran away in the completely opposite direction from the castle. This situation raised a lot of questions for Grant, since he was not very smart and did not immediately understand what had happened. We are transported to Alex with the pearls, who continued to jump on horses to victory. Suddenly, the guy notices something to the side and stops, saying that they can believe that the victory was for the pearls. The girl did not quite understand what the guy was talking about. And then, turning her head, she notices what Alex was staring at. Our main character stood there petting a horse, and Lucas stood next to her. The girl saw that as soon as Alex saw the couple, he immediately dropped into himself. Suddenly, the pearl offers to go say hello to our main character, and also asks why the guy is only watching. To which Alex replies that the right moment has not yet come, and then he observes an unexpected picture. He sees Lucas holding the girl on the horse while she clings to him so tightly. Draw a conclusion that it seems that our heroine was very afraid of horses. Pearls that tell the guy to try to fight off the girl like Platinum did because it wasn't necessary to play a fair game. At that time, the girl suddenly hit the horse with her heel, and he seemed to have broken free, throwing the girl very high. Lucas understands that things are bad, but does not know what he can do, and therefore is driven into a stupor. At that time, the girl with the horse falls very hard to the floor. This is noticed, and our organizer, who filmed them together with Lucas, he, like everyone around, begins to worry very much. Lucas, at that time, approaches the girl and asks if she is okay, and also if the girl was hurt. Luca notices that the girl is trembling all over and asks her whether she was seriously hurt and whether the girl can get up while the horse runs away in the other direction. Suddenly, Alex comes up and calms the agitated horse. As soon as he calms the guy's horse, he turns his gaze to the guy and the girl and decides that he needs to approach them. Approaching the guys, he extends his hand to the girl and asks if she can go up. Our girl is lying on the ground, saying that everything is fine and she doesn't need to worry, but she is visibly shaking. As soon as she tried to stand up, her leg shook very strongly. The guy notices that the girl almost fell and tells her not to move. He is very sorry. He says that they will not return to the castle and he will call the girl's doctor. He took the girl in his arms and carried her to the castle, while Lucas watched and calmed his horse. Lucas thought this was his good chance, but he didn't take advantage of it. We move to the moment when the girls bandaged their leg and used healing magic. The organizers gathered all around the girl and said that he applied healing magic circles and magic crystals to her. Looking at her, he felt pity for the girl, said that she should not strain her leg for a few days, until she recovered completely. The girl smiled in response and said nothing. At that time, Luca stood nearby, feeling that he was very guilty, and forgave the girl, because he believed that it was all because of him, to which the girl did not understand why. Because of him, she said that it was her mistake, and there was nothing like that. Alex was standing nearby at the time and said that the girl said that she didn't particularly like horseback riding. The guy began to be afraid that the girl might not be disgusted with her at all. The girl smiles and replies that she thinks that she won't love her anymore. Suddenly, the guy comes up to our heroine and takes her in his arms, saying that he wants to take the girl into the room, because most likely he assumes that the girl will not be easy to get there alone, and that the girl smiles and thanks Lucas. And so our guys watch as the couple goes into the room together. Pearl stands in misunderstanding, and even a little shocked. The girl was strange that the pink diamond did not know how to ride a horse. When she watched the broadcast of the fourth box, she saw that the girl at that time was holding herself up painfully well. We move to our main character's room, where she is sitting on the bed. Suddenly, something starts to glow in front of her, which really surprises her. The organizer of this show appears in front of her, who tells her that he warned her that she should avoid horse riding. Our heroine was experiencing a slight misdeed. And then he lowered his head and said that Platinum put her on the saddle so suddenly that she could not refuse. She once again asked for forgiveness. Now the girl was afraid that everyone would perceive this situation that happened as very strange, or they would not think that this was also a pretense. The organizer was very nervous and said that he would have to do everything to make them think so. But most importantly, the capacitor told the girl not to try to jump over her head, even if this could be passed off as Marianne's acting, because otherwise the difference between them would be even more noticeable. The girl immediately realized that this was not good and blamed herself very much, but agreed with everything that the organizer said. Then the organizer unexpectedly says that after their last conversation, she noticeably reduced the number of contacts with Platinum, which made him happy. After all, if the love line had continued to develop like this, then Platinum would have sensed something was wrong, and he would have seen that it was not a matter of shyness, but a lack of experience. The girl continued to avert her eyes and agreed with everything the organizer said. The guy noticed this, but did not say anything. And then he unexpectedly said that the girl would not be able to last long in a romantic relationship with Platinum. She suddenly came to her senses and turned her attention to the organizer, asking what he was talking about. But what the organizer said was that he was pleased that he was an experienced and liberated person in intimate matters. He would have guessed her characteristics, and there were only two ways to react to this. The first was to put an end to the romantic relationship between a guy and a girl, and the second was to find a way to gain experience in an intimate nature. The girl began to get incredibly nervous. She didn't understand how to find a way to gain experience in intimate matters. The organizer immediately said that he thought the second option was more difficult. You see, such changes required a lot of time. So he suggested that the girl use the first method that he suggested, but there was just a small problem. He didn't know how to do it. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by the door, to which the organizer immediately draws attention. The girl understands that things are bad, and it was most likely Platinum who asked to come into her room. With just one click, the organizer disappeared in a magic circle, leaving a camera nearby that was keeping an eye on the girl and the guy. As soon as the girl told the guy to come in, he immediately opened the door and said that he had brought her something to eat because he thought that it would not be very convenient for her to go downstairs. But Obsidian, smiling, replies that it wasn't worth it because she could walk. It was all thanks to healing magic. Suddenly, Platinum's eyes begin to water, and he says that the girl will really throw him out with gray hair. Our heroine smiles and says that not at all, and that's why Platinum can pass. So we move to the moment when the two of them sat down to have dinner. She laid out a wonderful dinner on the table. Looking at the guy, the girl saw that he was incredibly sorry for what happened and understood how much he was shaking himself for this. But she decided not to show it, and with an amazing look asked Platinum what happened. But the guy, who lowered his eyes, began to ask for forgiveness from our heroine, and they said that he had an incredibly many questions for her, and so he thought about how he could bypass the magic of protection. Our girl was very frightened by the word. Many questions she did not know how to react. She assumed that it was because of the girl's inability to hold on. The guy sitting with me, Bulky, says that he doesn't know. Is it possible to say such a thing? But with incredible pity, he asks our heroine if he is doing something wrong. Such a question confuses our girl. With her mouth open without understanding, she asks the guy what he meant, to which Lucas says that the girl must have been completely uncomfortable, which is why the guy thought that the girl was simply tolerating him. The guy believed that usually after serious incidents a lot changes, and because of the girl's magic, it was difficult to explain the reason. The girl heard all this and concluded that the guy most likely thinks that her dislike for horseback riding is connected with the death of her husband. The guy is very much berating himself for what happened and says that if he is doing something wrong, he asks to tell the girl about it because he would not want to give her unpleasant feelings. The girl did not answer anything and thought for a while. And then she sheepishly said that she thanks him for his understanding because she cannot tell everything he wanted to know, and therefore asks for forgiveness because of this. There was an awkward pause between them. Lucas did not know what to do and answer in the same way as the girl. Suddenly, the guy takes our heroine by the hand and immediately takes it all red, and the embarrassed girl does not understand what happened. He immediately asks her for forgiveness, saying that this is not some kind of trick, he just wanted to lift the squirrel for her so that it would not be so hard for her. He just wanted to thank her for helping him when he was feeling bad, and therefore he had a great desire to help. And he didn't have any other intentions, and that's why he said that both the girls weren't worried because he would still continue to dutifully wait for her. This behavior made us blush, who could not say anything in response. At that moment, she was only thinking about how she should have stopped communicating with him on the advice of the organizer. We are transported to the moment when the organizer stands observing the entire process of workers in the department. One of the guys asks our organizer, Tom, or whether they leave the scene of the fall of Obsidian or send it as it is. But what he replies is that the guy cut out this scene because today's heroines are for me. He wanted to leave Grant and the amethyst. Suddenly, someone again disturbed our organizer by calling us. It was the director who asked him when the second meeting with the truth would take place. After all, according to the plot, there should have been changes in their love lines. But at the moment, it felt as if the relationship between Platinum and Obsidian had already been established. To which the organizer says that it seems the time has come to bring a little chaos into the plot events. It was the 5th day of the project in which our main character participated as always. In the morning, they all gathered together in the hall for lunch. Pearl suddenly hears someone's footsteps behind him. This was our main character, Obsidian, and with her, as always, was her faithful dog, Lucas. Pearl was worried about how the girl felt and whether her leg hurt, to which the girl smiled and said that it was nothing, and she could already walk like an owl, because it seemed that the crystal worked as it should. Alex came up with a smile on his face and said that he was glad to hear this. To which the girl answered him that it seemed like everyone was incredibly worried about her. Amethyst says that it was incredibly painful to fall with a horse, but the girl who crouched says that thanks to the healing magic, it was not painful for her at all. Alex says that the highest level crystal helped her recover quickly, although it was not as strong as divine power. Pearl notices that Alex was quite pleased with his smartness and asks if he really acquired this knowledge from books, to which he replies that he has been in different countries and even knows something from experience. He began to talk about how he had once been in the Sacred Kingdom for a baptism, how suddenly he was interrupted by a holographic owl that appeared out of nowhere. She began to talk about the fact that today she had prepared a game for the participants. Everyone became very interested, and after the meal, the owl asked everyone to gather on the shore. As soon as they came ashore, they noticed something in the air that very much resembled a hot air balloon. The owl explained that before the start of the game, he had to tell him something, namely that in a few days there would be a second meeting with the truth. This surprised Grant, but the owl continued to say that however those couples who were at the first meeting would not be able to choose each other again. This surprised Lucas more. He didn't understand how this could happen. The owl said that he was very much looking forward to who would be at the second meeting, while Grant's amethyst glared straight at him. While our girl was standing in shock, everyone around was asking questions. As always, she was dumb, and asked again whether the second meeting was really supposed to be with another person, while Pearl realized that the organizers wanted to give all the participants a chance to get to know each other better. Our main character remembered the conversation with the organizer, realized that he had really created such a rule on purpose so that she could break the love affair with Platinum. The owl also said that today's game would be for ladies, and the 2 winners could choose 1 gentleman. It was such that they could spend a romantic evening at altitude in a hot air balloon. And now the moment has come for you to announce today's game. This game turned out to be horse shooting. The owl explained that after the horse race, the girls had to shoot at a target. The person who hits the target faster than others will be the winner. Here, our comments join in and watch how the girls are mounted on horses, and they say that this game will be incredibly difficult for Amethyst. The guy also notices that Pearl stayed well in the saddle and suggests that Obsidian should also have ridden well if she really is Mariana. And then the guys see that Obsidian injured her leg when she fell from a horse last night, and therefore assumes that it will also not be easy for our heroine. Unexpectedly, the commentators notice Amethyst's face, which was incredibly determined to win. And so the commentators assume that since Obsidian was wounded, this was an incredible chance for Amethyst. After all, so far, only she has not been able to develop a romantic line. The commentators most of all wanted her to succeed and vomited for her very much. Our girls got ready for the competition. Our main character was in front, and the other 2 girls were behind. The owl says to send the Obsidian first. The girl is incredibly worried because she doesn't know how to ride horses. In addition, her leg was injured. Alexi and Lucas are watching from the side. The guy tells the girls not to get too tense because the game is not the most important thing. And Alex also adds that the girls should be more careful with the recoil when shooting because the horse could get scared and rear up. Commentators noticed that both guys were very worried about the girl, but tried not to show it. The commentator, the girl, also added that even for an experienced rider, it is dangerous to ride with a wounded leg. This caused the guys to worry about the girl who had already started on a horse. The girl found it incredibly difficult to shoot with the horse, but she tried her best. In the end, the girl was able to cope with her fear and take part in the game. After her results were announced to her, namely a minute of a second, the girl exhaled with relief. I understand that everything went smoothly. Lucas vomited very hard for Obsidian and said that she was incredible well done while Alex just watched. Then it was the turn of the Amethysts, who started their race incredibly quickly. Everyone around noticed that the girl had become much better at riding, and commentators said that it was not for nothing that Alex taught her. The girl became much more confident in herself. The girl saw her first goal. I stopped the horse commentators at that time said that the girl wanted to communicate more with the Grant, so she started training on horses. And today, Amethyst simply shone. To begin with, the girl arrived at the shooting site faster than Obsidian, and then she began to focus on shooting. As soon as the first shot was fired, the girl noticed that her target did not burst and was very surprised. The commentators noticed that she missed, and the girl commentator said that it was pitiful because she had no practice in shooting at all. Due to the first miss, our Amethyst became incredibly nervous and tried to focus on the shot again. At that time, Grant asked how many bullets the girl had, to which Lucas replied that there were about 6 in the gun. And so we are transported again to the Amethyst, who fired all her bullets. The system tells her that the girl lost, which makes her very upset because she started off so well. The commentator was just as sorry as the Amethysts. Everyone saw how the girl was incredibly upset about this, and suddenly she heard someone's voice behind her. It was Alex who told the girl, "Don't be upset because she will still have a chance." Moreover, he praised her for the fact that she began to control herself much better, and next time the guy wanted to teach her shooting. The guys were incredibly happy that the guy was comforting the girl, and the guys also noticed that they looked painfully good together. We move again to the start of the game, where this time it was her turn to the pearls. She was incredibly confident in herself. The girl also got off to a good start. Her horse was incredibly fast. She rode the horse confidently without any hesitation. And as soon as she approached the target, she immediately shot through with the first shot, and it was incredible, breaking the record in seconds. For everyone around, it was very cool. They could not believe that this could happen and looked at the pearls as if they were an incredible heroine. In turn, the girl turned around and laughed and said that she was even embarrassed it was too easy for her to sing. And suddenly, the owl, instead of notifying the results, says that there is still a last participant. Everyone looked at the owl in shock, not understanding who this was being said about. After all the girls had already shot, and the last one was Pearl. Suddenly, in the middle of the game, a magic circle appears. A horse appears from there along with its rider. The commentators did not understand what was happening and who it was. Looking at how incredibly she handles the horse, commentators say that she was incredibly fast, and she also appeared at such a moment. Before the girl had time to stop on her horse, she had already taken a shooting pose. Commentators also noticed that the girl is aiming much further than the distance of the pearl. But even so, the unknown girl managed to shoot her target with just the first bullet. The girl surprised Grant very much because she hit him from such a distance, and at such a speed all the guys around just stood there with their mouths open, not understanding what was happening. The commentators also noticed that all the stones around were surprised, especially the men and their faces. It was something with something. The new stone that suddenly appeared was Amber. Her record was seconds. The girl was incredibly attractive in a dress with yellow hair. The owl announces that it is Amber who wins the game, who was not particularly modest and looked just like everything. Yantar already knew that you would win the prize, but the owl, just in case, reminded that a girl can choose 2 men for a date after thinking a little. With a smile on her face, without thinking for a long time, she points to the 2 guys. These guys turned out to be Platinum and Alexandrite, who stood in a stupor and could not believe it, just like the commentators who said that she chose Obsidian men. While Amber was choosing her 2 men, Amethyst stared at Grant, looking incredibly pleased that it looked like Grant wasn't chosen. We again move to the commentator, where the guy says that the new girl quickly burst into the show, to which the girl replies that it was so breathtaking. And besides, the girl was beautiful and knew how to impress. Now the commentator was wondering how the situation would change now. We move to the balloon where Yantar, along with Platinum and Alex, are sitting drinking tea. The girl says that she was very pleased to meet the guys. Our intelligent 2 guys were mutually pleased. They even noticed that the girl's abilities impressed them. Alex was most surprised that the lady had excellently honed her horse riding and shooting skills. Amber replied that she really adored horseback riding because there was some kind of freedom in it. Based on the girl's answer, Lucas said that since she could shoot, he assumed that she was good at hunting. Which answer struck the girl and made her laugh at the same time. Alex asked why the girl chose them. To which Yantar, smiling and did not give a specific answer, said that she had a good premonition, and the girl also really liked to rely on intuition. This made Lucas laugh and said that they weren't incredibly similar in this, and asked what else the girl could do, just like he adhered to the 3-second rule. Amber asked again, "What in seconds?" But then she understood and asked Lucas that, has he really already chosen his betrothed? To which the guy with a smile on his face did not hesitate to say that he felt attracted to her as soon as he saw her. Commentators are back in action and say that Platinum was straightforward as always, not hiding his feelings. Amber, smiling at that time, said, "Just that this is how it turns out." The commentators immediately understood that Lucas was drawing a line between them so that she would not immediately count on anything. The girl also unexpectedly asked the guys what their favorite type of girl was. She really wanted to know more about them. While Lucas responded happily, the commentators noticed that Platinum did not show any interest in the girl. The guy liked this, but the commentators' girls seemed to be too indifferent to the girl. We move to the commentator where the girl says that Platinum does not seem at all interested in anything other than obsidian, to which a colleague sitting next to her says that at least he is not giving false hope to the girl. However, the guys notice that Amber didn't seem to be embarrassed at all, and she continues to smile and talk to them. She looked incredibly confident and relaxed compared to the other girls. And in my opinion, Alexander said that he appreciated sincerity and honesty in girls, meaning, of course, Mariana, so the commentators thought that he should like her. Alex also responded by asking the girl what her ideal type was, to which the girl replied that once she did not have him at all, and she loved all men equally. But she smiled and said that life goes on and people change, and so she said that she thought, this should be a person who will not leave her. Moving her head away, she continued to say that this person had to be reliable, and above all healthy. Platinum continued to ignore the girl while eating cookies on the side. At that time, the girl was sipping tea and smiling, saying that it would be great if they had common interests. Our guy was serious again, and said that probably the girl would like to meet a hunting enthusiast, and shooting and horse riding were just her hobbies. To which the girl said that under no circumstances would she want to meet such a person because she doesn't like hunting. Alex asked why. To which the girl, again looking away, said that she hates blood and death. This time, the speech of Amber attracted our Lucas, and this time he listened attentively, just like Alex. The girl smiled. Looking down, Paul began to say that life was too short, and should have been at least filled with happiness and laughter, and not something like a hunting video, and so on. The guy noticed that the girl spoke like that as if she was carrying a heavy burden on her soul. The girl just laughed and said that the guy was mistaken, and she was a happy person. She asked for forgiveness for the fact that my reasoning might seem depressing to them. But she was glad when there was dessert on the table, and there was good company at the table that was enough for happiness. She smiled. She asked, "Didn't the guys think so?" To which Alex, smiling, said that he completely agreed with the girl and asked whether to serve the girl dessert. She thanked him and began to eat, making her incredibly happy. And then, suddenly, the smile disappeared from her face, and the girl suddenly became gloomy. Alex notices this and asks her what was something wrong. To which the girl says that everything is fine, continue to eat your cake, but adds that the cake would be tastier with cinnamon. Both Lucas and Alex were surprised the girl, continuing to eat her cake, asks the guys whether they liked cinnamon. Since, for example, our heroine Amber was very fond of cinnamon pie as well as cookies, and most of all she loved bananas. Unexpectedly, after the girl finished speaking, Lucas spoke for the first time and said the phrase, "fried bananas with cinnamon." The girl was very surprised by this phrase. She did not understand what the guy said and gave him an explanation. But what Lucas sheepishly said was that his favorite dish was fried bananas with cinnamon. And then our commentators were simply torn. They could not believe that Lucas was talking about a general topic for the first time. The guy suddenly looked at the girl and asked whether he had heard correctly. But what the girl said was that it seems Lucas likes fried bananas with cinnamon. It seemed a little strange to them, since in the last season the Gold Series taught Pink Diamond how to cook them. Since Pink Diamond did not handle a knife well and was afraid of cutting himself, Gold supported her and brought bananas, which are easy to prepare. And then the commentators remember that this was the first dish they cooked together. The commentator thought this was a rather strange coincidence. The girl's words about the disgust of blood and so on were very similar to the girl's diamond. After such a conclusion, suddenly both commentators were blown away, and began to speculate that the girl said that her type had changed. Now she loves reliable men. They began to make their own guesses about the type that it could be because of the man who left early. The guy said that Bead Rice died after an accident during a hunt. The girl added that this explains why she didn't like what Alex said about hunting. Everyone then began to understand together that Amber was Mariana, but then everyone was interested in who was hiding under the personality of Obsidian. We moved to the men's bedroom where 3 men are sitting together at one table. Grant asked the guys how the meeting on the ball with Amber went. Lucas and Alex were just sitting silently and thinking about something, while Grant didn't understand why no one was answering him and decided to ask them what happened. Then Lucas, suddenly downcast, says that in the box you could pretend to be anyone, but Grant answered that my rules did not prohibit it. And then Lucas says that of course she could play by deliberately maintaining someone else's identity. Alex then directly asked Lucas who he thought she was, but the guy didn't know he was incredibly depressed and didn't want to talk to anyone. Commentators say that it seems the guys had already guessed that one of the girls was fake, but they didn't know who it was. While the guys were talking about a topic that only they accepted, exchanging incredibly sad glances, Grant wondered what they were both chatting about. Then Lucas suddenly got up from his seat and headed somewhere without saying anything to the guys. Granta was surprised by the behavior of the guys, since only Alex remained in the room with him. He asked what happened to Lucas, but Alex did not give him an answer. So we moved to the commentators where the girl says that Platinum looked confused, to which her colleague replies that it was understandable because everyone now was in shock because Obsidian never revealed her identity at the first meeting of truth. If she had confessed to Platinum right away, then they would now know the truth. But now, the commentator like our Lucas had to wait for the second meeting and just wonder who in life is not a real diamond. But the saddest thing was that only one of the precious stones would know the truth. The crowd watching the show was confused because everyone thought that the Obsidian was Marianne. But now, when Amber appeared, it seemed to everyone that the girl was more like her than Obsidian. Because our main character from the very beginning raised questions in everyone, and from the very beginning she walked gloomily. But that was normal, because the girl's husband died, so they thought spectators. Everyone depending on what they learned that for Platinum and Alexandrite, Mariana was the ideal woman. But now everyone was wondering what would happen now. At that time, our main character was sitting incredibly depressed in her room, not knowing what to do. We are moving to some tavern somewhere in the Empire. There are 2 guys arguing about who really is Mariana. Someone believed that our Obsidian is deliberately acting awkward to hide his identity, and Amber seems to be waving a flag. What do you mean? Look, I'm Mariana. But what else answers him is that he was clearly delirious not playing, and that really was her nature. And besides, the red-haired guy brought up the argument that from the very beginning, the girl was strange, something like withdrawn and awkward. The other one agreed with him from the side. In short, an incredible commotion began in a bar somewhere due to the fact that the 4th girl among the precious stones had appeared. And the previous day of broadcast caused serious controversy. Commentators were inundated with letters asking who Obsidian was, what they were trying to do, although they themselves do not know, and besides, like all the spectators, they were simply interested in watching and they commented on the events. The guy says that one of the girls is pretending to be Marianne, to which the girl replied most likely to hide her identity. The girl suggested that suddenly it could actually be a stunning celebrity. The guy was surprised at this logic, but it was a rather interesting assumption. The guy said that it seemed that the entire empire was suffering from insomnia waiting for a new day, so the girl did not bother and told them to start releasing it as soon as possible. We move to a moment when everyone is gathered at the dinner table where Amber is telling some story. The girl told a story about how she chose jewelry and told the merchant that there was nothing worthwhile there and all she had on his counter were crafts. Everyone around was interested in what the merchant answered. Grand even suggested that he answered something like this: "I swear to my mother, no, madam." But what the girl said, that he said, I quote, "I swear on the lives of the citizens of all 8 kingdoms of the only empire." He continued to say that his belongings might be fake, but these 3 things are real. This made everyone very happy. They became very close friends with Amber. Grant could not believe that the seller said so, but that the girl replied that let her tongue dry out if she lied. Pearl couldn't laugh and said that Yantar was incredibly cheerful. This was also noticed by Alex, who was sitting next to her, and noticed that the girl knew a lot of funny stories. The girls didn't even bother about the story, just like they laughed at Grant non-stop. The girl tells Grant that he hasn't heard what she's saying in the bedroom yet, but the guy says what you'd like to hear. Pearl asks for Amber. Repeat the story about a group of magicians, to which the girl smiling said if they were so interested, then with joy. The girl said that a long time ago, when there were 9 kingdoms on the continent of Cardia. Think that the great Epiderm Empire was also a kingdom. There lived one stupid magician. Everyone listened very carefully to the girl with incredible curiosity. Don't even dare interrupt. Commentators join us and say that Yantar just appeared, but became the life of the party. It was her first breakfast, but she was already capturing the attention of all the guys. The commentator recalled the pink diamond from the 4th box, and there the girl also knew how to gather people around her as if the world was her stage. But everyone noticed that Platinum did not laugh, as if there was a stone in his soul. So we move on to the interview where Lucas is asked for his first impressions of the new member, to which Lucas replies that he is confused and he had no other words to express how he feels. He asks, or does he really think that the girl is Mariana, to which the guy replies that he doesn't know. Then he simply wonders if his choice will change if the girl turns out to be Mariana. Platinum did not answer. It seemed to the commentators that he was very confused and did not know himself. Then they asked about Grant's first impression of the participant, to which he replied that she was cheerful and cheerful. Pearl went along the list, which something suggested that now it would become noisy in their bedrooms, and she was pleased with that. Amethyst replied that the girl was pretty cool, everyone liked her, and embarrassedly noticed that most likely Grant thought he liked it too. Next in line was our Obsidian, who simply replied that she was funny. Alex, as always with his cold-blooded character, said that she was joyful, and she seemed very interesting to him in many aspects. And then suddenly everyone was asked the same question as the girls thought who was hiding under the mask. Our heroine didn't even have the slightest guess. Pearl thought for a bit and replied that she reminded her of Pink Diamond, or she only thought so. Grant, as always, was very stupid. As soon as he was asked, he replied that how could he know? When Amethyst was asked, she was immediately confused and did not understand in what sense she was being asked. This commentator was very sick. The guy liked that Grant and Amethyst did not speculate. The girl replied that if you look at it like that, it united them perfectly. As soon as Alex was asked who she was, he immediately replied that Mariana, since there was a possibility that the girl was Mariana. Commentators noticed that the guy was happy and serious, but nevertheless, they were not categorical. Then he was asked whether his choice would change if she turned out to be a Marana, to which the guy adjusted his glasses and said that he couldn't answer yet because he would like to get to know her better. He didn't know whether it was true or a pretense, but the girl did not give the impression of an open person. He definitely liked it. The guys noticed that Alex seemed to have an interest in Amber. It seemed that she was confident and honest, which corresponded to Alex's ideal type. They believed that all the jewelry looked interesting, and one could definitely say that each of them had its own charm. We move to Amber, where the girl asks the guys what they want to see the island before going to bed, and asks if maybe someone wants to give her a tour. Why did Alex and Granty immediately volunteer to go ahead? After all, they weren't against it at all. And then the guys looked at each other in confusion, and were surprised because they answered at the same time. The girl at that time stood in front of them and laughed and said that it would be nice to get 2 types at once, unless of course they were very busy. Lucas then suddenly says that Obsidian won't be able to go because her leg hasn't recovered yet. Because of this, the guy with a smile on his face asks for forgiveness for not being able to keep the girl company, since he would like to look after our main character. The girl just smiled in response and said that it was okay. Suddenly behind Grant, the Pearl girl said that the 3 of them should have some fun, to which in the background, Alex suggested that the girl put on more comfortable shoes since the island was large, and the girl thanked him for this. Grant was very alarmed and asked if the girls really wouldn't go. While the guys were having their own conversation, Luca, with a smile on her face, suggested fermenting obsidian in the living room and trying desserts. Commentators noticed how Platinum ran away from Amber because while everyone was going for a walk with her, the guy remained with our main character. The guy commentator said that he believed in Lucas and knew that he loved a person, not the past. He liked Obsidian, not Mariana. We move to the commentators themselves, who are no longer speaking behind a background voice. The guy says that, first of all, the office is attracted to the interest of 2 men. The girl also adds that Alex and Ricky were completely interested in the girl. They drew the line in rivalry, and perhaps I was very interested in the new jewel. The appearance of Amber became a shock for other stones, and commentators felt that this someone would change their relationship, and everyone was very interested in how their picture would change. While all the other guys were walking, Lucas and our main character sat in the hall and ate cake. Platinum was thinking about something, and had been pounding tea for several minutes, which had almost become cold. The girl notices this, and tells the dress that the sugar has been mixed for a long time, and he can already drink his tea. This pulls the guy out of his submerged state a little. He smiles and asks for forgiveness, and says that he seems a little lost in thought. So the guy finally starts drinking his hour while the girl watches him. As soon as Lucas finished his tea, he said with an incredibly serious face that he wanted to ask the girl a few questions. The girl, looking at the guy, of course, was curious what question he wanted to ask and answered. For several seconds, he sat silently and thought about asking the girls this. Then, having put down his tea, he decided to ask that when they were choosing a partner to meet the truth, why did the girl still choose him? In response, our heroine smiled and did not know what to answer and thought very hard. She began to remember the moment when she sat with the organizer in the room and he told her to choose another man. This greatly shook our main character because she then incredibly wanted to go towards the truth with Alex. And then we move to the present moment where the girl says that it was incredibly spontaneous. Lucas replied that the girl rejected him on the first day, and so he became interested when everything changed. The girl became thoughtful again. And then remembering how the guy leaned on her in the garden, I then felt incredibly pleased. So she replied that everything had changed in the garden, and also said that she thought the guy might be nice. Then Lucas was very pleased and a smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, the guy gently took the girl's hand. Place it on your cheek and ask, is it really the same as now? Along the way, I ask if he looks nice, and they also say that for the sake of a girl, he will become even nicer. Therefore, Luca immediately warned the girl to let her know when she got tired of it, because he could be anyone for her. This greatly surprised our main character and drove her into a stupor. She asked the guy what other people are like, maybe turning to the side and looking down, to which the guy laughed and smiled, and said that he would have to surprise the girl since it would be uninteresting if the girl found out about everything in advance. And so here the comments come in. They see a picture of a girl stroking Lucas on the head. They tell you that it seems they had an established couple on the show. The female commentator Platinum seemed incredibly charming, especially when they were together with Obsidian. And suddenly, the commentators began to wonder how the new participant Yantar felt there, to which the guy responded by saying that they had already finished exploring the island. We are transported to the women's bedroom. Pearl asks Amber how they enjoyed the walk, to which the girl replies that she really liked everything, especially in the company. Amber asks a counter question, asking that the girl is good at horse riding and dancing, as it seemed to her. With a smile on her face, the girl asked where she knew this, to which Amber replied that Grant told her all this. They both laughed, and Yantar said that she also loved horses, so somehow she wanted to play pearls together and ride along the shore, to which the girl laughing said that she would only be happy to do so. Amber also asked the other ladies who were in the room and how it seemed to her that they would have more fun together. Our main character replies that she thought it would be difficult for her to ride horses for some time since she twisted her ankle, and our Amethyst, as always, was very nervous and said that unfortunately she is bad at riding horses. Suddenly, Yantar asks how the girl got injured, but our main character says that fortunately she was almost unharmed when she fell from a horse, to which Yantar immediately began to worry very much and said that falling from a horse was very dangerous. And so suddenly Yantar grabs the girl by the hand and says that she is very glad that the girl did not receive a more serious injury. Igai said that these were sincere feelings and no meanness on her part. The girl really looked very nice. Our main character laughed and thanked the girl for her concern, but no more. Then Amber went over to the commit and asked the girl how long has she been wanting to learn horse riding. But the girl replied that not much time of day and no more. The girl was very surprised by such a period, and for such success it was necessary to ride horses much longer. In her opinion, Amethyst was happy, and held himself well in the saddle she found nervously. She said that she was trying very hard, and even the girl embarrassed Amethyst a little. Our commentators were surprised. After all, with the appearance of Amber, the atmosphere of the girls changed a little. The guy noticed this and said that the girls' room had become a little lively, and the girls' conversations were similar to the fourth season where pink diamonds set the atmosphere of the whole room. The guy also noticed this. But the commentator also remembered that there was still the possibility that Mariana was obsidian, and she also looked more like a person experiencing a loss, and from that side looked more natural. But in the end, the commentators were incredibly interested in who Amber was. They couldn't wait to look at the second evening of truth. We move to our main character who sits at night looking at the beautiful starry view from her window. Suddenly he hears a noise behind us and turns around to see who is there. It was the organizer who appeared with the help of the magic circle. The girl noticed that he was late today. The guy replied that he was late for an organizational meeting, and the girl did not say anything more. The organizer only asked how the girls felt on their feet. He looked at her, she said that she was almost fine and thanked him. Then the organizer said that when the magic stone loses its power, whoever is on the roller can disappear, but he warned the girl to still be careful. The girl completely agreed and turned around to look at the organizer. She clearly wanted to ask something, but the organizers noticed it and told her to ask if she had anything. Our girl, looking away, said that if the organizer remembers, then the girl once said that she wanted to end her love affair with Platinum, which in fact is what she is trying to do now. The girl also asked Amber if she really showed up in time for the girl to quickly break off the love affair for free. The organizers replied that these are details that girls are not worth knowing. We girls should have only the knowledge that is enough to look natural in front of the camera. Such words depressed the girl very much, and she didn't look very much like she was regretting something. Then the organizer decided to divert the topic from this and said that he wanted to talk about today's broadcast and began to show her some points. And we are already moving for a moment to the men's room where they are not discussing the latest story, which was incredibly funny. Grant spoke incessantly, and the story of Amber the prosecutor was the best for him. He could not laugh. Even now he remembered the story. Luca noticed that the guys seemed to be delighted with the walk, to which Alex said that Yantar is a talented storyteller because even an ordinary story would be interesting. Grant also continues laughing and said that the Pearl would definitely appreciate the last story. He even liked it so much that he was going to retell it, but Alexa became interested in why the Pearls refused to go with them. But Grant, smiling, said that it would be interesting if they all went together. River was so excited that next time he wanted to go together and offer horse shooting because he thought that it would probably be fun. Lucas sat without any reaction, just watched. And then he said that it's great when you have a friend with whom you can laugh, or did Luca ask, or should he call it interest? To which our Grante again did not understand anything and wanted to ask again. The guy with a smile on his face asked Alexander to decipher his words to the guy, to which Alex immediately asked Grant whether it was Pearls or Amber if the guy had to choose who he would choose. He added that Platinum asked about it. Grant still didn't understand anything about what choice was being discussed. He was even more driven by questions. To which Lucas said that the decoding had failed and told Alex that the guy didn't understand, to which the guy replied that he also had a limit, after which he was also embarrassed to speak badly. We moved to the commentators, who also laughed at this situation. The girl said that it seemed to her that the Pearl had won Grant's heart, but the guy sitting next to him said that either she could have just been a friend, but he really had an interest in the Kendire, but everyone there was a feeling that for him they were both just friends. In addition, the commentator was interested in Grante, remembering in general the meaning of this program in which he participated was also an amethyst, a feeling that the guy he did not see. They wondered in what forest Grante was raised after all. But they didn't decide not to dwell on this and return to the Canary, but that the girl agreed, because in the girl's opinion now it seemed as if the interest of many stones was leaning in her direction, but it was not clear in whom the owl Yantar was interested, and we still had to find out. We moved to the moment of the Amber interview where the girl was sitting against some beautiful background. The girl was asked if there was a person to whom her heart lay, what the cakes were up to. Six looked away. Smiling, she confirmed the words and said that there was a person whom she liked. This answer greatly surprised the commentators. They were incredibly happy. The girl remembered the words of the path, which he said that they believed in the rules of 3 seconds, and therefore she thinks that she experienced something similar. And the guy was interested in the girl at first sight, but she doesn't know why, because they didn't have time to get to know each other properly. Commentator, maybe they were patient. Find out who that guy was. The girl slowly began to say that her interest was to keep the intrigue. She continued to delay the answer. But then she exhaled easily and replied that she liked platinum. This answer greatly shocked our commentators. They could not believe that the girl answered that she liked platinum. This was surprising due to the fact that they were absolutely indifferent to each other, and they were wondering why it wasn't Grante or Alex. The girl replied that it looked like he was not interested in her. She believed that this was what made her excited. Because of this, she really wanted to find out what kind of person Lucas really was, but maybe it was just curiosity, and that's all. The commentators sat shocked because this was a completely unexpected direction. And the girl smiling said that this is how it happens. Then they asked her, what if his heart was occupied by someone? But she replied that it was only because the girl came a little later. She answered that it was time there were many more, and that's why she thinks that she still has some chances. The commentators did not expect this at all. What kind of chances were they talking about? Amber Blooming said that maybe something would change if Lucas got to know her better. The girl was also asked that she really thought that the guy's opinion would change if they got to know him better. The girl did not give a specific answer to this question, saying that, who knows? Our heroine said that she would be interested to see how this would change his attitude towards her, and then he might be very interested. Commentators were incredibly surprised by this attitude. They thought it was incredible. The guy noticed that it seemed that the girl was much more interested in winning the hearts of someone who was indifferent to her, to which his partner replied that this had its own charm. Everyone was wondering who she was and whether she could steal the heart of platinum to answer such questions. We moved to the mansion, where the melody of a ballroom dance played throughout the room. Alex played it while other couples danced together. Pearl. As always, she noticed shortcomings in Grant and told him to be careful and not crush the girl's legs. Amber told the guy not to worry so much, and warned that she deftly avoided it so the guy could dance from the heart as he wanted. So the dance came to an end. The couple thanked each other for the wonderful waltz. Amber noticed that Alex played the piano beautifully, while our main character and Amethyst sat watching the dance and admired it very much. Lucas, as always, was sad that he couldn't dance together with Obsidian, and he was sorry that she was just sitting, but that the girl replied that her ankle had not yet healed, and she was also pleased to just listen to the melody that Alex played in. At that time, Amethyst was sitting nearby, who was again disappointed with something, namely that she was bad at dancing, and did not know the melody. Alex heard that the girl liked the way he played and told her to let him perform the next song for her. It was an energetic song. Gandhi immediately noticed that he did not like such energetic melodies. Yantar also said that the slow melodies were much more romantic and asked Alex to play them. Lucas at that time was courting our Obsidian, asking whether she was definitely not bored, to which she replied that everything was fine. Suddenly, Amber approached Lucas and asked him if the rules of etiquette forced him to change his partner after the dance, which he did not look at very happily, but did not deny. As the girl and Lucas got ready to dance in the background, the girl got loose and told Grant that for every time he steps on her foot, he gets 1 gold piece. As always, he nervously replied that he won't lose a single gold piece. Alex started playing a slow tune so everyone could start dancing. Before she could start dancing, the girls immediately stepped on her foot, and she smiling realized that she had earned a little extra money. An upset Amethyst is watching all this but doesn't show it. While everyone was dancing in the background, our main character noticed what a beautiful melody it was. Amethyst embarrassedly confirmed the girl's words. While our Lucas was dancing, he did not take his eyes off the Obsidian for a second. But suddenly, Yantar starts talking to him, who notices that the guy is very gifted. He doesn't understand what the girl told him and asks again. Amber answered him that the guy's thoughts were anywhere but not focused on the dance, and yet the girls never had to dodge the awkwardly placed find. To which Lucas replies that Grant set the bar low for her, to which Yantar replied that, for the sake of preserving his dignity, she suggested not to comment on this event in any way. So they continued to dance incredibly until a certain moment. The guy unexpectedly noticed that the girl danced very well, to which the girl, smiling, said that he really only noticed it now. The girl stood in an incredibly beautiful pose. She seemed close to real beauty. This surprised Lucas very much. He saw how beautiful the girl was. In his eyes, the girl reminded him of Marianne, who participated in the 4th season of The Box. At some point, the girls still managed to attract the attention of our guy, who was focused on Obsidian all the time. At that time, our 2 girls who did not dance watched Alex play the piano beautifully. Amber also noticed that Alex had incredible talent, to which he said with a smile on his face that they all simply flattered him. Not so unexpectedly, with a smile on her face, she said that why don't they now do something where everyone who was there could join in the fun they needed to come up with something universal. Unexpectedly, the girl offered to play cards. This surprised everyone very much, to which Lucas replied that why not, because you could play cards while sitting. Despite the fact that he danced with Amber, which reminded him of Mariana, he was still as faithful to the Martians as a dog smiling. He said that Obsidian was sure to please. This greatly surprised and at the same time frightened the girl, because Mariana probably knew how to play while our girl didn't know how to do it at all. Unexpectedly, her situation was saved by Amethyst, who was sitting nearby also not knowing how to play cards, and asked what the rules were, and by chance they could teach her. Alex, bowing his head, said that of course he would teach her to play. Amber immediately invited the girl to her team, and she guaranteed her victory. Pearl suddenly approached Grant and asked whether he knew how to play, but the guy answered with a smile on his face that he liked to play cards. At that time, Amethyst answered the girl that if she would show her how to play, then she would try not to lie in the game. So we moved to the moment when everyone around sat down at the table to play cards. Yantar kept trying to explain to the girl what suit is in cards. And recently, she says that she showed her the combination that she got, but that the girl suddenly says that it is Royal Street Flash. And throw it away, it really is a combination. Everyone around is in shock. Grant says that how could the girl get a diamond straight flush when she doesn't even know how to play? And Pearl's noticed that the team of Amber and Amethyst wins again. The girl is already starting to get angry and asks Amber if she hasn't been cheating for an hour, to which Amber replied that Ahmed must have given her incredible luck. Then the fair-haired girl says that she lost here all the gold that Grant got into, while the guy from the side is very angry because he was robbed all day today, and Amber was only a joy. Suddenly, Lucas's attention is turned to our main character. He notices that the girl has lost all her gold, and she sits contentedly and upset. Then the guy says that it seems that luck was not on the girl's side today. The girl did not expect Lucas to address her during the game, but with a smile she answered him that it looked like that. And the owl was thinking about how complex the rules of the game were. She could barely keep up with what she explained to the Amber before the start. Lucas, looking at the girl, was very happy and did not understand why she froze but did not ask anything. Suddenly Grant began to get very nervous and demanded a change of team. Otherwise, his best changes of the game. Alex asked him, what would be better for them to play then? Suddenly, Amber, looking at Lucas and Obsidian, comes up with a brilliant idea. She invited everyone to play a game called Find the Liar. This name really frightened the Obsidian on her face. It was immediately written that things were clearly bad for her. We moved directly to the game where the girl talks about how having stretched out the Joker, he became a liar. Then one person makes a statement with which you need to agree or disagree. Now, of course, you have to lie. What rules did the guys really like? Next, Yantar said that in each round, they had to guess who was already. This sounded fun to everyone. And here is the beginning of the first round where everyone draws their cards. Yantar let the girl be the first to start the game and ask her question. She was very happy. The girl, with a smile on her face, thought a little and asked the guys whether their appearance was now very different from what it really was. With a smile on her face, the girl asked the guys what they thought about it, to which Lucas immediately replied that his image was close to the real one, and he asked for Obsidian. She was surprised. With a smile on her face, she first thought that Mariana would answer, and then said that there were some differences in her image. No, all the guys, including Amethyst, said that it was quite similar to their images, but except for Amber, she said that it differs just a little. The turn goes to Grant, who, very much without noticing, says that he was almost no different. Everyone immediately found out that Grant was a liar and pointed fingers at him, but that the guy from You said that the girl realized that he had a Joker and specifically asked such a question. Everyone was so happy, and at that time Yantar was mixing fresh, which the loser was supposed to drink. While everyone was drawing cards to start a new round changing at that time, I was happily drinking that very fresh juice. And as soon as he finished drinking, he asked that he should ask a question. Now the guy thought for a few seconds and asked, or the evening of sincerity was not boring. Everyone was surprised by this question. I understand that not everyone can answer it. Pearl said what to do for those who didn't go there, and as always, Grant didn't think about it and was in a stupor. But to which everyone simply said with a smile that their evening was definitely not boring. Even Alex, who didn't go there, also said that his evening was interesting. Because of this, everyone immediately realized that Alexei was with live bait. He lied, didn't even blink. This made him very angry with the Grant. As always, Amber was right there with her drink. You were already handing it to Alex, who had a bad attitude towards alcohol. Then it was the turn for Amethyst, and she had to ask you a question there. Somehow the girl asked that after the evening their sincerity had changed. Grant scratched behind his ear and said no. Pearl also said that it hadn't changed a bit, and everyone further away just said that they had not changed. Besides Alex, he said that he believed that if he had gone there was a possibility that his sympathy would have changed. Yantar also replied that she did not know since she had not been there. Amethyst responded next, saying that from the very beginning and until now she has not changed her opinion. After this, Grant did not understand who the liar was, explained the game, to which Amber said that, let everyone indicate the suspect about 3. As soon as 3 sounded, everyone immediately pointed to the pearls, and only one in Gran did not point at her at all, and wondered why. He pointed at Amethyst, which is why she was very surprised, not understanding what happened. Everyone except Granta guessed that the pearl was a liar, and this greatly amazed Granta. But she so unexpectedly said that Grant and Pearls were drinking a free kick. He stood with his mouth open. He didn't understand how Pearls could be a liar, to which Lucas replied, why did he decide that Amethyst was a liar? While the guy was coming to his senses, he didn't understand what he would answer. And then the guy began to remember, in the words of the kitty, that if he was more popular than now, then she would be very upset. He also recalled how the girl cried and said that she just wanted to be closer to Grant. And her last answer, that from the very beginning and until now she had not changed her opinion, enlightened Grant. He, it seems, began to understand what was what. While everyone there was having fun, Grant was completely confused. I didn't know what to do. Amethyst noticed this but didn't say anything. So we moved back to the game, and now it was Amber's turn to ask another question. With a smile on her face, she asked an unexpected question, namely, whether someone present here is interested in more than one person. Samik noticed that this was a serious question, while Lucas even thought a little and didn't know what to answer. Amethyst said that she continued to be interested in only one person, to which our Grant, as always, was dumb, and asked what exactly was meant by interest. But what Pearl said was that she was simply interested in another person, to which Ricky scratched the back of his head and said that he didn't even know for sure. But then he embarrassedly said that since he doesn't know then, he will say that he is only interested in one person. He looked at Amethyst, who was incredibly embarrassed, and looked at Grant without looking away. Pearls also had one interest. Lucas replied that he, like everyone else, had one interest. Our main character said that if we talk about interest, she didn't have one for any of the participants. Alex answered, as always, in his cold-blooded tone, that he had several interests. And Amber, with a smile on her face, answered practically like everyone else that she had one interest, and now she had an interest in no one except him. But what the Pearl unexpectedly said was that since everyone had spoken out, she suggested pointing out the liar. As one and all they showed to the Amber, she didn't even understand why and was probably surprised. And then, with a smile on her face, the girl showed her card. It turned out not to be her. Everyone couldn't believe that it wasn't a girl, and wondered who the liar was then. But the girl answered that she spoke sincerely. Amber said that since no one guessed right, everyone drank a penalty glass. Amethyst was clearly worried about something and did not want to drink much. The girl had already prepared a glass like a Pearl, suddenly asked, who was the liar then? To which Amber replied that since they didn't guess, she could also reveal herself, but he could have not done that and just drink a glass with everyone. Our main character took her glass and turned her attention to Lucas. She noticed that the guy was somehow depressed and absorbed in himself with his thoughts. The girl began to guess who the liar really was, but she didn't say anything. She just remained silent. And so while our main character was in a stupor, Lucas suddenly said that it was time to continue the game, and now it was his turn to ask a question. With an incredibly cold-blooded look, he asked if anyone uses acting to hide their status. This question shocked our main character very much. She again didn't know what to do. Lucas was also a little surprised, but not that much. Yantar, after thinking a little, said that this was a good question. And so the guys began to answer their question one by one, and Mitya said that most likely not, as always, Grant was stupid and did not understand what game they were talking about. Then she said that she had no talent. It was Lucas's turn. He said that he played a little, but he was no more interested in the answer of our main character. The girl answered with a sideways glance and said that she doesn't do that. Alex said that he also did not play any role on purpose. It was Amber who made Amber laugh very much. You see, everyone was wondering who was the liar, and so after a few seconds, it was the turn to choose. And everyone as one pointed at our main character, she changed very much no expression on her face and began to worry. The commentators noticed that the atmosphere was a little tense. The guy even had goosebumps when they all showed him as one. Hentai also pointed at our main character with a smile, to which our girl pointed to Amber in response. The commentators were surprised that they were all sure that Obsidian played a role. The guys also said that in the previous round, they did not find a liar, which is why this already gave rise to many questions the girl asked to remind me what the question was, to which the guy replied that the question was such: I am interested in more than one person. Then, Amber told the truth. Commentators recalled that Yantar really had feelings for Platinum, but at least she said so in an interview. He was also the only one who was not interested in her. While Obsidian said that she was not interested in anyone, and Platinum replied that he was the only one the person is interesting. So we moved to the gaming table where our main character throws out the Joker. Without any embarrassment, she began to drink her glass, which was a penalty, while the commentators seemed to think that one of the two of them was lying. As soon as our main character finished her glass, she said that now it was her turn to ask a question. The question was that if she realized that she was lied to, would they be able to forgive the person? This question shocked everyone very much. They did not know what to answer. Luca looked at our main character and did not understand what she was driving at, and then looking a little at the marina. The guy with his head down looked a little thoughtful. I don't know what to answer him. And then, sleeping incredibly seriously, Luca said that he didn't like it when his feelings were played with, so he would never be able to forgive the deception. Amber sat with a smile on her face. Either she was happy that she managed to ruin the relationship between our main character and the guy, or she had something of her own on her mind. While our girl was sitting very upset, I didn't know what to do. So the atmosphere around the table became very tense. But as always, one of the guys decided to defuse the situation, and this time it was Alex who said that in fact, he should have been the first to answer the question. He thanked Lucas for expressing his opinion out of turn. Pearl, laughing, confirmed Alex's words, and said that below they were answering in a circle, and the owl at that time thought what kind of haste the guy was in. But the bow became very nervous and asked for forgiveness for his haste. Besides, the statement simply responded too much in the afternoon, so he answered me in turn. Grand as always, he lost the strength to tell him how the question sounded. Again, Alex replied that the question sounded like this: if I understand that I was lied to, can I forgive the person he quoted the girl? So Alex decided to answer. He thinks that he will forgive the lie for a good reason, because this program was entirely built on lies, so there was nothing like that here. Amber, after thinking a little, said that she would forgive the lie. Amethyst was very nervous at that time, but said that most likely not, to which Grant had his own opinion. It seemed to him that first he should have listened to the reason for the lie, because he was already interested. Pearl said that she did too. Then it was Lucas's turn. He replied that he had given his answer, and therefore, turning around and looking at Obsidian, he said that it was her turn. But what the girl who looked into her eyes did not say was that she would also forgive. She probably would have forgiven if she had understood why the person did that. And everyone became interested in who it was already, to which Amethyst immediately caught on and realized that she had messed up a little. She showed that she was the liar and asked for forgiveness because she accidentally answered the truth. Yantar, as always, said that the girl had nothing to apologize for while pouring her a glass. They said that if a girl drinks a free drink, her eyes were purely something with something. This greatly amused everyone and eased the tension a little. While the girl poured in her alcohol, others watched her and changed cards at that time. We are moved by commentators who say that it looks like they just saw and heard the truth from all the participants. The girl noticed that it looks like that one, and everyone except Platinum said that they would be ready to forgive the lie. According to commentators, this information should have been unpleasant news for someone who played with feelings. So Luca is always a little sad and says that his turn has come to him. The guy's question sounded like this: I would like to hide my status as long as possible. The girl understands that it makes no difference whether she answered like Mariana or answers on her own. She simply says that yes, you would like to hide your status as long as possible. He comes to Alex in line and says that he doesn't attach any importance to this. It was Amber's turn. She was about to answer when suddenly something happened in the background with an amethyst. Granta notices this and doesn't understand what to do. He wanted to ask the girl something, when suddenly they notice that Amethyst falls off her feet and they fly straight to the floor. Grant suddenly takes off and catches the amethyst, preventing her from falling to the ground. Grant doesn't understand what's going on. He's holding the girl. Amber jumps up from his seat and asks if the girl is okay. Looking at her, they all notice that she got drunk, and Yantar says that it seems that the penalty glass was unnecessary for her. On this note, Yantar suggests ending the game. She asks Granta if he can take the girl to the bedroom, to which he of course agrees. Pearl helped Grant throw the girl on his shoulders when Amethyst's friend began to moo, and this scared Grant very much. He told her to be patient with eating alcohol and asking to come out. And so on that note, everyone left while Lucas continued to sit at the table. He was lost in his thoughts after such a game and did not know what to do. We are transported when night falls. Everyone has gone to their rooms. Our main character is fast asleep in her bed, not thinking about anything. At that time, somewhere on the island of Yantar, I was walking near the sea, admiring the night views. Suddenly, the girl hears a voice behind her asking her if she likes night walks. It was Lucas, who also decided to take a walk at night. But what the girl said was that she doesn't really like to walk at night. She just couldn't sleep. The girl responded by asking why Platinum decided to take a walk at night. And he looked away and said that he also couldn't sleep. And so they stood together and watched the beautiful night sea and stars. There, I unexpectedly started talking about the topic of personal secrecy. She said that she would like no one to find out her identity for as long as possible. After all, it will be much more interesting and fun for everyone. She asked what Platinum thought about this because during the game, she did not have time to hear his answer, but she would really like to. Lucas, while the girl stood nearby smiling, became a little thoughtful. And then he said why, because if they were all here to find their true love, then he would want their feelings not to be biased. The guy read that each of the participants in the box came here. Isn't it because the real ones outside didn't have such an opportunity? The girl didn't understand what the guy was talking about. Amber, that I was next to the guy, said that between reason and feeling, the guy will choose feelings, to which she undoubtedly answered yes. Amber suddenly asked the guy with whom his feelings were now. Platinum couldn't say anything in response. After all, he didn't know the girl notices this and asks if he's really confused. This assumption of Amber greatly surprises our guy. The girl with a smile on her face continues to heat up the situation, asking if the guy wants to test their feelings. Approaching him, he does not understand what the girl is talking about, while Amber puts her hand on his shoulder and says that she heard about others, that Platinum is a person who gives himself over to feeling body and soul. Therefore, while the Platinum stood confused, the girl said that it means his body can give him an answer. Touching his lips, the girl asked if he wanted to know, what feelings do they have for each other? After which, the girl suddenly began to approach the guy, trying to kiss him. As a result, a kiss happened between them. And then our commentators appear, who say that they could not think that Amber would be so active, but that the guy replies that in a swift attack, he wants to steal the sympathy plugins while Obsidian is sleeping at that time. After the kiss, the guy says that the girl was pretty good, to which Yantar, with a smile on her face, says that she could say the same thing about him. And so the commentators watching this scene now really did not know how the situation would turn out further, and whether Platinum would betray Obsidian. We are already talking to them as a commentator in reality, to which they say that now it was quite difficult to imagine what would happen ahead. The girl, of course, agrees with him. Everyone was very excited about what choice each of them would make. We're moving into day 8 of the show's broadcast, where the holographic owl informs everyone that they are starting to match the pair for the second meeting of the truth. The men's stones have already chosen their desired partner and placed their letters in the magic circle. And now it's the girls' turn to choose in front of the magic circle. The owl said to name who they would like to meet. Makes adjustments. Namely, it was impossible to choose someone with whom a meeting had already taken place. So the choice between boys and girls had already begun. Everyone was very worried. I don't know if their partner will choose them. Our main character was most worried because she didn't know what would happen next. The first one to choose her partner was Pearl. She says with a smile on her face that she wants to go to a meeting with Alexandrite. Commentators are very surprised because she chose Alex. During this time, she became friends with him, and since she could not remove Grant, it means it was Alex. The owl, bowing its head, reports that Alex did not choose the girl. Therefore, the owl says that she will not be able to get to the meeting of truth and asks the girl to return to the room. The girl is a little upset. While the commentators were watching the girls, and they were sorry that Alex didn't choose them, to which the guy says that it seemed to him or the girl already knew that he didn't choose her, and besides, she didn't look particularly upset. The next participant who chose her partner was Amethyst, who bowed her voice. She says that she would like to meet halfway. Before speaking, she was very worried and begged that the guy whose girl chose would also choose her. Finally, Amethyst said that he wants to meet us halfway with a grant. We are very worried. Commentators also noticed that Amethyst's hands were shaking very much. They saw that she was very nervous. Commentators wondered if Grant had chosen a girl. And so, I'm a girl waiting for an answer. I'm very worried when you said that it seemed like they had resolved the misunderstanding. But that was not true. Without knowing the answer to who Grant wanted to meet, we move on to the main character, which, as it turned out, also wanted to meet with the Grant. This commentator was very surprised that Obsidian chose Grant, but you were surprised because there was no chemistry between them. But the commentator says that the girl could not go with Patina, and nevertheless, she needed to choose someone, but the commentator girl says that she assumed she would choose Alec, but not Grant. The guys already began to assume that our main character specifically named the one who would not choose her. The girl wondered why her colleague thought so, because did the guy really think that she chose to stay on the island and not go with someone else? But unexpectedly, the guys also remember that when it was necessary to send a letter that a person liked Grant, chose our main character, so the probability of their meeting was not zero. And then there was a choice of whom Grant chose to meet our Obsidian or Amethyst. This is how girls hear that someone behind them is coming out to them. It was Grant who was very embarrassed. It turned out that the guy chose an Amethyst after all. The girl was incredibly happy. Vitya waited for us for 8 whole days. The commentators are also incredibly happy because they already guessed that the guy finally understood the feelings of the Amethyst. The presenters were also happy that finally the guys would be able to talk in private. It was incredibly great. They only thought about one thing, so that this time they wouldn't be stupid. The girl bows her head incredibly embarrassedly, thanking Granta for coming this time. But what about the guy? While the girl was embarrassed, she still takes the suitcase and says that you're welcome. He invites the girl not to stand, but to go to the portal. Amethyst is incredibly happy. Her smile was from ear to ear. And so they began to teleport to the location where their meeting was supposed to take place. The atmosphere of Brit teleportation with the Amethyst was not at all the same when the guy left with the pearls and everyone was interested, or Grant felt a sense of awkwardness, but despite this, one could read from his faces that he was nervous %. The commentators watched as the guys moved around eagerly awaiting how their meeting would go and how they would open up when they were alone with each other and what new sides they would show. We move to our main character, where the owl reports that Grant did not choose her, and she will not be able to get to the meeting with the truth. Obsidian, a little upset, the owl asked her to return to her room. While the girl returns to her room, the commentators say that it seems they really were straightforward, and the girl did not specifically choose someone with whom she had no chance. The commentator girl is incredibly happy that it seems Obsidian lasted with feelings and was not going to betray the relationship with Platinum. The guy notices that Lucas's choice this time will be really important. We move to the moment when it was Amber's turn to choose her companion. Of course, the girl with a smile on her face says that she wants to go with Platinum to a meeting with the truth. As the commentators thought, the girl chose our guy and chose to remain true to her choice. But most of all, the commentators were interested in who Platinum would choose. This was really important. The guy says that whoever Lucas chose, he could understand his feelings. Obsidian and Amber are the two personalities that one of them scolded. It was unpleasant for the guy to suspect, but it could be Obsidian. The girl says that did the guy really think that since Lucas can't meet our main character halfway, he will choose Amber to find out who she really is. But the guy replies that that's how the guy didn't find out the identity of Obsidian at the first meeting. The girl, in response to him, says that Obsidian preferred to stay on the island than go with someone else. If the girl were Obsidian, she would be disappointed after this, because he told her that he loves the person, not the past, if the guy said so, but tried to find out the past, but it wasn't entirely fair. To which the commentator guy says that it was unjustified if Obsidian lied to him. To which she looked at the grant and replied to her colleague that she needed to find out which of them was the real liar. So we move to our main character, who was sitting alone in her room. The organizer appears in front of her, which notifies the girl that the selection time is over. Obsidian was incredibly interested in what Lucas chose and therefore asked the organizer. While the girls were impatient to find out the answer, the organizer kept dragging his feet and did not answer the girl. We move a few minutes back where the girl is standing incredibly happy because she sees a guy in front of her. Lucas still chose Amber and came to a meeting with the Truth in order to get to know the girl better. This turn of events greatly surprised the commentator. They could not believe that the guy had betrayed our main character. For the viewers who watched this show, there was an incredible turn of events. They already assumed that Lucas decided that Yantar was, and Mariana, but someone thought the audience that this was not so. And he just thought that he needed to go check on Mariana. Whether it was true or not, they all incredibly wanted to know who, in the end, Marianne really was, because very unpleasant rumors began to spread. As soon as the organizer told the girl that Lucas had chosen Yantar, the girl was in a stupor and didn't know how to react. The guy continued to say that since this time the girl was able to stay on the island, they needed to slowly discuss the strategy for the next meeting. The organizer began to explain that firstly, and suddenly raising his head, he saw that our Obsidian could not hear him at all, and again plunged into himself. He immediately turned to the girl and asked if she could hear him or not. But if the girl got very nervous and asked for forgiveness, ask what the organizer told her. The guy understands that the girl is in pain and asks whether the girl's heart was really hurt. The girl did not expect such a question and was again in a stupor. At least the organizers, it seemed that she was shocked by his decision. To which the girl unexpectedly began to deny at that time. The organizer said that our main character should not lie to him because the better he understood her feelings, the clearer it was in winter. Thus, the organizer could more accurately plan the development of her love story. The girl was silent for several seconds and did not answer anything, thinking about everything that had happened. And then looking down, she said that it was incredibly bitter for her to doubt Lucas's sincerity. The organizer asked if the girl really decided that he liked her, especially the real one. To which the girl depressed herself more and more, saying that of course he thought that she was an aristocrat with a high status, and moreover became close to our heroine only because he also thought that she was Mariana, and the girls even seemed to have something between. Some of them could be real feelings. The organizer did not respond to such a proposal from the girl. He adjusted his mask, and then he sat down on the bed not far from the girl. And he asked if our main character knew why the fact that Mariana would participate in the box was announced to the whole world. Such an unexpected question stopped the girl, but she replied that most likely this was due to the fact that the girl was incredibly attractive. The organizer said that it was true that the girl was attractive, but it was not about beauty or character. The attractiveness of a partner, if they were talking about marriage, largely depended on the situation. Our heroine did not understand what the organizer was talking about. The guy continued that when people with extremely high status fall in love, they need to solve one important issue, namely who will inherit the throne of their country and who would refuse this right. For the sake of her husband, Mariana renounced power in her homeland in the 8th kingdom in the series and became the queen of the country, the wife of the 6th kingdom Kelly. But suddenly Viserys died without leaving an heir, and in his country a woman could not become the head of state. At the same time, the Syrian king of Mariana's homeland also died to our humble address. He gave the Martians the right to return and occupy his throne. The organizer continues to say that if the girl does not return to her homeland, she will lose sovereignty and become part of the empire. And even if Mariana got married in a box, she can protect Sirius from this. If a girl leaves her late husband and returns to her homeland, she will become a full-fledged monarch. However, power over or will be taken over by the governor-general. And Mariana, instead of returning, decided to remarry with a new husband. She could remain queen and annex the series, making it a republic. The girl is such a moron with logic that Mariana wants to unite the countries. To which the organizer replied that the 6th and 8th kingdoms were located nearby, if she agreed with her husband. Yes, this was quite possible, but the unification had not yet happened, only because the previous King Siren was against it. And then the girl guessed that it turns out that King and Queen Killy will be from other states. To which the organizer replied that in the kingdoms, they do not give much importance to kinship in matters of succession to the throne, although there are countries for which this was quite important, And therefore, if Marianne's new husband is even remotely related to the royal family of Kili, the issue of the legitimacy of power will be resolved. Mariana understood this, so she allowed her to talk about her participation in the show. Here, our girl is completely surprised and confused because she thought that the box was created for love. To which the organizer laughed and said that it would be good if Mariana could also fall in love with the right man. The kingdom of Viceroys Kilyuya is rich in springs of gold and diamonds. It is the richest among the 8 kingdoms of the motherland of Mariana of the Syrian. It attracted traders from all over the continent and was an important transport interchange. Mariana respected the laws adopted in her husband's country, which means power will pass to her husband. The organizer asked our main character whether she understood what he was talking about. And what the girl answered was that the man whom the girl makes will become her husband, the ruler of 2 countries at once, and will receive incredible wealth and power. And the organizer replies that the woman's desire to participate in the box such news was a tremendous success. Everyone who had the right wanted to participate in the box right away. There were a lot of applicants. Not only men, girls also applied, knowing what kind of grooms were waiting for them. It was also a chance to gain influence and sympathy of the people. In other cases, it would even obscure the direct heirs of the kingdoms. There were even cases when illegitimate offspring were accepted into the royal family after the show, and he turned out to be so popular that he overtook his brothers in the fight for the throne. Having won the heart of our main character, and even just being next to her is a ticket to a happy life for many, the girl was the most desired bride because of the desire for diamond in any crown. Therefore, the girl organizer asked, "Did she really not understand this before?" To which she had no answer. She was already sitting in a stupor from such a large amount of information. To which the girl recalled how Lucas said that she shouldn't have told him her personal information, because as soon as the girl told me who she really was, she would begin to doubt that his feelings were a lie, and that he didn't like her, but her status. She recalled how Lucas said that his feelings for her were pure. He said that he wanted to prove this too. And then the girl realized that it seems Lucas was telling her all this. Then I think that she is Mariana. The girl now understood that he knew that Marianne could not be anyone except her, but did not want to show his commercialism, to which the organizer will answer that he believed that he would find a way to her heart. Our main character not only had no words, she was not as shocked as she was at that moment. The organizer suddenly asked if the girl really felt strange. The girl immediately cheered up. "I don't understand what the guy is talking about." And then it dawned on her, and my eyes began to water. She said that she felt a little really strange. She believed that no one would be happy if the truth was suddenly revealed. Moments, the girl recalled how Lucas coldly told her that he didn't like it when his feelings were played with. The organizer's touch on her hair pulls her thoughts out of her thoughts. This behavior greatly surprises our main character. Putting the girl by the hair, the organizers say that in this case no one should find out the truth. On this note, the conversation between the organizer and our main character ends. We are transported to Grant and Amethyst, who have already moved to their location. Looking around, the guy did not understand where they appeared, while Amethyst assumed that in front of him was the labyrinth. We are also transported to Lucas and Amber, who also arrived at their location and were already looking around. The girl says that they really ended up in a dungeon, to which Lucas replies that it looked like that. And then suddenly, a holographic owl appears in front of them who says that sometimes life can be complex and confusing, and it also seemed that we were wandering in a labyrinth, so spouses should support each other even during such periods. The guys listened carefully to the owl without interrupting. They were very interested in what would happen next. The owl continued to say that they should be patient and inseparable in difficult moments. The owl said the same thing to Grant and the Amethyst. Their task was to reach the exit together, to return to the island. So the holographic owl said that their bags contained everything they needed, and then said goodbye, wishing them all good luck. Grant was very angry that this time they had to find a way out of the maze. The guy began to think that if they don't find it, and will he really remain in the labyrinth forever, the girl embarrassedly offers to open the bag that they were given for the trip. To which the guys immediately opened the bag in the hope that they might suddenly have a map lying around. But what they saw there surprised them very much. We moved to the Logos and Amber, who also decided to open everyone's chest. Everything was the same. A device for sleeping food, toiletries, medicines, for emergencies, that was all. Lucas noticed that there was nothing for protection. While looking at the box, he assumed that the environment should have been non-hazardous, while the girl found some kind of scroll. Having opened it, the girl realized that it was some kind of riddle, it seemed. Lucas said that it looked like it was a hint for the exit, but he needed a key so that he could read himself. The girl noticed that he was still sleeping and did not open, to which Lucas said that if they find the key quickly, they will be able to find out where the exit is. The girl agreed and said that first she needs to change into something more comfortable. After Amber changed clothes, they went with Lucas to wander through the labyrinth in search of that very key. Lucas, looking at Amber, notices that the girl was humming some kind of melody under her breath and says that the girl seemed happy. But when she smiles, she says that it's really so obvious from her because it was all because she really loved riddles. After all, finding one thing at the same time and a secret hidden inside the labyrinth was painfully very exciting. To which Lucas looked at the girl and said that there really was nothing more exciting in this place. And suddenly he stepped forward and told them to move on. This confused the girl. But she caught up with the guy asking where they would go next, to which the guy replied that he would look around and try to look for the door or drawings. And so we move to our commentators who say that this time there is a meeting with a riddle and labyrinths. The girl notes that it is really important to work as a team. The girl also thought that this could drag on for longer than a day, to which the guy confirmed that it would drag on for several days if they didn't find a way out. Then the girl commentator remembered Grant and the amethysts and began to worry about them. But what the guy said was that it wasn't true, that they didn't seem to be professionals in solving puzzles. And so we moved to the amethyst, and Grant, I also opened the suitcase and pulled out that same scroll. Just like the last time, did not assume that it seemed like an instruction. Grant encountered a problem that the scroll did not stretch further, and therefore asked the girl what she thought if he pulled harder, he would be able to pull the scroll out or not. But what the girl said was not worth it, very worried because it could burst. So the commentators notice that in such conditions they will have a lot of conversations. The guy says that in order to work in a team, they will have to communicate a lot. And so we had 2 pairs of pentagrams. It was interesting how much time they would spend to find a way out. We move to our main character in the room where the organizer is sitting, saying that now they have a lot of time. The girls would now have a reason not to leave the room, but the girl agrees and says that she will not leave. The guy suggested that the girl pretend that she was avoiding society, upset by the betrayal of Platinum, so she has intentions to distance herself from everyone. Such a proposal was very surprising. The girl and she was also more surprised that I would have to avoid men. The organizer said this was necessary in order to gain more time and the stage to be more marina-like. The girl began to guess where everything was going. Namely, she recalled how the organizer told her that she had 2 options, either gain experience or end her relationship with Platinum. Because of this, she began to worry very much. She was scared and asked what the organizer would do with her. But the organizers noticed this and even thought about it for a few seconds. But then he said that the girls would still have to improve their skills, and the girls needed practice. Our main character was very much driven into a stupor by this turn of events. She couldn't even move. She had a feeling that she was about to fall through the ground from awkwardness, because what kind of practice she didn't even imagine. Suddenly, everything around them began to shine. The organizer used what kind of magical ability this is, and a magic circle formed under them. The girl was confused, not understanding what was happening. She was very worried about what would happen next. At this point, we move directly to the Amethyst and Grant, who wander through the labyrinth for several hours. And this makes Grant very tense. But not only the Amethysts, it also begins to depress him very much. And then at some point, Grant suddenly starts screaming that they have been walking in circles for several hours, and in the end, they haven't come anywhere. The girl got scared because of this. Grant continues to freak out, pointing at the statue, saying that they have already been here because he definitely remembers this stone woman. Amethyst smiles. I don't know how to react. He says that he also remembers her. Unexpectedly, Grant at the moment changes his anger. But with confidence, they say that the strong in spirit go forward, but the strong in body go anywhere. Such a phrase confused the Amethyst. She did not understand what Grant was talking about. Grant suddenly says that he is going to make a new road and jerks towards the grass wall. He hit with all his might. He managed to break through the walls a little. He noticed this and wanted to try a couple more times. But suddenly, the wall from the hold began to suck the Grants inside, which scared him very much, and Amethyst also became nervous for the guy. While the guy was being sucked in, the girl was trying to help somehow. On that note, we move on to Lucas and Amber. The girl points to some kind of statue with a seal and tells Lucas that the pattern is similar to the one they had drawn on the scroll. The guy agreed. Together, they approached this pattern and decided to see what would happen if they clicked on it. As soon as the guy clicked on the pattern, the girl noticed that the scroll gave her the opportunity to read the riddle further. The riddle sounded like one great sun and shining stars. The guy, as soon as he heard that the girl had read this riddle, said that one great sun was Elpedium, and 8 stars were 8 kingdoms. After answering, a portal to the unknown suddenly opened in front of them. Both the girl and the guy were surprised that he answered correctly. The girl also noticed that the scroll suddenly began to unfold again. Lucas noticed that it seemed they needed to look for the drawing again, and the girl noticed that 2 out of 3 were written, and therefore suggested that perhaps they needed to find 3 patterns and solve their riddles. Lucas said that this was most likely, so he suggested not to waste time and hit the road as soon as possible, and the girl said that they were like, in the game, escape from the maze. And the girl was also surprised at such an elegant solution to the riddle, noting that the empire was the sun and the 8 stars were the kingdom under its protection. To which Lucas says that even the child decided it was not at all difficult for him, and the girl laughing replies that she remembered it from a children's song. She began to sing it that the stars were burning. There were 9 of them, and there she sent and suddenly became the sun, and 8 bowed down. The light of the body opened, the sun was exposed forever and ever. The guy watched as Amber sang that song and did not interrupt her. As soon as the girl finished, he said that she sings very beautifully. This compliment surprised her, and the girl asked whether Platinum likes to sing songs. To which he asked whether there really were people who didn't love, and so Amber suddenly asked what Lucas's favorite song was, to which Lucas had a rather difficult time choosing. He suggested that it could be the song Love to the Paradox. Although it was a little strange, the cup asked if it was the one that became popular after the first box, and said that she had listened to it when she was as a child. So the 2 of them together, like a real couple, walked and walked through the labyrinth singing the same song together. Suddenly our commentators appear and say that it was a most beautiful duet. The guy notices that it was a sudden performance by the capella. Looking at these 2, the commentator asked the girl if it didn't seem to her that Platinum was much happier next to Amber, but that the commentator girl replied that she didn't even know, but it was clear that they were comfortable with each other. Further looking at Lucas, the guy says that with Obsidian, the guy was completely different. He asked what his colleague thought, to which the girl replied that although different, he was not unhappy. No. But the guy suggested that maybe after all, Amber was Marana with a smile on her face. The girl was happy and said that she didn't know she couldn't wait for Platinum to ask the girl about it. The guy commentator asked his colleague why he was in no hurry to ask questions, to which the girl replied that they were both fans of unproven evidence and therefore could not ask questions. But still, commentators. Watching how they walked together, it was interesting what would prevail in the end, curiosity or the charm of intrigue. At the same time, we move into the open labyrinth where Lucas and Amethyst lie. Liana somehow escaped from despair. Grant, very tired, says that it seems that there is no path through these thickets, to which the girl with a smile on her face says that they should look for a drawing from the map. Suddenly, Luca notices the girl is wearing heels and asks if it's not difficult for her to walk all day in shoes. He assumes that it's uncomfortable. The girl pays attention to this and says although it is uncomfortable, nothing can be done, smiling at the guy and saying that there were no horses there. Smiling, the girl says that her shoes can be changed for horse riding. If she asks them, they become more similar to the shoes that Grant wears. This logic of the guy is very surprising. Then the guy is driven into a stupor and begins to ask some strange questions that reboot him. Then he can't stand it and says that until that moment, the girl had really always worn high-heeled shoes, not counting out of the house on horseback, to which the girl replies that undoubtedly the shoes were a small part of her image of an amethyst, so she didn't want to take them off. The guy starts to get very nervous and asks how she sleeps then or when she takes a bath. The girl could not digest so many questions at the same time and began to gradually tell that both of her could turn into bracelets. The guy completely explodes and says, "Why can't she just turn them into something comfortable during a walk?" Amethyst says in surprise that it's really possible, to which the guy says why not. The girl says that these shoes were like the appearance of an amethyst and were created to reflect her personality. If on a whim she ordered them to be changed, then she thought that she would offend them. That is, her shoes' understandable logic killed her as much as possible. With his mouth open, the guy asked if she was really afraid of offending the shoes, to which the girl said that she was afraid of offending the magicians of the imperial family who created them. The guy immediately said that this was nonsense. Were they really knackers to force ladies to always wear uncomfortable shoes? And so the guy got very angry, shouting for the girl to change to comfortable shoes. Right away, the girl began to panic very much and agreed with Granta. I'm embarrassed. The girl turned to the respected shoes she asked for forgiveness and asked that they please turn into something comfortable. Immediately, the girl wore something like walking shoes, which she was pleased with. This was even noticed by the owl girl, not only Grant. But the guy couldn't calm down, shouting at her why she hadn't done this a long time ago, and in general, how the girl still tolerated this. It infuriated him incredibly. The girl simply apologized in response so that Grant would stop yelling at her. Due to the fact that Grant screamed so much, the girl even began to cry, and in response said that she did not think that she could anger the guy so much. Ricky realizes that he has gone too far, because the girl starts crying. He does not know what to do and freezes like a stone. And then, starting to make excuses, he says that it's not that she did this to him in Russia, but the girl interrupts him and says that he shouted at her because she irritates him and he is uncomfortable with her. He says that things are bad. The girl is already there roaring. He says that he was a little emotional. In fact, it was easy to say, but he says that he didn't want to be so angry and asks the girl just not to cry. She also apologizes in response. And then we move to our commentators, where the guy says that Grant was definitely not angry with Amethyst. Now the girl tells him that she was wearing uncomfortable shoes all this time, and he screamed because he was worried about her. It turned out to be such a commentator funny. But the guy replied that although it was funny for them, it was definitely not for the Amethyst. The girl noticed that nevertheless they were a good couple. But they needed to talk more, while Grant tried to calm the girl down. While Grant was calming the girl down, our commentators were wondering whether they would be able to get out of the maze. After all, they still had not solved a single riddle, and the commentators were also wondering whether the labyrinth was an impassable obstacle for them or not. At that time, we are already moving to our main character, where she and the organizer moved somewhere, and the girl somehow ended up in his arms. At first, the girl was very worried, and then she looked around and realized that it was in vain. After all, there were a lot of books around her. They moved to the library. The organizer said that it was his personal library. The girl asked if this place was on the island, to which he replied that it was natural, but no one would be able to get there without his special permission. The girls really liked being there because she loved ancient books. She couldn't be happier. She was also incredibly interested in the fact that among all the books, there were books in ancient languages. Unexpectedly, the organizer says that this will be their place for practice. The girl concerned turns around again and asks what their practice will be, to which the organizer makes just one click, and in front of the girl, something begins to glow very brightly, thereby surprising her more and more, driving her into a stupor. But she clearly liked it. Objects that were nearby suddenly began to float and move on their own. Also, the girl's dress began to glow very brightly. This amazed our main character. From her dress in which she stood, she was transformed into something completely different. Black, incredibly sophisticated, which matched her hair color and also suited her face quite well. The organizer suddenly also dressed up and said that they were starting to practice dancing. The girl had to become as artificial as Mariana in a short period of time, but it was quite difficult. But practice would help her at least get closer to the level of the royal daughter. The guy noticed that it would still be inconvenient to fall from a horse before each dance. Our main character was very surprised and agreed with everything the organizer said. She was also surprised by the practice itself because she imagined it a little different. The organizer gave the girl his hand and asked if she had ever studied dancing. But what the girl put in her hand in his said that a little in childhood when her mother hired her a tutor. The organizer asked her if she knew the basics since she studied as a tutor. So they practiced the plot for a long time. During the dance, the girl began to wonder how much time had passed since the start, because the dance lasted quite a long time. The guy was in a good mood because the girls liked how they practiced. And suddenly, the organizer notices that the girl dances quite well, but at least not as much as he expected. Our heroine smiled and said that she was glad, and in her mind, she thought about the fact that it was simply easy for her to be surrounded during the days. After all, they gave her calmness and self-confidence. During the dance, the organizer asked whether it took a long time to teach the girl how to dance, to which the heroine said that about up to years. Then the organizer unexpectedly said that her mother had died earlier. Such a girl was amazed in her mind, she thought that he even knew this, but that she confirmed his words and said that her sisters also needed lessons. Therefore, looking down, the girl said that the stepmother sent the same tutor to them, and he was incredibly kind to her, and gave the stepmother a big discount if our main character attended lessons. The girl wanted to continue the topic, but suddenly she noticed that the organizers suddenly quickly changed faces. Looking at the guy, she realized that she had started talking about something that she had not been asked, and it seemed to be out of etiquette. The guy at the same time simply said that everything was clear to him. Not married did not continue dancing. The organizer took and began to twist the girl. After the girl spun around, he grabbed her by the waist and pressed her to him. It looked like they were a couple in love doing a wedding dance. The organizer suddenly froze in place looking at the girl. Our main character was very confused by this. She didn't understand why the guy stopped, and she began to assume that she could have made a mistake somewhere. After which they parted ways, and the organizer said that the girl was talented in dancing, and also if she continued to train, she could even compete with Mariana. A smile appeared on the girl's face, and she was very happy. Then the organizers looked at the floor and said that the girl had not told the whole story, and therefore asked whether the girl might want to continue. The girl was surprised that the organizer asked her to continue the story she was telling. Measured together, they stood looking at each other. Then the girl said that today she realized that they know a lot, and the organizers, but that the guy answered to continue hosting the show. He thinks you should have gotten to know her better. So the girl embarrassedly asked what exactly the organizer wanted to know, how a guy with one click of his fingers organized a table for two on which stood champagne. Then the guy replied that he would like to know how much alcohol the girl could drink. Our main character was surprised at this and said that she didn't know because she hardly drank. The guy invited her to sit down. As soon as they sat down, the organizer immediately said that judging by the stories about her wedding night, the girl had no tolerance for alcohol, to which the girl looking at it said that most likely it was so. While pouring himself a glass of wine, the guy continued to say that Mariana, on the contrary, was a lover of drinking a glass, and here, just like in dancing practice, was important. So the organizer mixed the first glass and said that they started with the first glass, taking their time getting used to the taste of alcohol, because it was not the same as pouring a bottle into yourself in one fell swoop. With a smile on his face, the guy offers to try and enjoy the drink. As soon as the girl took the glass, the organizer immediately added that as a girl it would be bad, she would have to say, and the training would end immediately. They sat down at the table and there was deathly silence for several seconds. And then the organizer unexpectedly said that while the girl was drinking a drink, he asked her to tell something about herself. The guy asked that maybe she had something from her life marriage. And then the organizer directly asks our girl a question. What kind of life did our main character have as a child? This question really surprised the girl. And on this note, we move to the castle where Alex and the Pearls are sitting. The guys were discussing the fact that Obsidian was sitting in the room again. She tells everyone that she thought that her ankle had already healed, to which Alex replies that the ankle may have healed. But he wasn't sure about mental wounds. The girl at first didn't understand what kind of mental wounds, and then asked the guy what really he thinks that she really suffers so much because of the payment, but did not develop this topic further. The girl got into trouble and asked the crafty one what he thought about our main character. Could she really be a Marana? And then unexpectedly she asked who else he chose to meet this time. The guy, as always, cold-bloodedly answered, "Why did the girl ask this?" To which Pearl, with a smile on her face, replied that she couldn't sleep. She brought the box for Mariana's sake. The patina was gone. With the amber, it seemed to her that Platinum began to doubt the identity of Obsidian, which is why the girls were wondering what Alex thought about this. To which the guy replied that he didn't even know, because when choosing a couple to meet, he was not guided by what everyone else was doing. He was guided by who he was really interested in. Pearl, laughing, asked them if he was interested too, to which Alex simply smiled. We move to the moment of choosing a stone. The owl tells Alex that he needed to write the name of whom he would like to invite to a meeting, while the guy sits carefully thinking about it. So for several minutes, he just thought and tapped his finger on the piece of paper I didn't know what to write. And then I finally decided to use this stone, which turned out to be obsidian again for our main character. We move to the present moment, where the girl is already sitting incredibly surprised at this guy's story, because from the first meeting and the date at sea ending with both meetings off the island, the guy chose only her. Alex laughed and said that until now it was she who had been most interesting to him. Pearl right there says that this could be his chance because while Obsidian's heart was broken by betrayal, the girl suggested that the guy go and win her heart, to which Alex refused and said that it was unethical. Pearl noticed that if you look at it like that, then Alex will have their other chances because she won't go anywhere until the end of the show. The guy's answer surprised him. He said that the girl said alarming things. And sitting like that, looking at each other and talking, the guy suddenly says that in any case, now the search for fate didn't bother him so much. The girl asks him why. Alex replies that there may be only one Marianne, which means someone was very skillfully pretending to be her. And then the guy becomes incredibly serious. Ask a question, then pretend to be someone if you could be yourself. He asked the girl if she understood what Alex was talking about, but she sat in a stupor and could not answer anything. On such a note, we move into the dungeons to Lucas and Amber. The girl decided to sit down. After all, her legs were very tired from walking. Amber invites Lucas to make a small pass, but the guy of course agrees and says that they could use a snack. I open the suitcase and he says that there must be food in there somewhere, and he'll look now. While Lucas was looking in his suitcase for something to eat, the girl watched him closely. And then Yantar unexpectedly says that the guy had incredibly iron patience because she immediately thought that he would ask the girl what he wanted most, namely who the girl was. The guy turns around with a smile on his face and asks if the girl really wants him to ask who she is, along the way inserting the crystal into the magic cube, from which all the cooking utensils they needed immediately fall out into the distance. And the girl simultaneously says that she wants to know why the guy doesn't ask, because now there was every opportunity to ask. To which Platinum responds already during cooking that the girl said that it would be more interesting if her personality was revealed later. The girl with a smile on her face standing while slicing bread says that she spoke to Yi, and nevertheless thought that he would not be able to contain his curiosity. Lux was very surprised by this. He asked why to, which Yantar continued to cut some bread. And then Yantar told me that if she is not the same destiny that he is looking for, and asked if the guy is afraid to become attached to her and inadvertently make a mistake, to which Lucas, satisfied with a serious face, says that if he was afraid to get attached to her, he would not have chosen the girl. This surprised the commentators very much. They had already suggested that it didn't matter to him who the Amber turned out to be, whether she turned out to be Mariana or not. The girl was surprised by the guy's answer and asked him to explain his words, to which the guy, looking at the incredibly beautiful Yantar, said that he was interested in finding out who she was, but to understand why he was the one the girl did not immediately understand, and asked again what the guy meant. Lucas immediately said that people who definitely showed interest in them, but not himself. Therefore, he was very interested in why the girl chose him out of everyone. We move to the commentators, who are also surprised the girl says that Luke is absolutely right. She could count on the fact that he would choose her. And so you and I move to Amber, who with a smile on her face says that that's why she's interested in him. And then suddenly the girl turned around and continued cooking, talking about whether the guy remembered what he said on the day he appeared, to which Lucas replied that he didn't remember at all, and asked the girl to remind him. To which the girl reminded him that he had mentioned that the rule was 3 seconds, said that the extension could be felt at first sight. So the girl thought about the guy, that he was a person who was ready to plunge into love driven only by a feeling. And so the girl from the very beginning began to wonder what our Lucas was like. And so they exchanged glances, and then I smiled at each other. Lucas, pleased, said that everything was clear to him now, but there was still one thing. But what kind of girl was he in communication with? The girl, throwing something into a bowl, said that she had not yet managed to understand and would tell them step by step, as if she was going deeper and deeper into a labyrinth. The guy exhaled with difficulty and said that it was quite strange the girl did not understand what was strange but did not ask. Suddenly, Luca notices that the girl wants to say something, but cannot. And then the girl suddenly says that she would like to open it and find out what secrets are hidden in it. Lucas replied, which means they were both satisfied with their statuses. The girl laughed and said that they still had a lot of time to get to know each other better, so there was no need to rush. After which, Yantar now suggested that the guy sit down and eat, so to speak, reward himself for good work. So, we leave the guys at the moment when they sat down to eat and talk about some topics that we will later find out. We move to Grant and Amethyst, where they also decided to sit down to eat. The guy notices that the girl feels something strange about you. He decided to turn to her, but somehow she suddenly jumped up in fright. Grant decided to apologize for yelling at the girl. He felt awkward and did not want to upset the girl or intimidate her in any way. The guy continues to say that he was not angry with her at all, but with those charlatan shamans, the girl next to her doesn't understand why he didn't like magicians so much and asked why he treated him like that. To which Granta asked what normal person would create magical objects, the basic form of which would be inconvenient. This, in his opinion, was a mockery. And then, suddenly it started to reach the guy, and he decided to ask if that's why the girl is so awkward all the time looking at her shoes, along with the girl. The guy remembers that she stumbled at every step, wherever he saw her, even out of the blue. Amethyst was very worried and answered that it was difficult to get used to the shoes, and I had to spend a little time learning how to balance on them. Ricky asked Eve what even when she fell from the tree she was wearing shoes, to which the girl replied that she was wearing them because she didn't yet know that they could change their shape. The guy began to discuss how a girl could climb a tree in shoes. Then she fell without injury, and after which she was also able to quickly rush away from him. He unexpectedly told the girl that her vestibular apparatus was better than she thought, and maybe muscular. The girl didn't understand what the guy was talking about. She was just agreeing with him. But she still wondered. And then Grant suddenly asks whether the girl has ever thought about martial arts. He just begins to glow with happiness because he found such gold since the girl quickly learned horse riding, and therefore Grant believed that she may have had a talent that she did not even suspect. We move to the commentators, where they observe a strange picture of Grant asking the girl to hit him on the palms with all her might. They are confused. They don't understand what was happening. Vitya, the guy, was looking for love and found a student. Commentators watching how the guy trains the girl say that at least Grant has finally become interested in Amethyst. But in my opinion, this is not the attention she wanted. Looking at how the guy began to train the girl right during the meeting with the truth, commentators wondered whether the guys even remembered that they had to get out of the labyrinth. And the girl joked and said that she was surprised at all how they had not lost the scroll yet. We are transported to our main character, who is sitting sipping her drink, and the organizer asks her what her childhood was like. The girl, a little upset, tries to remember what her childhood was like. We are transported to the memories of a girl where she remembers only herself alone, where all the girls mocked her. One also notes that her childhood was also pitiful. She could not stand up for herself. But she also remembers the happy times, how she loved to read old books. This brought her the most pleasure in her life. The girl remembers that moment. She was incredibly glowing with happiness and was glad that she found at least some kind of entertainment then. The organizer asked if the girl had really read a lot of books, to which our heroine replied that she had read a lot. After all, books open the door to a completely different world for her, hundreds and thousands of new worlds that she would like to see. After all, I immerse myself in reading. She tried on the image of other people. The girl chose incredibly luxurious celebrities who were known throughout the world. Also, our main character read books where she tried to be a noble queen. The book girl also felt loved by someone. All this was in the books, and in the books, the girl could forget about her real life, which brought incredible pleasure. The organizer listens to the girl, even a little upset. Looking at her, he understands that apparently the girl was not very happy. Our main character, while drinking a cocktail, said that after her mother's death, it was incredibly difficult for her. After all, she was left alone. Her father married a second time, but the woman her father married did not like her, as are her 3 children, or rather her new brothers and sisters. After all, after the father of our main character died, they directly stated that she was nobody to them, and because of which her house ceased to be home. Nothing consoled the girl more at that time than reading many books. It's not the organizer's wife who asks about love, but specifically whether the girl has ever felt in love. And suddenly the girl realizes that I am too carried away by the story and mentally thinks that of course the organizer was interested in this and not something else, because in order to play the girl Marianne, she had to know about love. The girl answers the gentleman that it could hardly be called love. But when some boy in a raincoat came to her like that, she constantly chased after him and asked him to wait for her. He in turn put it in and she ran away from the girl. But somehow they didn't cross paths, and at that moment the girl admitted to the guy that she really liked him. The girl with a smile on her face remembers that moment and tells it all to the organizer. The organizer asks what kind of person he was and asks the girl to tell her more about him. The girl replies that the guy was very similar to her. The organizer did not understand the presentation and asked again in what regard to her. But what the girl said with a smile on her face was that as a child she loved to read ancient books, although they were difficult to understand because of the archaic language, but it was in them that the girl found the most beautiful stories. One day the girl found out that there were a lot of them in the municipal library and went there to look. It was far away and it was raining outside, but the long road and the cold did not stop the girl. As soon as she arrived at the library, it really turned out to be full of ancient books, and in the most neutral room, the girl found a place where almost no one looked. The girl recalled this moment with a smile on her face. They say that she was so glad that she ran there every day and had to spend an hour on the road. But even this, the girl did not stop at all. The girl said that she was even upset when the library was temporarily not working. Suddenly, the organizers ask for forgiveness and interrupt the girl, asking where the story about sympathy is. Such a girl was surprised and she completely forgot. The girl felt embarrassed and asked for forgiveness, saying that this was simply an important place. It was there that she learned that she was not the only one who loved ancient books. After all, when she was reading, there was someone who started reading them earlier than the girl as she understood it. She found imprints of his presence everywhere. The guy didn't understand how these were presence imprints, to which the girl said that she noticed that these were such paw signs in books. In some places they were already placed on the last page. And from the girl she guessed that someone had already read them, and the girl also understood that I was there could be useful for her. After all, writing in the past was different, and words could be written both from left to right and from right to left. So ancient books were both with right and left bindings in collections. The strap was always laid on the same side. The girl was sitting and was so enthusiastically telling me that she could almost always identify the collection and which way to read it just by looking at the strap, and the girl also said that the guy who also read the books took great care of them. Was there a book? If torn or dirty, then after it they were glued and clean. To which the organizer again asks for forgiveness and interrupting, asking whether this is a story about a person or about banistics. The girl, laughing, always went away from the topic and somehow didn't notice something because she really liked books. And I look to the side, our main character asks for forgiveness and says that she knew the guy only in relation to books. The organizer asks, is that really all, to which the girl says that she has never seen his face or heard his voice. Then the organizer, with a serious look, asks whether the girl was sure that they knew him for sure. To which our main character, with a smile on her face, says that they even communicated a little through the notes they left. One day a girl found a book that her secret boyfriend had not finished reading. She noticed that until the 8th tone, the ribbon was laid at the very end, but on the 9th in the middle, the girl thought that this was her chance. And she wrote a note in an ancient language and put it between the pages. The girl was very excited, but she wanted him to find her. The note was a greeting and asked whether the guy had stopped the girl. Also asked if he was really bored. The girl was looking forward to that moment so much, and every day she went to the library in anticipation of what was to come. It was incredibly exciting for her, just like reading a novel and waiting for the outcome of its story. One day, our heroine came to the library again with great interest and noticed that the tape was at the end. She immediately realized that the guy had read her note. One day, the girl notices that something is falling out of the book. He picked her up, and she was incredibly confused that he answered her and looked at the note for several seconds, not believing what had happened. Then, the girl decides to open her long-awaited note, which asked who the girl was and how she knew that he stopped in the middle of the book. And so from that moment, a correspondence began between our main character and that unknown guy. The girl again left him a note asking why the guy didn't continue reading. because in her opinion, the ninth house was the most interesting. And so, in her joy and sadness, the girl dedicated him openly like no one else. Our heroine incredibly loved their communication and did not want it to stop. Although our main character did not know his face, name, or age, all the girl knew was that he was a boy, although even this was a secret for her for a long time. The organizer noticed that the story sounded more like it was about friendship than about love, and asked why the girl thought that she was in love. The girl embarrassedly covers her face with her hands and said that she kissed the guy. The organizer was already completely confused. He asked the girl that the analysis said that she didn't see his face, but that the girl said that she didn't see him because he didn't want to show it. Their kiss happened so unexpectedly when the guy had a curtain. The girl, as soon as she remembered this moment, was very embarrassed, but also happy at the same time. She liked that time. The organizer was very surprised. He asked the girl if nothing really bothered her. After all, the girl did not see his face and was sure that she loved him, but that our main character said that she liked him. Finding out through her experiences, the girl says that even if she didn't see his face, she knew in her heart that she loved the guy. The organizer was shocked by this answer and told the girl that in the box there were the same couples who fell in love like the girl. But when the time came to look into each other's faces, their feelings faded. Therefore, the organizers took it while drinking their cocktail. I asked the girl what could happen if she saw that guy. She would have thought the same thing, but the girl asks why the organizer is so sure, to which he replies that the guy could be very different from the expectations of our main character. Such words upset the girl very much. She was already sitting in a stupor and did not know what to answer. The organizer asked the girl, or whether our main character was still in love with someone, but what did she say in your eyes that somehow she didn't have to meet anyone else like that? The guy unexpectedly says that her experience of intimacy is more like fantasy than real intimacy. The girl chose not to answer this, and the organizer continued to say that the girl almost did not know the real person, but relied on the details of his behavior and her feelings. It was panic, all that it looked very much like a box. And suddenly, the last words attracted the attention of our main character. The organizer said that the box had a similar concept because you had to fall in love without knowing their faces and statuses. And so, unexpectedly, the guy said that he seemed to understand what kind of people she was attracted to the most. The guy who analyzed the girl's tastes said that Alexandrite suited her taste best, and he was very erudite there. Our main character didn't even argue with the organizer because it was true the girl was lost in her thoughts, saying that she was really interested when she found out that he was reading ancient books. She suggested that it was probably because she remembered her childhood. While drinking a cauldron unexpectedly, the organizer asks the girl what kind of people she didn't like. Because of this, she already spills a little wine and pauses for a few seconds. And then, with a completely cold look as if someone is going to die, she says that it was her husband. Then the organizer asks what specific thing the guy didn't like. She drinks the cocktail in one gulp, and he begins to tell that he didn't like every last detail about him. She begins to tell that the man with whom she was married collected stuffed magical creatures and called them his collection. Such a girl was very surprised and frightened at the same time. She did not consider this unacceptable. Then the organizer unexpectedly came up to add wine, and the girl was excited and asked if the guy knew that in the past in Cardea there were many magical creatures at home, to which the organizer replied that he knew. Our heroine said that in the desire to take possession of their power, people caught them, imprisoned them in the most terrible places, exterminated them in experiments to learn their power. The girl could not contain her emotions. She believed that this was a shameful stain on the history of the continent because beautiful creatures became extinct due to human selfishness. But most of all, the girl was infuriated by the fact that people bought their stuffed animals and walked around with it. This was most disgusting for our heroine. The guy came up and said that the Count was a wealthy man with an outstanding appearance, and many spoke well of him, something the girl could not hear looking at the organizer even more. And again, I drink a glass to calm my standards. The girl said that these people had no idea what kind of person the Hornbeam was. Our organizer stood surprised. And then he said that the girl began to surprise him more and more often. Our main character did not understand why he said this, and simply stood in a stupor waiting for an explanation. The guy stood next to him looking at the table and told the girl that she was starting to look more and more like Marianne. This surprised the girl even more and asked in what places she looked like Marianne. To which the organizer, with a smile on his face, said that the ability to sympathize with a man without knowing his face and the willingness to take initiative, the guy noticed that the girl was also interested in what he was like as a person. This was precisely what strict requirements were, for the organizer wrote down all this, and added that the girl did not follow the opinion of the crowd she was following, purely her feelings. Pour another glass of wine for the girl. The guy said that this is exactly why people loved Marianne. The organizer leaned a little closer to our main character and whispered to her, swelling, that he liked this too. The girl stood in a stupor. I didn't know how to react or what to do. Then the organizer suddenly moved away and said that there was only one difference, and a bigger one, and that was that our main character froze when someone violated her personal space. She seemed to sit down and drink from her little cauldron. The guy looked at our heroine in surprise and said that the girl in the wild was resistant to alcohol, which is what he imagined. He asked how the girls tasted wine, but that the owl girl didn't notice how she had already drunk some glass in a row, and surprisingly it's not bad because the memories were disgusting. Smiling, the organizer looked at the girl thoughtfully and then put the bottle aside. He said that maybe the proximity would be the same. The girl did not understand why the organizer said this. And then suddenly, the guy approached our main character and got as close as possible to her. I asked if she wanted to check if she could get used to the proximity. At that time, we are already moving to Lucas and Amber, where they just found the pattern they needed. The girl pointed her fingers at Lucas to look. The guy smiled and said that the girl had a keen eye. Coming closer, she clicked on the crystal and wondered what kind of mystery awaits her this time with Lucas. And as soon as they opened the scroll, there was a riddle, and it was there that the path further would be revealed only by their honesty, so Sveta said to call it. The guys stood in shock, wondering whether it was a mystery or not because it didn't look like her at all. Vikos unexpectedly says that they must reveal their real names in order to move on. The girl did not think so and became thoughtful. And then, suddenly Platinum and Amber shouted out in the hope that a further passage would open in front of them. But the doors did not go away and did not open. They stood still and continued to stand. The girl was very disappointed that it didn't work, to which Platinum laughed and said that she really thought that everything would be so simple. Lucas, having thought a little about the riddle, said that there was only a name written there. He thought it meant summer, and that it was enough to name only one name. This assumption was interesting. They exchanged glances but said nothing to each other. But still, the charming guy asked the girl what to do next. The girl, smiling, offers the guy to solve paper scissors on the fireplace. Lucas replies that it was painfully boring. Amber continues to smile and insists on some kind of game, and the one who loses will say his real name. Lucas was interested in such a proposal, and he asked, "What game?" But what Yantar said that the rules of the staring contest were simple. Look into each other's eyes and never look away. This interested the guy. The heroine was confident in you and said that whoever turns away first loses. Then she asked what Lucas thought was a good offer. The guy, with a smile on his face, said that he was all for it and the girls would never lose. So they began to look into each other's eyes without saying anything because each of them wanted to win and was focused on the game. The commentators were very surprised by the atmosphere of the guys. They were even a little shocked. They looked into each other's eyes so much that even through the spectators' grant, one could feel this intensity of emotion. Someone couldn't even look at them, because it was as if they believed that they were spying on something intimate. Unexpectedly, Amber asks for Platinum, or if you can ask him a question, to which Lucas, of course, is not against it. The girl, with a smile on her face, asked, or the guy kissed Obsidian. Only she asked to answer him honestly and not lie while they looked into each other's eyes. Lucas thought for a moment and almost looked away, but replied that he kissed her. The girl, looking intently at Lucas, asked how he felt. Lucas remembers how he kissed our main character and said that this was already a different question, and now it was his turn to ask. The girl, with a smile on her face, said that so be it. She was not looking forward to the question. Lucas, looking at the girl with a serious face, asked why she participated in the box. What question surprised the girl very much, and she decided to ask again. But what did the guy ask? What was the girl's goal? To which the girl answered with a smile, what to find a spouse. The guy also asked what he should have been, to which January proudly replied that, of course, worthy of her. The guy embarrassedly asked what criteria this man should have had, to which the girl, turning away a little, said that she thought it was a man who would not leave her reliable and above all healthy. The guy doesn't ask, is it possible that he won't leave the girl until she gets old? Amber smiled and said that there were too many questions from the children, he only allowed one to be asked. After that, there was a few seconds of silence between them. But the girl decided to answer Lucas, which greatly surprised our guy. The girl replied that it doesn't matter how long they will be together. She just wants to never regret that she chose that particular man because she believes that this was the most important thing. After the answer, the girl said that now it was her turn to ask questions the color did not deny and listened carefully. Amber's next questions were, who worried his heart the most, Obsidian or Marianne? The guy could not have expected such a question, which is why he was driven into a stupor. I don't know what to answer. It was as if he had descended from heaven to earth. But that guy remembers all the wonderful moments that we had with our main character. He replied that he didn't even know because he was completely confused. Amber was not satisfied with this answer. She said that it was difficult to even call it an answer, but Lucas claimed that he was telling the truth, and he really doesn't know who attracted him more. The girl standing in front of Lucas said that she wanted to ask a friend, namely, what was it about Mariana that made his heart beat faster? Luca froze in place in thought, carefully considering everything that they liked most. And unexpectedly, he replied that it was a person. For the girl, it was shocking. She was very surprised. Amber, as if breaking from the step, says that they agreed not to lie to each other. And in general, how was the guy not ashamed because she looked straight into his eyes? Lucas replies that the girl should look into his eyes and read that he is not lying. Amber said that it was just a pretentious phrase, and all the men who promised her the whole world also said so, twirling her in masquerade dances. The last phrase that really stuck with Lucas was that the girl said that no one was embarrassed to lie to her straight in the face. And so they both looked at each other in a stupor. Amber was incredibly angry with the guy. At the same time, Lucas could no longer look into the girl's eyes and looked away. The guy left the girl alone and headed to the door. This behavior of Amber was very surprising. While the guy was heading to the door, the girl shouted after him what this meant. Did he really refuse to play with her? To which the guy then turned to her and said that since she compared him to a man at a masquerade party, he believed that for honesty he should have taken off his mask. Lucas was incredibly determined he was going to remove the ring that hides the identity, that is, the transformative appearance. This behavior shocked the girl. She couldn't believe that the guy would really do this. We move on to the commentators, who are no less surprised because the guy decided to remove the transformation anchor. Those nearby watching all the filming were no less surprised. One of the guys asked whether this was allowed, but the other answered him that undoubtedly, but as a rule, there is no choice before the conclusion. The guy's personality slowly began to change. The color of his hair changed, as well as the shape of his face. In front of us was an incredibly handsome man with white hair and blue eyes. Yantar could not have foreseen this and was no less shocked than the audience. Unexpectedly, the guy told the door his name and she reciprocated. From the roof, there is a portal to another dimension, that is, to the third location for the last riddle. The girl didn't understand at first, and then tried to remember what kind of surname LPDM was. Suddenly, she fell into an incredible stupor because she realized that she had messed up very badly. The commentators were no less shocked, and indeed, all the viewers were shocked by this news. After all, this was the second prince of the empire. There were rumors during the day that he was ill, and also that everyone had heard that the guy had never left the palace, and even no one had seen his face before, and everyone was also shocked because after it ended the first season of The Box, no one else saw the heirs of the empire in the show. This was the first time after years, and it turns out that the girl chosen by the guy became part of the imperial family. Amber understands that she has made a big mistake. At first, she does not know what to do. And then the girl falls to her knees. They say that the faithful subject living under the sun welcomed the best and great prince. The girl continued to stand in front of our Lucas, asked to forgive her insolence towards the emperor's son. The guy tells the girl to stand up. What Yantar doesn't want to refuse and even make more mistakes. The guy then says that because of this, he wanted his identity to remain a secret for as long as possible. But still, he only thought that this was the only way the girl would have no doubts. The girl does not understand what the prince is telling her and tries to understand, confusing him what exactly he meant. What Lucas says is that in his love for the Martians, he was absolutely selfless. So when the wealth of Syria and Keeley added together was not compared with those that already belonged to him. But the guy wasn't looking for the attention of the empire and the 8 kingdoms, so he never accepted the invitation to the box and didn't even think about getting married. He only wanted to spend his life locked up behind the closed doors of the palace. But that was until the guy first saw Mariana. Everyone, including the spectators and commentators, were shocked by this statement. Yantar still couldn't believe that the guy was the heir to the empire and was very surprised. Lucas said that he fell in love with a girl with sincere and hopeless love who betrayed the meaning of his meaningless life. He bowed his hand to his heart and said that her personality was the truth for which he fell in love with her. We flash forward months earlier to the pre-show interview. Our Lucas is being filmed from all sides by cameras and asked to introduce himself. To which the guy immediately says his name and adds that he is the second prince of the empire. He is asked why he decided to take part in the box, to which he says that it was obvious, and asked whether he would really have to explain. To which our organizer said that it was for the audience, and therefore he asked for an explanation. To which he replied to everyone that he wanted to find love, but at least his brother told him, so to speak, that is to answer the question. But according to Lucas, he thought it was nonsense to see he wanted to find Marina a woman of face and a personality that he knows who already loved. Probably this was not the love that in their opinion he should have been looking for. But Lucas said that he wouldn't even have come if he didn't know that she was going to participate, because he wasn't interested in such things as finding a loving woman. The organizer stood opposite Lucas and asked him to explain to the audience why he was not interested in such things. Lucas waited a few seconds and asked that he really had to say such things out loud, so he asked the organizer to explain it to them himself. And then the guy suddenly asked him what was it really because of his illness. The expression on the prince's face immediately changed, and he answered that it was because of him. He asked, was it really not obvious to anyone? Lucas explained that he was doomed to die like everyone else who was sick with what the guy was sick with. He had a hereditary disease that was passed on for generations in their family. It was a heart disease, and the heart disease contained all the power of internal magic. Because of this, it stopped coping, and the magic penetrated the limbs and organs, causing painful symptoms. There was no treatment for such a disease. Many members of the imperial family were killed by the disease while still very young. Everyone thought that this would be the case with our Lucas, so no one expected or demanded anything from him. Everyone believed that he would not even live to reach adulthood, so he was not involved in politics and was not engaged. He was not good for anything, showed interest. And then he waited for his life to end, simply living fleetingly, wasting time on drink and on women. But when the guy saw that episode where the prince told Mariana that she didn't know what kind of person he was, it was then that the scene seemed very funny to him, because then the guy who participated in that show said that he might have an incurable disease. He then asked the girl what she should do, which Marianne could not believe and was shocked. Then that guy said that he was not sick, but he would still be interested in what would happen then, to which the girl answered him that when she accepted the invitation to the box, she decided for herself that no matter how she turned into the future, the girl was going to be to the end true to her feelings. So even if it was stupid, the girl chose her heart and not her mind. Then the guy asked what was said about the girl's heart. And what about the girl turning around? She said that the world of short but vivid emotions also had prices in a special way. Then Luca looked at that very first box without looking away, because he was incredibly interested. Even at that moment, something dawned on Lucas, and he told you something under his breath. The servant even woke up from this asking, or was he talking to her? After all, he continued to watch the season of the box. And thanks to Marianne's words, he began to wonder how he would remain in the memories of the people who knew him. And then, answering to himself, he didn't like that answer. And then he wanted, no matter when his time came, to die without shame for how he spent his life, even if he had little time. He wanted to allow himself to become attached to someone, something special. And perhaps when his end came, he would not regret so much that he had less time than others. The girl Mariana inspired in him a desire to act, to look beyond the walls of his chambers for the first time, to meet people, and to finally learn something new, for example, to cut trees, while all the other people were worried about him. Meeting Mariana completely changed the guy's life and made him much better. Later, the guy wished with all his heart that the girl would always remain happy for such an opportunity. But he was even a little jealous of her fiancé, that he was married to such a woman. The guy started fencing because of his thoughts. He often flew in the clouds and got hurt, but the guy was still happy because his life was gradually changing. Our Lucas did not expect that I would be destined to leave their world earlier than Lucas. After reading the news, the guy immediately understood that Marianne would not forget her husband so quickly because she valued even short but bright love no less than long. The guy immediately thought that he understood why she decided to remarry so quickly. It was all in order to protect the sovereignty of her husband's country. The guy decided to still participate in the fifth box for the sake of Marina. He made his father promise that if he found his wife in the box, his father would allow Lucas to change the laws of her country. So one night, an owl flew to our guy. The owl gave him an invitation to participate in the box. The checkpoint officer slowly pressed yes. He understood that he really wanted to abolish the law prohibiting a woman from claiming the throne of Kili, and then the girl would be able to rule the vizier's country even when Lucas dies. And in response, the guy just wanted to remain in her memory as a person who loved her and acted for her happiness. Naturally, the girl would remember the guy like that. He wouldn't regret his death. The organizer noticed the commendable straightforwardness of Lucas, said that he was resolutely pursuing his intended goal and nothing could hinder him, so the guy was welcomed into the box by giving him a platinum stone. After such a story, Yantar was incredibly surprised. She did not know what to say to Lucas because she was in a momentary stupor. But that platinum who knelt down told the girl to look at him, and then the guy said that he swears he didn't lie to her because he came to the box already keeping love in his heart. Kneeling in front of her, he said that maybe now he was bludgeoning and drinking his feelings to some completely different person, but he was determined to remain faithful only to the Martians. The guy asked the girl, or did he explain his answer? At that time, she was shocked and fascinated by the guy's story and did not know what to answer. We move to our main character where she stands confused while the organizer behind her is looking for something on the shelves. And then he approaches the girl and hands her a book. She asks what it is, to which the organizer replies that it is a classic book among novels in an ancient language. He asks, or was the girl reading? Our heroine smiles and says that she read it and even loved it very much as a child, and it seemed that even she could quote the book itself. The organizer says that our girl loved books so much that they had to try to turn this into a benefit in their business. The girl did not quite understand how this could be useful, to which the organizer responds with a glance to the side and says that theory without practice is dead, and this also applied to relationships. Taking the book, the girl mentally thought that she would really have to kiss the book, and then the guy asked the girl to tell the story from Roman, a book that the girl was holding in her hands. She was a little surprised by this. She supported the book with a smile on her face and began to read it. They say that the story is that the main character fell in love with Russell. The organizer suddenly comes closer to the girl and tells her to read the book in more detail. This alarmed the girl very much, but she continued saying that Russell taught the girl magic. For this, she invited him to land, and he accepted the invitation she showed him how they live people on the surface. The girl turns her head and continues to read that then the heroine teaches the river to dance, and then a spark runs between them. Looking in the book at a picture of a girl dancing with the riverbed, our main character says that this was her favorite scene in the book. The organizer notes that what was needed was live. The girl didn't quite understand right away. Turning her head to the organizer to ask again, he suddenly snaps his fingers, and then a magic circle appears under them, and the guy says that they will start us with this. A scene from the novel appeared in front of them. The girl could not convey the amazing emotions that she experienced then. She was delighted with the organizer because not everyone could create a scene from a novel. And then they began to play a scene from the very novel that the girl was reading, but it didn't work out well for her. As soon as they got close to the organizer, the guy immediately said that it might be difficult to convincingly play something that she had never felt, and therefore perhaps he believed that the girl's favorite scene from the book would help her create the necessary experience. The guy told the girl to imagine herself as a heroine and his riverbed, which had just reached land, and they don't love each other yet. Then the organizer leans over to the girl and walks into her ear to make her dizzy. They look into each other's eyes, and the girl begins to experience some strange and incomprehensible feelings. It was as if she was in that very story on that very stage, and her feelings were the same as those of the main character. Stood in this position together with the organizer, the guy says that acting is the art of simulating experiences that a girl has already lived. When this did not happen naturally to the girl, they tried to create real emotions in an artificial situation. The guy tells the girl to imagine that she invited him to land and teaches him to dance. At the moment, the guy is not in love yet, but the girls, for example, want it to be like this. The organizer said all this when he looked at the girl with a loving look. The guy tells the girl to do and feel the rhythm as if they were swaying on the waves of music, as if they were swaying on the waves of the sea, and so on. The guy asks whether the girl understands what he is talking about. Because of such a surprise, the girl was even confused and forgot what the next line was. And that the organizer says that there was no need to retell the book. He suggested that the girl do it naturally. He admits that, for example, she likes the guy. Suddenly, the girl approached the organizers as close as possible, which drove the two of them into a stupor. But now the girl was not at a loss and said that it was the first time they were so close to each other. And besides, the girl did not notice what beautiful eyes the guy had. This even embarrassed him. He looked away and said that the color of gray umber really seemed beautiful to her. But then the girl said that in the original, they were blue for the hero, like the sea. But since the organizer told the girl that she could improvise, the girl noticed that the guy had the color of sea pebbles, which hid the rays of the dawn sun. With a smile, the girl then continued to say that, of course, she liked his eyes because they were incredibly beautiful. So they stood in an embrace for several seconds, saying nothing. Then the organizer suddenly looked away and said that this was the first time he had been told such a thing. Our main character smiled and thought that the organizer's answer was quite sincere. This made her very happy. The girl, spinning around in a dance, continued to quote the book, saying that the guy first climbed onto land. It was natural that the guy's exit was filled with new impressions, and therefore the girl notes that he could even try an affair with a human woman. And then, the girl stopped. They say that this is when the guy invited her to dance and treated her to food, then kisses her. The girl, confused, mentally remembers that this was the scene of the first kiss, and so they got as close as possible. The guy says what a kiss was. I remind you that they were playing a scene from a book. The girl says that people usually did this back then to show that they liked someone. The guy hugged the girl and thought for a while and asked why she didn't kiss him then. The girl, a little confused after thinking about it, decided to do the impossible for the first time. She approached the organizer and grabbed him by the face. She was going to kiss him on the lips. It looked incredibly romantic. We leave them at this point and move to the city where someone spread urgent news that the identity of one of the participants was revealed. And in the 5th season in Principal, everyone was wondering who would join the imperial family. Everyone was discussing the fact that after the first box, only the offspring of the 8 kingdoms took part in the show. And everyone expected that Mariana would be the highlight of the program. But suddenly it was revealed that one of the participants was a prince. In the area, there were a lot of disputes about whether the girl would still marry the prince. And for benefits or because of love, everyone also talked about who was Mariana Yantar or Obsidian, because of which there were many quarrels between people in the kingdom. And so we move to the moment when the organizer is standing in front of some person who tells him that his ratings have surpassed the first legendary box in terms of indicators. I noticed that the installation of prices was magnificent and unknown. Again, he says that the guy did a brilliant job. It then turns out to be His Highness the King of the Empire of all 8 kingdoms. Our organizer, bowing his head, says that it is an honor for him to accept praise from His Highness himself. And then, His Highness says that he was a little alarmed when his brother said that he was going to participate in the box because he was an incredibly gentle boy, and the guy was worried that he wouldn't last even a week on the project. They say that he would definitely do something would be fine and the program would be ruined. Rising from his seat, His Highness says that after all, the organizer was pleased with the fellow that he was able to take the guy so far and even make him a star. But he only had one question. How long could he fool him? After all, as soon as his brother understands everything, he will be one step away from disaster. The organizer replies that His Highness should not worry and will guarantee that the obsidian will not be so easy to open. The organizer remembers that he promised that as the jester of this box, he was going to provide an unforgettable show for everyone in the empire. So, we leave behind the scenes of the show itself and are transported to Grant and Amethyst, where they finally found something similar to the first pattern on the map. They noticed that as soon as they approached it, the map suddenly began to unfold, which made them very happy. And then, our commentators join in saying that thank God they finally got to the first riddle. Suddenly, a bunch of keys fly out to Grant, which surprises the guy very much. There were various patterns on them, and the hint was that the most influential force would allow them to take the shortest path. So Grant and the amethyst laid out the keys in order the girl asked the guy what did they really need. To choose the key that identified the most influential force, the guy didn't answer anything. I listed that the magic of the sword was drawn on them, and so on. Suddenly, the mestizo notices the clergy saying that she knew this outfit, and this is how the pontiff she served dressed. Our boy was very surprised that the girl served the priest and asked whether the girl was by any chance from the Holy Kingdom. To which the girl replies that she is from there, her homeland is the Third Kingdom. She reveals that her name was Emily. There is no need to sleep. This is such information. He asked the girl whether it was true that saints were born in her country, whose divine powers to heal are more effective than magic, to which the girl, with a smile on her face, also replies that it was the pure truth because women of the royal family had such abilities, and it was approximately like our amethyst. This incredibly pleases Granta. He was surprised that the girl was a saint and was also able to heal, and besides, he now understood why the girl did not complain about uncomfortable shoes. The saints were very patient. Amethyst, with a smile on her face, says that everything is true and they tolerated the pain well, and after the injury, they quickly recovered. Grant was delighted. After all, in his homeland, they were very respected. The warriors wore the saint sign on their chest as a talisman, and Grant had one too. Our step-girl says that yes, the magical revolutions did not provide his country with support for military conflicts, because they even knew how to pull a person out of almost the other world, which is why it was accepted that they became symbols of protection. The girl said that since Grant had such information, it means he was from a place of origin, but that he, pointing to himself, said that he forgot to introduce himself and tell the girl that he was the sixth prince. Since he was accepted, he cried he was of course an unsurpassed swordsman. In this, he even surpassed his older brothers, so he held her hand very tightly and was incredibly glad to meet her. Then Grant looked away. Unexpectedly, Grant became a little embarrassed, said that his father was of course disappointed that the void itself was invited to the box, and that the girl said that it was nonsense, and she was glad that it was Grant who came, because for her, Grant was the best. Our guy, as always, was dumb, but the girl still managed to embarrass him. Amethyst was very worried and began to change her skirt. They say that she hopes he will understand her correctly, because she tried to say it as openly as possible, so that he would understand for sure. Suddenly, the girl began to get very nervous and said that Grant was amazing, friendly, positive, sincere, and ready to lend a shoulder. The girl looked only at him from the first day. Our amethyst, of course, understands that she went a little too far, and so together they were driven into a stupor. I don't know how to react. The boy was very embarrassed by such words. He thanked the girl for her support. We hope that this time the guy understood why this girl was talking. Also, the owl amethyst very strongly mentally hoped that he did not think that she was strange, since on the island she did not act like that. The girl drove herself into incredible colors. The girl had an error in her head. She didn't know what to do, but she decided to get distracted and ask what about the riddle. Grant didn't bother and switched to the riddle. For our commentators, this was an incredible turn of events. The guys noticed that Amethyst was favorably influenced by the secluded environment, and finally, the girl gained strength, which is exactly what she needed to communicate with the Grant, according to our guys. But the commentators were wondering whether they were correct all the time that the girl was one of the saints. What led them to such thoughts was that the girl was apparently not from the main branch because her surname was very different. People in the kingdoms heard that after the betrothal, a girl would be able to move away from the fuse and become the queen there. The saints were very much revered in self-will, and commentators believed that the people would probably like this. People were all delighted with such news. They did not want the prince to marry without even thinking and were only for it. We move back to the guys who were thinking which key they should choose. At first, Grant thought to choose magic because it was ahead of the whole planet. The guy began to have questions because it could still be a sword because magic had recently remained the main one, and before wars were more important. But the guy also had an assumption that it could be a church since divine power was stronger than magic. And then Grant suddenly had a brilliant idea to stick all the keys into the mind. But fortunately, Amethyst stopped him and said that it was a bad idea. As soon as the girl began to speak her opinion, her words somewhere in Grant's head began to blur as he drew attention to her hands. When the girl grabbed the guy by his hand, he noticed that the girl's hands were very small and therefore began to wonder whether all saints had hands that were small and soft to the touch. Then, looking at the girl, Grant remembered that this was not her real appearance. And of course, everything could be much different. Ricky didn't even know what the saints looked like. After all, everyone said that they weren't naturally beautiful. So our guy listened to the entire conversation and came to his senses when the girl was already saying that she believed that the key she was holding was the most powerful force. The guy didn't want to seem awkward and said that he was sure that it was exactly what was needed. The girl smiled and said that the guy really thought that way. If that was the case, she was going to insert exactly the right key. The girl hurried to the door while Grant got up from his knees, brushing himself off and thinking, "Let's sing." Looking at the glowing door, only then did the guy decide to ask the girl to stop and asked what kind of key he had put in. But it was already too late and the door began to glow. This shocked our guys. They didn't know what was happening and what to expect next. So our couple begins to descend into some cave. The girl said that she felt a familiar smell. Perhaps it was normal for a mine. This smell was like that of the miners whom she once treated for suffocation. We are transported to the commentators, where the girl says that it looks like they chose the key of mining. It was this key that led the guys through the artery mines. She thought of herself as it was safe. And what did the guy say that in general? Yes, but the air in the mines is recognized as incredibly harmful. For attempting an uprising, the royal families were sentenced to lifelong work in their own mines and very quickly faded away there. The work was hard and harmful airborne particles caused illness in workers. So we moved to the guys who were walking through that mine where the girl unexpectedly asked Grant for forgiveness. He didn't understand why and asked again, to which the girl said that without an empire, and there was little of it in magic or was simply pebbles and nothing could compare with its power. So the girl had to choose magic and not closely call herself stupid. But Grant, smiling, said that he also agreed with her reasoning. Therefore, he was also most likely a fool. But in any case, he believed that the warrior and the saint were working together, so they were not afraid of anything. The guy turned around with a smile on his face and told the committee not to worry because everything would be fine with them, because the second brother once told him to have his head on his shoulders, and the rest. At this point, his quote is unexpectedly interrupted because he crashes his head into something. While Amethyst stood behind in shock, not understanding what it was, the guy wondered where the bushes came from. The girl, already rushing to help, asks Ricky if he hurt himself and stumbles over something, and flies straight at Grant. He stood shocked and didn't know what to do, and in the end he caught the girl. So they flew away together somewhere into the unknown. Their suitcase opened up, and everything that was in there scattered. The guy who opened his eyes notices that the girl is lying on him without any signs of consciousness and is very scared and at the same time embarrassed. Our hero, as soon as he saw that everything was all right with the girl and she asked in consciousness, or whether her arms or legs were intact, but that the girl said that everything was fine. Amethyst is trying to stand on David's leg, and only then does he notice that it hurts. Amethyst notices that the guy is in pain and asks, "Or was he okay?" "I'm very worried about him at that time." Grant mentally thought that he had really broken his leg. But then he tried not to show it, saying that it was just a scratch with him. He wanted to apply only a magic stone, and believed that he would be like new. The girl felt some kind of whine and didn't know what to do. Then, unexpectedly, they decide to take off their shoes, and puts it on the floor next to the guy. The guarantee is that they don't understand what's going on, and are even a little embarrassed. Then a bright light suddenly begins to shine in front of the guy. Grant doesn't understand what's happening, and tries to cover herself with her hand. She only heard a voice that said that she would fix everything. After a few seconds, the guy tried it, which no longer hurt. There was no fracture. He thanks the girl because even a scratch on obsidian took several days to recover. Unexpectedly, the guy receives information that since Amethyst took off her shoes, it was so that magic would not interfere with the action of divine powers. This meant that the girl was now in her real form, but the guy could not see her because she blinded him. But then the guy saw the light. He couldn't say a word. He was shocked by the girl's appearance for the first time. His surprise was so strong that he froze in place without saying a word. So we are transported to the moment where our main character was about to kiss the organizer. This surprised the organizer very much. He felt the girl's hands rattling because the owl girl was nervous. Our heroine was very shy. Her thoughts were filled with questions about whether she was doing the right thing. She tried to remember how she did platinum. The organizers also tried to show some action. As soon as he touched the girl, she immediately clamped down. And our guy noticed that the girl almost kissed and did not continue any movements. After which he stopped and said that things wouldn't work that way because she was too tense when it came to intimacy. Our heroine apologized, but the organizer said that she was hampered by negative memories of her husband of interaction with platinum. This only made it worse, to which the girl asks for forgiveness. Several more times they say that she simply does not understand. And suddenly the organizer interrupts our main character by saying that she once said that the memories with the boy were good, so he was going to change the scenery. Grabbing the girl by the bow, the guy told her to get ready. In just one moment, the girl changed her image, which is why it surprised her very much. Everything around had changed. They now found themselves in the library. The girl looked around trying to find the organizer. And suddenly, she hears his voice and is surprised. The organizer said that he was behind the curtain, and so he asked the girl to try to imagine that he was that guy. The guy stood opposite each other and told the girl to try to remember her long-standing feelings that she experienced then. The girl began to try to show her feelings at that time. She quietly whispered so that the guy would not leave. And then she rushed towards him with all her might, shouting that she had to tell him something. The girl was heading towards him with incredible feelings, saying that she liked him. Coming closer, she grabbed his hand and did not let go. The organizer, in turn, did not do anything. The girl was worried and said that she didn't care what he looked like, but she just asked him not to run away. Our main character recalled that the organizer told her that it seemed that the girl loved the image in her memories, and she did not know the real person who was hiding under the mantle. But it was the girl who loved what the owl came up with. So the girl kissed the organizer. They wondered if she really loved something that didn't exist, and the girl also assumed that if they met, her love would really dissipate. Put it on the hats and kiss the organizer. The girl asked a few more questions. What if the guy turned out not to be who she imagined? Would she then be disappointed in him or not? Obsidian closed his eyes and kissed the organizer. The girl began to remember the past, where the same guy stood in a mantle near the window and said that she didn't understand and didn't know anything about him. Then in our main character, he said that he was afraid that everything would change if they got to know each other better. The guy then asked, "Not afraid, are they up for change?" We are already transported to the present moment where the girl stopped kissing the organizer while looking at him with loving eyes. And then suddenly she took the initiative and kissed our guy in a cape. This time the organizer was really very surprised and didn't know what to do. Then he grabbed her with both hands, and this time the girl did not show her stiffness in any way. Got up. He sat her down on the table. I continued to look into each other's eyes. They were both embarrassed. The organizer of this situation even noticed that the girl had a lot of hidden talents. Lying on her chest, he asked the girl if she realized this, and also if the girl realized how attractive she was. So we are transported to Grant and the Amethyst. The girl was already in her real form and said that it was dark around her, she could not see anything. Galka walked away and told her to wait a minute because he had to turn on the light. He somehow tried to insert the crystal into the lamp, and after a few seconds, they already had light. Grant was very happy because everything was fine. As soon as he looked at the girl, he didn't immediately understand who was standing in front of him. Amethyst was an incredible beauty with white hair and a white dress. She was wearing a small white cape. When Grant saw her, he immediately became embarrassed and wondered whether it was the girl's real face. Looking at her only in his head, the thought flew. What a beauty was in front of him, just like in the stories, and even more beautiful. But there was only one thing that confused the guy. Looking at the girl, he noticed that her eyes were closed, and he really wanted to ask her about it. The guy finally made up his mind and very embarrassedly asked why the girl had her eyes closed. The girl was confused and asked if he could really see her face, to which the guy said that it seemed so. And then Amethyst suddenly tries to cover her face with her hands, asking for forgiveness, saying that it's not that she was trying to hide it, but somehow there was no reason to talk about it. The city did not understand where everything was going and asked the girl what exactly to talk about, but the girl replied that the saint could not be sighted. This shocked Granta and drove her into a stupor. He did not know what to answer, to which the girl replied that human ailments could only be cured if the eyes could not see it was fixable, namely, if she wishes to leave her post, she will be able to gain sight. The girl also explained that if she finds her husband in the box, she not only could but had to do it. But only together will she completely lose her holy powers and will no longer be a saint. What news shocked Grant? He didn't know what to answer and just sat in a stupor thinking about all the information. So we flash forward months earlier to the pre-show interview. Amethyst sits on a chair for participants, and she is asked to introduce herself. Her name was Rose. The girl said that she was a saint from the royal family of the Third Kingdom. The girl was then asked why she decided to take part in the box, to which the girl replied that she liked the idea of finding a husband there. Then they asked her that she really couldn't find spouses in her native kingdom, to which she answered embarrassedly that she could, but since she was a saint, this created some difficulties, because usually saints remain to serve at the temple until the end of their lives, because only in fact this is what they knew how to do. The Third Kingdom was known as the Holy Land. With the approval of the empire, the primacy of the institution of the church was established. There the pontiff stood at the head of the state. The monarchy family did not dare to lament his word, and its members were considered the property of the temple. If a princess was born with innate feelings of divine power, she became a saint and began to serve. Our Amethyst became a saint when she was only 1 year old. Then the pontiff cast a spell that sounded like this. Young eyes are stupid since they see the world and do not see God. Close the unreasonable, and the direction will be such a spell was said by the pontiff. After which our mestizo closed her eyes, and after that did not open them again, because after sealing their eyes, the saints did not leave the temple until they came of age. Girls were not supposed to be spatial. They were not supposed to leave their post, and they were also not supposed to doubt what was right and what was wrong. Having matured, the saints could choose their path whether they want to find a husband, gain sight, and lose holy power like our Amethyst, or want to devote their lives to service renouncing worldly desire and sight. Many respected saints renounced marriage and devoted their lives to the temple. When they reached adulthood, the saints did not even know how to walk. They did not spend their whole lives at the post without divine power, and they were not simply injured as others believed. There were even rumors among some that if the face was beautiful, then her girlfriend could be given by her mistress to some rich aristocrat in the empire, and there were rumors that the pontiff himself could be solicited. The girl assumed that she would make the same choice as everyone else and simply devote herself to the temple. But unexpectedly, I received a letter to participate in the box. As soon as the girl got it, the owl announced that the marriage was supposed to be the result of love, and therefore the box wanted to give the girl a special chance because its radiance was like a precious stone. The girl could change her destiny through the box. She only had to choose an answer, whether the girl wanted to participate in the box or not. Leave her that invitation. The girl did not understand what it was to change fate, but it was very interesting. After all the monarchies discussed the same thing. Who will love them when they give up their powers? Some even told stories that they had never heard of a saint who left the temple being happy. But even this did not bother the girl. The children really wanted to find a person who would need her. Of course, the girl knew that she might not find what she wanted. Her legs were beating, she couldn't walk, and her eyes had forgotten how to see, and perhaps she thought that she had committed a monstrous stupidity. But even for the small chance that something would change, the girl was ready to hold on in all the arrays. And as soon as she moved into the box, she was told that she was like the biblical wine poison and medicine, a person with insignificant predestination. All this was said about our gorgeous healing Amethyst, and they were only happy in the box and greeted with all honors. So on the very first day, our girl was faced with the fact that she did not know how to use her eyes and legs. She constantly fell out of the blue, thereby surprising everyone. Amethyst was afraid that compared to the others, the girl looked simply ridiculous, which is why the owl seemed incredibly stupid to herself. But on the very first day, Grant helped her and asked if the girl was okay. She couldn't believe her eyes that someone had decided to talk to her. And from that moment, the girl knew that she clearly did not regret that she had decided to accept her fate in the box. So the girl told her story and about how she met Grant. The guy sat shocked, I don't know what to answer. The commentators were waiting for at least some action from our hero, but he sat in a stupor and could not answer anything. Then we are transported to commentators who discuss the fact that the girl could see in the box thanks to magic. But in her original form, she was blind. And so the girl said that after marriage, she could regain her sight but would lose her strength. To which the guy commentator replied that it was painfully offensive, and divine healing was much more effective than magical healing, and both sexes would definitely want a saint with working power. And that the girl also noticed that Grant was inspired when he found out that our amethyst was a saint. According to the guys, it even inspired him. But the guy noticed that if Grant took her as his wife, then her powers, which he admired so much, would disappear. And now the main question was whether Grant would be so interested, namely, amethyst, without holy powers. We are transported to our main character, who had incredibly strange feelings inside. She was wondering why this could be. I assumed that it was because she imagined that boy. Then the organizers suddenly raised our main character and said that in the future, when it comes to intimacy, the heroine should remember the same sensations. Then, the guy noted all the spells I did not return to the same library where we started. The organizer noted that he was undoubtedly sure that if the girl behaved the same way with the participants of the show, then she would be able to charm not only her partner, but also the audience. As soon as the girl's image began to return, she was very surprised and did not really want to return. But she understood what was needed, and now she was worried about one question. What should she do with Platinum? To which the organizer, turning around, said to the girl that as soon as he returns to the island, everything will be resolved by itself, because Yantar did exactly as he expected. At such a moment, we were transported to Amber and Lucas, where the guy continued to say that he was determined to remain faithful only to her, and that is to the Martians. The girl was very affected by such words. She looked at Lucas and did not know what to answer him. The guy decided to ask, or he explained his answer to the girl, but the girl didn't answer anything either. Not suddenly, tears rolled down the girl's cheeks. She lowered her gaze and began to cry. Platinum notices this and asks the girl what happened, but that the heroine asks His Majesty for forgiveness and asks, or will the guy really be happy with this? Lucas, not understanding where everything was going, stood in a stupor, because he never expected such an answer or such a reaction. Amber continued while you were saying that did he really love a person who might never look at him, would never love him, would never accept him because he had already given her heart? And so Amber asked if Lucas would really be happy with this. The guy could not answer anything, and then Amber clung to him, saying that if she too was given to live as little as him, she would certainly want to die with her beloved. Looking at His Majesty, she asked him what did he really not want this? To which the guy who picked up the girl smiled and said that he had no such desire. With a smile on his face, the guy replied that he had long understood that it was not the same things that brought him pleasure that pleased others. If he had the right to choose, would he want to leave his mark in the life of a person he cares about and be alive in his memories? To which the girl continues to say with tears that she doesn't understand this because it was impure love, and not even just any love at all, girls. It was more like cowardice. The guy was very confused by this. He didn't know how to react to it or what the girls should answer, to which Yantar held her hand and said that she hopes that His Highness will find true love in the box. If this really happens, then she will not be sorry, even if the guy hates her. Lucas did not understand what the girl was getting at. Unexpectedly, Yantar decides to make an incredible statement. With tears in her eyes, she asks for forgiveness and secretly reveals that she is not Mariana. We are transported months earlier. The girl is asked what she likes to eat, but the girl answers that she likes chicken, and they notice that in this they are very similar to Marianne. Smiling, the girl says that they compared her to her very often. The girl asks, or did she understand everything correctly, and they want to take her for the role of an understudy. Our organizer, as always, stood seriously and not yet loved, no show any emotions. And then suddenly he says that the girl was insightful. She, with a smile on her face, says that everyone liked her just like that. She immediately realized that this is exactly how everything would happen when she heard that Mariana would again take part in the 5th season, so the girl decided that this was her chance. But what the organizer asks, or is the girl not embarrassed that she will have to play the role of another person? Yantar just laughed and said that play the role. It was a family thing for them. After all, her uncle successfully fooled the entire empire in the first box years ago. Then, All of the urgent news was filled only with the fact that it became known that the heir in principle was hiding behind the appearance of a peridot. Besides this, everyone was incredibly interested in who the Moissanite was then, who until then was mistaken for the prince. The entire public was then surprised that it was not a prince, although his gaits and manners coincided with princes, so everyone believed that this could not have happened. Then the one who revealed his identity appeared in front of everyone. He was not the child of the myriad king in marriage. He said that although his father was a monarch, his mother was a wandering aristocrat. The guy said that he was a bastard, but thanks to the title he inherited from his mother, he came and was even able to provide a favor to the heir to the empire. He believed that when everyone found out that he was not a prince and only half of his blood was mixed with noble blood, he began to think about whether there would be those who would not turn away from him. But if this were so, he would be incredibly happy for the rest of my life. And then Yantar continued to say that his uncle actually met the one whom he called his wife after the show, together with the crown prince. They took an oath at the altar, and everyone continued to discuss it. I've been listening to this story since childhood. The girl always dreamed redo of her uncle's fate, but her status was not noble enough to participate in the show because her dad, unlike her uncle, was not related to royal blood. The girl thought this was an ordinary story. When the king fell in love with the actress and now her grandmother, and then ordered the petty baron to take her as his wife in the tradition of her kingdom, it was shameful to huddle with the ungrateful, so he gave her a title before letting her into bed. When the girl gave birth, the king lost interest, and of course she gave the second child to her husband. This is how her dad was born. So she was the result of the love of an actress and an aristocrat of the lowest status whose origin was too far from the high demands of the show. But still, after the uncle got married in the box, he then received the right to claim the kingdom, and after which he became king, which meant that she and her father were now relatives of the king, for which she praised her uncle's talents every day. For people like her uncle and her who only had an indirect relationship with royal blood, the box was an incredibly precious chance not only to find love, but also to find her value to the public, so the girl wanted to make the lives of her children better than her own. This could be done thanks to the marriage box. The girl would fight with all her might for the man. The organizer asked if the girl was afraid of negative reactions to her deception when the truth would be revealed, to which the girl, laughing, said that the organizers thought that this would make the show more interesting, and then said that she did not think that it would all end like that because she loves dramatic interchanges. As for the spoiled relationship, the girl with a smile on her face asked that the understudy is not provided with special guarantees and something like that. So we are already moving to the moment when the organizer explained to our girl the whole task of Amber. The girl was surprised by this, and she said that Amber had the same task as our main character. To which the guy who took the girl by the hair said that no, because they had completely different roles, Yantar was supposed to be a fake Mariana. Looking at the girl, he said in a sweet voice that our heroine should have been the real Mariana. This embarrassed her very much, but she tried not to show it. The organizer noticed that she coped well with the real Marianne, and it couldn't have been better. The imperial family was very worried that he found a replacement in such a short time. This shocked our heroine. She couldn't believe that the emperor knew the girl head down, said that she didn't know, or would be able to continue to cope well with the role of Marina. The whole kiss with the organizer came out natural because he created an atmosphere that was pleasant to her, but she didn't know whether she would succeed a second time. The unexpected organizer snapped her fingers and said that since the girl had doubts, he suggested that she check it out. We move already. On the 10th day after the start of the show, Alex and Pearls decided to play a game on horses together. Unexpectedly, the girl is distracted by a voice that tells all the stones to go into the main hall. Alex approaches the Pearl and says that apparently those who went to the meeting were returning to the island, to which the Pearl, with a smile on his face, suggests that they quickly return then. So we move to the main halls where Alex and the girl are standing waiting for the guys from the meeting. The Pearl turns around and wonders if our main character really won't come. Because she spent all 3 days in the room, Alex is worried that she might get sick there. Our commentators turned on and were shocked that Obsidian was still sitting at home. They believed that she was very upset. And so suddenly the magic circle lights up and the first couple is already returning. Pearls. Alex decided not to get hung up on Obsidian and stood waiting to see who would return first, because by the end, the pair had solved the riddle almost equally quickly. Lucas and Amber were the first to return. They stood incredibly serious. While Pearls and Lucas greeted them with greetings, the commentator was wondering what happened to the guys because Amber was not Mariana. So the Pearl asks the guys how the walk was. Alex, as always, stands nearby and is silent until a certain moment, to which the guy answers that everything was fine and asks where the others were. To which Alex finally says that Grant and Amethyst have not returned yet. Lucas, looking around, does not notice our main character, and this upsets him very much. He asks Alex with concern, where was Obsidian, to which he is told that she went out for a walk. While our main character was standing on the beach and looking at the beautiful horizon, commentators assumed that she left because she didn't want to see the platinum. Suddenly, a magic circle appears in the sea from it. On the horizon, a large ship begins to be visible on the bow of which a man was standing. Taking a closer look at the bow of the ship, commentators speculate that it was a man on board and that it appears to be a new contestant on the show. The guy takes off his hat and begins to undress, preparing to jump into the water. As soon as he notices the Obsidian, he immediately dives under the water and heads towards it. This picture made our commentators very happy. They couldn't believe it. This was the most unusual appearance of the participants that had ever happened. As soon as the man came out of the sea, it was a blue-haired man, pleased with his pumped-up form. Commentators pay attention to Obsidian. They see that there is no way to hide her shocking face. But at that moment, the girl looking at the guy's face couldn't believe her eyes. We moved to a conversation earlier between Obsidian and the organizer of the show. The guy then snapped his finger and changed into something else. In addition, he changed his hair color and asked the girl how she would react if she saw such a man. So we are already moving to the present moment, where the organizer says that he saw a beautiful girl on the shore and his legs themselves rushed towards her in her direction. Again at the conversation where the organizer said that he was not energetic at all and was ready to quickly move towards rapprochement. He asked the girl to suggest that she would think about such a guy. So we again move back to the organizer at the present moment, where he says that he is glad to meet you and introduces himself as a star sapphire stone. At first glance, the guy shocked the girl very much, and at the second she was already standing and embarrassed by him not knowing how to respond to this. Commentators were very excited about the appearance of a new male gemstone, so our girl, looking at the organizer, saw the same stage on which they trained, but only she wondered if it was really the organizer. The girl bowed her head towards hello from Star Sapphire's hair and introduced herself, saying that her name was Obsidian. The girl knew that the guy took off his clothes to make the broadcast hotter, so after thinking, the girl asked if the guy didn't want her to bring him what wipe yourself off somehow. The girl, with a smile on her face, asked again, or does he want to take a walk with her to dry under the sun, because from this side the picture was better. The guy laughed and said that he liked the second option. Smiling, the organizer said that if the lady wanted, they could take a walk right now. To which they immediately did so, and the two of them went for a walk around the island, looking at the beautiful view. Commentators noticed that Obsidian's reaction was even very positive, and the guy even noticed for the first time that Obsidian smiled so brightly. Dim, it seemed that it was a gem that from the very beginning charmed our main character. You were their first meeting, but the atmosphere was already relaxed. It also seemed to the commentators that Obsidian's facial expression had changed. She felt completely different. So we are transported to the moment where the organizer was still backstage. He told the girl that after the meeting, I would no longer have to tie myself against my will with platinum. Also, the organizer, looking at our beautiful surprised main character, said that having sorted out her love affair with platinum, she could also show her charm much more freely. Bowing to the ears of the organizers, he gently whispered that you are the charm that the girl showed him she was coming. She was driven into the paint. She did not know how to react, but there their conversation stopped. We are transported to the moment when they were walking around the island. The girl noticed that it was a very impressive appearance. Our heroine also said that the guy arrived late and asked what his first impression of the island was, to which the guy looked ahead and became thoughtful, and then looked at the girl and said that, as he had already said, he was very worried because he arrived late to the show. It seemed to him that everything could have been sorted out well. The girl laughed and asked if I was really scary to him, to which the guy also said with a smile on his face that not at all. And then suddenly the guy began to lean towards our Obsidian, which greatly amazed her and hid her smile. The guy again approached the girl's ear and gently whispered that pirates. This was originally the man who stole ladies from other guys. The girl, looking at the organizer, thought about the fact that he knew very well what role he played in the program, and therefore such thoughts led her to the question. Or was it true that it was the organizer? Laughing without showing it, the girl said that this was told to her by the man who arrived on the island on a pirate ship. The girl also noticed that if he was caught stealing, he could get into trouble, and therefore our main character asked if she really wanted this guy. To which, with a smile on his face, the organizer replied that pirates, as a rule, were not afraid of bloody, fierce battles, which is why the guy wanted to ask the girl something. Namely, coming closer to her and taking her by the hair. He asked that if he stole her heart, would a war break out because of this. This behavior of the organizer greatly surprised our main character, and she did not know how to react. Our commentators noticed that the guy had already tried to seduce our obsidian, but the only thing that confused them was that the guy had not yet met anyone except our main character, and therefore they had a question. Did the man who appeared come to break her love line with Platinum? At that moment, the girl began to gently move her hand over the guy's chest, saying that it was possible that war would break out. However, she noticed that the guy said that he was not afraid even of the ferocious bloodshed. With a smile on her face, our heroine said that she was looking forward to the active actions of the Star Sapphire, smiling right in his face. Commentators watching them said that sparks were already flying between the two of them. A female colleague noticed that the girl who always made a stunning first impression was our obsidian, and it seemed she was returning provocative actions, but to the guys after a 3-day break. Here, unexpectedly, commentators suggested that the girl could deliberately hide her true image with the presence of Amber in order to experience the sincerity of Platinum's feelings for her. The spectators who watched this whole show said that nothing was surprising because she intended to pretend to be insecure. They even began to assume that the inability to play cards and the injuries received when falling from a horse were all acting, and now everyone wondered what would happen now because Platinum chose Yantar and moved there. So we move again to Platinum, who asks where the obsidian was and why she didn't come to the hall. The heavily sighed Pearl replied that she didn't know, but what she knew was that the girl had been in her room for the day. This shocked Lucas very much. He did not know what to do. This news drove him into a stupor. Amber approached Alex and asked if I really didn't say hello, to which the guy replied that it was possible because her heart was broken. A guy with an incredibly angry look looked at the guys and asked, or did the two of them have a fun time? Amber, who lowered her head, did not say that she would tell everything in more detail later, and then the unexpected girl turned around and asked Mr. Platinum, or whether Tom should go to bed. The dress on the empty head down asked for forgiveness for going first. Everyone present was surprised by Lucas's behavior. He immediately rushed off somewhere into the unknown, to which Alex, turning his head, looked at the Amber. I don't understand what happened there. He had a lot of questions for the girl, to which he couldn't wait to get answers. The commentators noted that it seemed that Platinum went straight to Obsidian, and Amber stood there smiling and didn't even do anything. But now that Platinum's true identity was revealed, the girl thought, according to the commentators, that she did not even have the opportunity to be together with Lucas. So we are transported to our main character and the organizer, who are having fun together walking around the island. Suddenly, the couple's attention is caught by something in front of them, and they stand in a stupor. It was a holographic owl that appeared from the air, telling Star Sapphire that she hoped he would move on to his next meeting with another girl. The guy looking at our main character couldn't believe that his time was up so quickly, and it looked like they had to finish it. The girl notices that she had fun with the Star Sapphire. The guy asks if the girl has any final words for him, to which our heroine, looking at him with sparkling eyes, said, "What would be good if Star Sapphire was exactly the person our main character was thinking about?" The girl, looking down into her eyes, said that it would be very wonderful. This surprised the Sapphire very much. He even fell into some kind of shock and did not know what to answer. And then those who took the hand of our main character, he kissed her. Then the sapper raised his head and said that he hoped not to disappoint our girl. Commentators looking at our main character did not understand what this meant and assumed that it could be that the girl hoped that the person with whom she was walking would not be like Platinum, that is easy to cheat on her. But also, commentators watching the guy leave suggested that this could also mean that our girl hoped that the man was not chasing her status because Obsidian could doubt whether Platinum did the same or did not crave the power and wealth that he could get entering into a second marriage with Mariana, so our girl was left completely alone. The commentators continued their discussion, saying that Platinum could not be such a person. But Obsidian, of course, did not know this, that they were very sorry they wanted the dress to resolve this misunderstanding. Suddenly, our main character notices something ahead of her and is very surprised. It was Platinum who unexpectedly rushed to meet the girl, so they stood together, looked at each other, and said nothing. At that time, we moved to the girls' room where Pearl asks how their meeting of truths went. The girl noticed that the atmosphere between the two of them was very strange, to which they answer that, to be honest, she was a little shocked. The fair-haired girl asks why I assume that it could be for Platinum status. Amber. With a slight smile and disappointment on her face, she answered that most likely because of the soul of Platinum. So we are transported to the interview where they take it from the girl after the meeting of truths. The girl says that she felt something strange during the meeting of the truth. And after the meeting with our Lucas, the girl suggests that most likely she became completely different. After all, remembering Lucas recently, she realized that he was a very valuable person for her. This was a person to whom the girl could give all of herself, or in other words, the girl was not going to let Lucas go for nothing, and wanted to capture his full attention and completely his soul and body. With this, we move to our main character where she stands with Lucas exchanging glances. Then the girl suddenly says with a smile on her face that she is glad that Lucas is back. To which the guy looked shyly at the floor and said that as soon as he returned, he immediately went to her room, but she was not there. The girl asks, or is it good that he went to a meeting of the truth? After this, Platinum was very surprised, and in a stupor he did not know what they were giving him to finish off, because it was for him it sounded incredibly cold. Commentators also noticed that Obsidian's behavior was also a little strange. The girl behaved incredibly at ease, which made it even scarier. Our Lucas, who took the girl by the hand, said that if the girl suffered because of him, then he asks very much for forgiveness, and to hope that our heroine will understand him correctly. After all, if there were no rules according to which it was impossible to choose a person with whom you had already been for the first time, the guy would, as before, choose her without any hesitation. The girl removed her hand from the Platinum and said that there was no need to explain herself to her. The concrete did nothing wrong. Yes, Platinum asks if she wasn't angry with him. To which the girl with a smile on her face, why should she be angry? Turning to the eyes in the side, our girl says that the place in which they were, it was possible to meet with many people at the same time, and only in the end choose with the heart. So the girl does not think that he and our main character could choose too early with the heart. Platinum's response was shocking. The guy wanted the girl to incredibly express everything that was in his soul. But suddenly, our main character put her hand to his mouth and told him not to say anything more because that was enough. The girl also clarified that she did not want to hear from the guy that he had already made a decision. Lucas's stupor at that moment could no longer be expressed in words. The girl held the guy by the lips and says that they never knew what could happen to a person's heart, just like with our main heroine's heart. And with Lucas, we move to a commentator who is sitting all tense, because until that moment, they thought that Obsidian had fully developed a relationship only with Platinum, to which the girl replies to her colleague that, although they did not move away from her, it seemed that this did not mean that they had no chances for a relationship. So we watch as our main character Platinum returns back to the estate, and we can notice that Platinum's actions will be very important ahead because the appearance of a new gemstone can change the course of events, so the dress had to be tried as hard as possible. So we are again transported to the Star Sapphire ship on which the magic circle was formed. It was a pearl that was transferred to the guy. She looked at how he was sitting on his sail and said that suddenly the owl told her to move, to which the girl asked questions. For what business? And now everything was clear to her that this was the first meeting with someone. To which our Sapphire came down from Paris and introduced himself and said that he was incredibly pleased to meet you. The girl kissed Sapphire's hand while she said that she was also very glad to meet and introduced herself, and she also had many questions. Did the guy really come to the island on a pirate ship? But with a smile, Sapphire says that he was a sea criminal who attacked the island to ruin the girl's love affair. The heroine was very amused by this. She noticed that Sapphire was a funny person and even liked her. So, looking at any ID by the Sea Pearl says that the guy initially had a freedom-loving character, to which the guy replied that it seemed to him that there wasn't much love that he didn't torture, but that Pearl said that really, then his ideal of girls was freedom-loving young woman. To which the guy looked to the side and said that if he and the girl understood each other well in conversation at the first meeting, then he could feel sympathy for anyone. With a smile on his face, the Pearl asks, or does the guy accidentally not talk about their conversation? To which Sapphire replies that the girl did not leave, she felt the same as he did, they understood each other well. This made the two of them laugh very much. Here our commentators join in, who notice a better atmosphere among the guys. Also, commentators note that since the guy was a criminal, he excited the hearts of all the people that he saw for the first time. But there was nothing wrong with that because, as Obsidian said, this is the right place for a guy. So we move to the moment when the girl is also teleported to the guy on the ship. And so Sapphire catches the girl in the air. It scared her very much because she was one step away from falling from the mast. The girl, without being confused, smiled at the guy and said that he had a wonderful ship. She asked whether she had not been kidnapped by chance, to which our hero said from the ship that he had come to steal the heart of beautiful jewelry. Sapphire, holding the girl Amber by the hand, asked what kind of jewel she had, and she introduced herself. In response, the guy also introduced himself. With a smile on his face, Sapphire leaned over. He asked the girl not to understand him for his tactlessness, but he wanted to ask her about the ideal girl for you, and so on. Sitting down next to the girl, he heard an unexpected answer. Namely, our heroine said that it was similar. After she entered the jewelry box, she had to rethink and think about her ideal again. The Sapphire asked why this happened. But what the girl said was that sometimes her heart takes someone away at a completely unexpected moment. And even though the guy the girl liked looked like a man without any prospects, her feelings for him had already completely embraced her. Looking at the girl, Sapphire said that it looked like the girl had drowned in great love. Amber confirmed his words and said that now she was a little confused because of this. The girl also added that the person she was in love with could hate her, not to mention love her, so she never stops feeling anything. Commentators are watching. Amber says that she was completely open from the very beginning, admits that she is in love with Platinum, although she already knew that the dress did not need another person, and commentators also noted that she was incredibly unshakable in her feelings. Sapphire, after listening to the girl, suddenly asks her what made her drown so deeply in her feelings for that person. The girl thoughtfully says that contrary to someone else's values, he decided to radically change his life. It was that really pure love for someone, and sincere admiration, and only in this way did the girl believe that something great could be achieved in love. Such a life as Platinum seemed to her incredibly stunningly beautiful, although she knew that his love was not directed at her, but she wanted to hug the guy so much that she could not hide it. Unexpectedly, the Sapphire said that as far as he understood, amber was not a precious stone, but rather a substance obtained by very long-term hardening of ancient juice. If a living creature were imprisoned inside it and kept in the core as a fossil, its value would increase even more. The guy continued to say that he also heard that such a gem meant patience for a long time, waiting for the fulfillment of one's desire and ultimately possessing it forever. The girl was amused by this and noticed that it was a good statement. Then the girl who set sail continued to say that she thought she would have to wait if she wanted to get something really worthwhile. She would have to be patient, even if it was a very long time. Sapphire, with a casual look, said frankly that he was spoiling the girl. To which our Yantar said that she also wished that Mr. Rival would find true love in this beautiful place she also poured out for with all her heart. Our commentators looking at this picture said that Amber completely drew the line with Sapphire, and in this way it looked like Platinum. Then we move directly to the commentators, and where they say with emotion that it seems Sapphire also did not intend to get close to Amber, but that the guy does not answer that this was unknown to them. Amber and the owl also greatly shook the heart of Platinum, which had already drawn the line with. In it, the commentators agreed with each other. I say that in the box it was impossible to lose vigilance for more than a moment, because no one knew when and how the picture could change. We move to the moment when everyone is celebrating the arrival of the Sapphire. The guy, judging by the smile, said that he was very grateful to everyone for such a greeting. Pearl noticed that now, thanks to Sapphire, the sex ratio was correct, and Alex said that it was nice to see him full again. And then the guy added that he was very worried because he had not seen Obsidian for a long time. The girl, laughing, said that she was reading an interesting book in order to relax at the same time, and for some reason, the girl could not close the bookcase. Lucas looked at the girl and was surprised that she was reading a book, but decided to ask her what kind of book it was. And the girl casually said that there was about this and that, and decided to quickly switch the topic to Sapphire and asked him, or did he like to read books? To which the guy replied that he liked collecting books more than reading them. In particular, the guy said with a smile on his face that he really appreciated old books. Obsidian was shocked by this answer. She was interested in asking whether the guy accidentally collected ancient books. The guy said that he would really like to tell her about his collection, but said that he was afraid that he would be under the protection of magic, while Lucas was sitting behind them upset, seeing how diligently they communicated. All attention was paid to the sapphire. The girl asked him that it was really so well known in the collection that its status would be revealed as soon as he spoke about it, to which the sapphire replied that only one ancient book of a widely known public could tell who its owner was. Amber noticed how Luca looked at Obsidian. Our main character noticed that the guy was well acquainted with old books and mentally thought about the library in which there were also many very ancient books, where the bottom of the organizer used them together for acting lessons. Then the girl, laughing, asked if he happened to know a book about the history of love between a riverbed and a person. Sapphire looked at the girl strangely. She didn't understand what she was talking about. The heroine was a little thrown into a stupor, but she was not taken aback and said that it was the oldest book among the old books. She asked the guy if he hadn't heard of it. Having laughed, he felt awkward because he did not know how to speak the ancient language, and among his ancient books, only one had a channel on the cover, but he did not know the contents well. The girl was so amazed by the answer, she already began to mentally think that it was not the organizer, or it was the concept of such an acting game. Sapphire replied that, however, it would be interesting to read such a book as A Man in River, so he asked the girl to tell her in more detail about that book. At that time, the girl was thinking about her own life, where she spoke with the organizer, who told her that having sorted out her love affair with Platinum, the girl could also show her charm much more freely, which she then showed to the organizer. Our heroine recalled those words of the guy. And so they sat at the table drinking champagne, mentally thinking that Sapphire was specially guiding her to topics in which she felt confident. But even despite this, the girl began to tell a story about a man who, in the distant past, first learned magi from Russell. Lucas, having heard this, was very surprised and grabbed the attention of the girl. He asked that this was by chance not the same legend about the first emperor. Lucas also noticed that he also had such a book at least, and it was in a modern adapted version, to which the girl laughed and said that it was unlikely that it was her. The girl, with a smile on her face, looking at a glass of wine, continued to say that in most versions translated into modern language, the Russells and the main character got married and had a child, and it all ended with the child in the future founding a great magical empire, which is why people very often thought about her as the legend of the first prince. But this was not so. Commentators watching the show noticed that our main character completely took the leading role in the conversation that evening. It seemed to them that suddenly the dinner had turned into a scientific conference. Amber asked the girl if she knew when she learned the ancient language, to which Obsidian laughed and said that she studied it out of interest. But the more she learned, the deeper she delved into it. Alex said that such knowledge became more charming as more and more people learned about it. Lucas asked our main character if the old original book had a different ending. Safirov asked what made him different, because he was also incredibly interested. So our main character that evening got everyone's attention from the precious stones. There was a feeling that for some reason the smokers and Obsidian swapped places in terms of attracting attention to themselves. The girl continued to say that although the ending was different in different versions, the older known version was supposedly the original, because in the original story, the main character was our Obsidian. That evening, Tell the Story got everyone's attention, and that's where we end this story.